His body used just over 5,000 MP to regenerate his left arm, which was about what he had expected. Once his arm was back, Jake began his regular cleanup of the sewers, taking down every monster he encountered. By the time he finished, he had leveled up once more, earning 5 skill points. He was now at level 78, with a total of 14 skill points at his disposal. As planned, Jake purchased the last 2 abilities and 1 skill from the second section of the genetic development interface: spikes, serpentine form, and adaptive armor. Each of these 3 abilities was categorized as uncommon and had 4 available upgrades. He immediately unlocked all upgrades for them, spending a total of 12 skill points. Ability: spikes. Description: you can sprout spikes from your body, capable of impaling foes upon contact or creating obstacles. Upgrade options: 1. Significantly increase the amount of spikes you can protrude from your body. 2. Significantly increase the length and strength of the spikes. 3. Allow spikes to be launched as projectiles, enabling ranged attacks that impale enemies from a distance. 4. Add venom to the spikes for extra damage and the potential to paralyze on contact. To use it, you need any skill that allows you to generate or keep toxins within your body, such as toxic resistance with the 4th upgrade. Requirements: Magic 65. This ability was quite intriguing. When Jake activated it, numerous spikes erupted from his body. His legs, arms, and even his head were covered in them. There were quite a lot of them, and since Jake acquired all the upgrades immediately after obtaining the ability, he had no reference point to determine how many spikes were originally intended to sprout from his body. However, with the first upgrade, the sheer number of spikes protruding from his body was undeniably impressive. He stepped toward one of the walls and struck it with his right spiked arm, testing the spikes' strength. As it turned out, they were not easily breakable. He then made his way to the middle of the tunnel he was currently in and stood still. He gave a mental command to launch the spikes, and all of them immediately detached from his body, zipping through the air in different directions like arrows. Although they didn't travel far, some hit the walls with enough force to shatter upon impact. This ability could definitely come in handy when fighting large groups of mutants. However, it likely wouldn't be as effective against humans, as they mostly relied on firearms rather than engaging mutants in close-range combat. Nevertheless, launching spikes could still be useful against humans, especially when they were close enough. The 4th upgrade could infuse his spikes with venom, but he would need toxins in his body to do so, which he currently lacked. His toxic resistance allowed him to obtain toxins from a caustic environment, so he knew that eventually, he would be able to test out the 4th upgrade for spikes in action. Ability: serpentine form. Description: you can generate flexible, prehensile tendrils from your body, granting the ability to ensnare targets. Upgrade options: 1. Enhance the strength of the tendrils, making them difficult to sever or rip away. 2. Significantly increase the number of tendrils that can be generated at the same time. 3. Allow the tendrils to extend over greater distances, enabling longer reach and increased maneuverability. 4. Enable the tendrils to produce adhesive secretion. Requirements: the adhesive secretion skill. Jake tested out serpentine form as well. Over 24 tendrils sprouted from his back. Unlike bladed tentacles, they were thinner but longer, each reaching several meters in length. He was surprised at how easily he could control each of the tendrils as if they had always been a natural part of his body. He extended some of them upward, reaching the high ceiling of the tunnel. Mentally, he activated adhesive secretion, and the tendrils adhered firmly to the ceiling. He flexed them, lifting himself off the ground and elevating all the way to the ceiling. Once he reached it, he positioned both his feet and hands against the surface, creating additional points of contact to make sure he was securely anchored, so he could use serpentine form for tasks like this as well. Sure, he could have just jumped up to reach the ceiling. It wasn't all that high, so he probably wouldn't have even needed to use gravity leap. Still, it was good to have various ways to achieve the same result. He then unstuck himself from the ceiling and dropped to the tunnel floor, twisting midair and landing smoothly on his feet. With a mental command, he detached the tendrils from his body, and they fell off, quickly withering away. Some of them dried up and turned into black dust even before hitting the tunnel floor. Skill: Adaptive Armor. Description: your skin adopts defensive plating, providing enhanced protection against physical harm. Upgrade options: 1. Instantly generate additional armor plates at points of impact where piercing weapons attempt to penetrate. 2. Increase the thickness and durability of the armor plates, improving resistance against both slashing and blunt attacks. 3. Integrate a reflective property into the armor that can deflect projectile attacks back at the attackers. 4. Greatly enhance resistance to energy-based weapons, with a chance to reflect such attacks back. Requirements: Body 65, Magic 70. This skill basically made him more resilient to various types of damage, for an additional mana consumption cost. Of course, one of the upgrades could even make bullets bounce off his body, which was really good. He imagined the shocked faces of humans when they saw the bullets they fired ricochet back at them from him. The fourth upgrade gave him increased resistance to energy-based weapons. Even though he hadn't encountered anyone armed with such a weapon yet, he had decided to acquire the upgrade anyway. At some point during the sewer cleanup, he received 2 notifications stating that acidic spit and adhesive secretion had reached 100% and were ready to advance to the next ranks. So he allocated his 2 remaining skill points to upgrade acidic spit to rank 2 and adhesive secretion to rank 3. He now had only 11,000 MP left, which was even less than the 15,000 he had expected to have after acquiring the 2 abilities and 1 skill from the second section of the skill store. The other 4,000 mana points had been depleted during his battles with the sewer mutants. His skills and abilities were very powerful and therefore depleted significant amounts of mana when used. At his current level, even when he was idle, his body consumed lots of MP. He also noticed that spikes and serpentine form each had consumed a hefty chunk of his mana, even with just 1 use. Thus, he should probably avoid using them too often. So Jake decided not to evolve into the next stage for the time being. He knew that evolving would make him stronger, which meant his body would need significantly more mana to simply function. With only 11,000 mana points left and not much even for his current form, he opted to postpone his evolution. While he was eager to evolve and unlock new skills and abilities, he could afford to wait 1 more day. After all, as far as he knew, running out of mana meant certain death. He decided to take it easy for the rest of the day to preserve his mana. After nightfall, he would go on a regular mana hunt, and once he collected enough mana, he would evolve into the next stage. For now, he opted to make his way back to the Los Demonios base he had recently located. The HQ should have finished upgrading to level 6 by now, so it was time to find out what changes it had brought about. Jake had a little over 10,000 MP left. At his current level of 78, it was not much at all. His powerful body could deplete that amount of mana in just a few hours or a day, depending on how active he was. Knowing this, he spent some time searching for mana consumables, using mana vision to locate them. After finding a few mana items and raising his mana reserves somewhat, he headed for the Los Demonios base. It didn't take him long to get there. Just like the last time, he scaled the wall of a high-rise building looming above the compound. He clung to the wall several floors higher than the base's perimeter walls, having a clear view of the area down below. His cloak was activated, rendering him completely invisible. Initially, he hesitated to use this ability in order to conserve his mana. However, he knew he needed to stay hidden. Moreover, as long as he remained entirely still, the ability's mana consumption wasn't all that higher than when the cloak was off. He then took his time examining the bandit base below. The usual daily routine was in full swing. Workers operated various contraptions while guards kept watch over the area. Some bandits milled around the base, occasionally barking at the workers to keep them in line, while others patrolled the walkways, watching the area beyond the perimeter walls, vigilant for any signs of potential threats. Jake turned his attention to the 2-story, boxy building situated at the center of the base. With a thought, he summoned its stats. The HQ, level 6. So, it had indeed completed its upgrade to level 6. He could already see the changes it had brought about. A couple of new structures had appeared in the base that hadn't been there before. Before exploring these new additions, he chose to check the old structures and contraptions first. He first examined several machine gun turrets mounted on the watchtowers that loomed over the perimeter walls. Each turret was now at level 6. Jake also noticed that each turret was now equipped with a 360-degree camera, enabling them to scan their surroundings in all directions simultaneously. Jake examined the rest of the old structures and compartments, noticing that some were in the process of being upgraded to the next level, while others remained at their previous level. The structures being upgraded were deactivated and not producing goods. He was fairly certain that upgrading any structure or contraption required resources and likely quite a lot of thema, so it wasn't surprising that not all structures were currently being upgraded. Each of the machine gun turrets had already been upgraded to level 6, though, which was currently the maximum level for the base's structures. It made sense that the bandits prioritized upgrading the turrets first, as the defense of the base was undoubtedly a top priority. He then focused on one of the two new structures that had appeared after the HQ's upgrade to level 6. This unusual structure had a spheroid shape and bore a resemblance to the smelter. He summoned its description with the thought: Mana Constructor, Level 1, Progress 67%. Jake's curiosity was piqued. What exactly was that machine? He noticed it was currently operational, trembling and humming softly while bluish wisps of smoke curled up from various small gaps and openings. Progress 73%. The progress bar was moving rapidly, indicating that whatever it was in the process of creating would be finished very soon. Jake averted his gaze from the Mana Constructor to examine the second new structure. It wasn't exactly a structure. Instead, it was a metal pedestal upon which stood what appeared to be a mesh or exoskeleton. The inside of its body was currently empty, standing open to reveal an interior filled with leather padding. Curious, Jake checked the description of the suit. Power suit, Level 3. It seemed that after building the power suit, it had immediately been upgraded to level 3. With the HQ at level 6, all the structures within the base could be upgraded to the same level. It was safe to assume the power suit was no exception. However, it wasn't in the process of being upgraded further. He couldn't help but wonder why that was the case. Maybe the bandits simply didn't have enough resources for an additional upgrade right now. He shifted his attention back to the Mana Constructor. Progress 89%. It was nearing completion of whatever it was doing, and Jake was eager to see what would be produced. Whatever it was, it would clearly have something to do with mana. That much was obvious. That's why he was eager to see the final product. After all, for him, mana was everything, serving as sustenance, fuel for his powers, and currency for acquiring new skills and abilities. Beside the Mana Constructor stood a worker, patiently waiting for the contraption to finish its task. Progress 94%. A few minutes later, the contraption completed its task. It stopped trembling and puffing out bluish smoke. The worker moved closer to the Mana Constructor and pressed some buttons on the control panel integrated into its frame. A panel slid open, and a platform extended, presenting a glowing mana crystal. The worker didn't take the crystal, though. Instead, he looked around and waved over the nearest bandit, who immediately strode to the Mana Constructor. The bandit nodded at the worker, said something, and picked up the mana crystal from the protruding platform. He stashed it into the bag that hung over his shoulder, then took out several mana shards and handed them to the worker. The worker promptly put the shards onto the platform, pushed it back inside, pressed some buttons, and the cycle began again. The Mana Constructor started to tremble and hum once again, emitting wisps of bluish smoke from various gaps and slits. As for the bandit, he made his way through the base and approached another worker. He took out the newly produced mana crystal and handed it to the worker, who then moved to an inactive contraption nearby and inserted the crystal into a slot. He pressed some buttons, and the machine began to tremble. When Jake summoned its description, he learned that it had just begun to undergo an upgrade to the next level. Recycler, Level 4, Upgrade in progress. Current status, 2% complete. Estimated time remaining, 5 hours 59 minutes 54 seconds. Jake quickly grasped the situation. Upgrading a base's structure to the next level required a mana crystal. Additionally, a mana crystal was required for the contraptions to function and produce goods. None of the base's structures or contraptions accepted lesser mana items. From his experience, he knew that mana crystals were the rarest type of mana items and were not easy to come by. Thus, by allowing lesser mana items to be turned into higher quality ones, the mana constructor played a pivotal role in the base's overall productivity and daily operations. For survivors, it was undoubtedly a very useful machine. Jake was currently aware of 5 different types of mana items: the mana bead, which contained 100 MP; the mana marble, with 250 MP; the mana shard, with 500 MP; the mana chunk, with 1000 MP; and the mana crystal, boasting 5000 MP. Mana beads, marbles, and shards were classified as common rarity, mana chunks as uncommon, and mana crystals as rare. Based on what he had just observed, Jake concluded that the mana constructor could transform several mana beads into a marble, several marbles into a shard, shards into a chunk, and finally, several chunks into a crystal. He didn't know if a mana crystal was the highest type of mana item. He suspected that there might be even more powerful mana consumables than crystals, but he hadn't encountered any yet. With a mana crystal classified as rare, it stood to reason that there should be mana items of higher rarity, such as legendary. He couldn't help but wonder if the mana constructor could combine several mana crystals into higher tier mana items, or if a mana crystal was the ultimate product this machine could produce. Perhaps, the mana constructor needed to be upgraded to a higher level before it could transform mana crystals into superior mana items. Suddenly, a commotion erupted inside the bandit base, prompting Jake to shift his focus from his thoughts back to the base to see what was happening. All the bandits abruptly stopped what they were doing and pulled out their PDAs to read something displayed on the screens. Their expressions changed as they visibly tensed up at what they read. A few seconds later, the HQ's door swung open, and Miller, the person in charge of this base, stepped out, accompanied by 3 of his companions. While the trio appeared visibly uneasy, Miller seemed excited for some reason. Jake couldn't help but wonder what was happening. He noticed that the guards on the walkways now stood still, their eyes darting across the streets outside the perimeter walls as their hands tightly gripped their weapons. However, the base wasn't under attack. There were no mutants or other survivors anywhere near. Still, the guards appeared anxious, as if waiting for something to happen, their gazes constantly probing the area beyond the walls. Miller exchanged a few words with his 3 companions, then broke away to approach the power suit. He turned his back to the open suit and backed up into it, carefully fitting his legs and arms into the suit's limbs before placing his head inside the open helmet. When he fully entered, the power suit sealed around him, encasing him entirely. Fully clad in the power suit, Miller jumped from the pedestal to the ground with a solid thud, causing nearby bandits and workers to wince at the noise and cast apprehensive glances in his direction. Miller took a few steps forward before coming to a halt, waiting for something to happen. "What's going on?" Jake wondered. Just a second later, he discovered the answer to his question. Rift gates ripped open not far from the gates of the bandit compound, and mutants immediately began to crawl out. As soon as Jake saw them, he realized they weren't ex-humans. Instead, they were altogether different creatures. Usually, he encountered mutants of some kind, either ex-humans wandering throughout the city or mutated animals lurking in the gloomy underground tunnels. He also recalled a time when he battled a magical creature known as a wood golem, which had the ability to create strange and grotesque minions from the very plants around it. But the creatures crawling out of the magical rifts opening all around the bandit base were something entirely different. So far, he had noticed 3 different types of creatures. He summoned their stats one by one. Spider, Void Spawn, level 175. This type of creature possessed a human-like upper body with 2 elongated arms that ended in sharp claws, accompanied by 6 crab-like segmented legs that tapered to a point. Its head was devoid of hair, featuring numerous black eyes and a large mouth filled with triangular teeth. The void spiders scuttled on their crab-like legs with surprising speed and agility. Upon reaching the compound's perimeter walls, they easily climbed them, sticking the tips of their pointer legs into the surface and moving up sideways. Fiend, void spawn, level 155. This type of creature moved on all fours and was the size and the general shape of a German shepherd. It was furless and had pale skin. It didn't have a tail, and its snout was X-shaped, consisting of 4 jaws that appeared disproportionately large compared to the overall size of its body. It soon became clear that the fiends were not only capable of running at remarkable speed but also of jumping incredibly high. They vaulted over the perimeter walls effortlessly, landing inside the base to unleash chaos and instill panic among both workers and bandits. Chaos quickly erupted within the base. Workers scurried in all directions, while bandits struggled to fend off the fiends, firing their weapons in a desperate attempt to repel them. Skyraptor, void spawn, level 160. This creature was a winged reptile equipped with long jaws brimming with sharp teeth and 2 legs ending in curved talons. As soon as they emerged from the magical portals, Skyraptors took to the air, soaring over the perimeter walls. They circled the compound beneath them, occasionally swooping down to pounce on humans, adding to the panic occurring within the compound. Jake clung to the building's wall, watching the fierce battle unfold before his eyes. It was clear that the inhabitants of the base weren't prepared to confront such powerful and high-level creatures. However, the situation wasn't as dire as it might seem at first glance. The void spiders had no trouble scaling the perimeter walls, but not many of them actually succeeded in reaching the top. The bandits on the walls fired their weapons down at the spider-like monsters. The guns they were armed with lacked the firepower to inflict serious damage on the attackers, but their continuous fire at least managed to slow the enemy's advance. Most of the damage dealt to the void spiders came from the machine gun turrets positioned atop the watchtowers. As it turned out, they were incredibly powerful. Their aim was nothing short of perfect, and the torrents of heavy caliber rounds they unleashed sent the attackers flying off the walls. Jake could see workers climbing to the watchtowers to reload the turrets that had run out of ammo. One by one, the spider-like creatures fell to the ground below, bleeding from numerous wounds and stumps of limbs severed by the piercing turret fire. Jake was sure those machine gun turrets protecting the base were the most powerful weapons he had encountered so far. On more than one occasion, he witnessed torrents of bullets literally tearing a void spider in half with startling ease. Only a handful of arachnids managed to reach the top and jump into the base, but they didn't get much farther after that. The machine gun turrets could rotate 360 degrees, locating enemies in any direction. Once a turret locked onto a target, it didn't divert its attention until the enemy was dead. The void spiders that managed to scale over the compound walls were swiftly taken down by the turrets before they could inflict any damage on the base or harm its occupants. However, the bandits did take casualties. More than once, Jake saw a void spider reach the top of a wall and swing its claws at a bandit who was unfortunate enough to be nearby, killing the hapless human instantly. While the machine gun turrets were powerful, they could do only so much as the sheer number of attackers made it impossible for the turrets to kill void spiders quickly, which resulted in some of the bandits on the walls being killed. Nevertheless, overall, the turrets did an excellent job of defending the base. Without their support, the situation would have been far more difficult for those inside. Within the base, the bandits fought against the fiends and skyraptors. Although these creatures were somewhat weaker than the void spiders and came in smaller numbers, they still managed to deal substantial damage to the defenders. One by one, the bandits were picked off. While they possessed higher levels than most of the regular survivors, it was evident that they weren't prepared for an assault by such high-level monsters. Jake couldn't help but wonder where those void spawn monsters had come from so suddenly. How come such high-level creatures targeted survivors who were much weaker than them? It didn't feel right. Such things shouldn't happen in a world governed by video game logic. Jake remained fixated on the scene before him as the battle raged on. The chaos within the base was intense and brutal. The fiends pounced on the bandits, knocking them to the ground and mercilessly tearing the unfortunate humans apart with their X-shaped jaws. The Sky Raptors occasionally pounced on the defenders, seizing them with their clawed legs so tightly that their talons broke through the victims' bodies. The winged creatures ascended rapidly into the sky, carrying their terrified victims with them, only to drop them back down. The unfortunate humans screamed at the top of their lungs as they plummeted down to the ground to meet their deaths. The monsters primarily targeted the bandits, but occasionally, they also went after the workers who tried to stay as far away from the battle as possible, hiding in various places. Both the workers and the bandits were in a state of panic. The only person who seemed completely unfazed by the chaos unfolding within the compound was the leader of the base, Miller. The power suit he was clad in made him nearly invincible. The monsters attempted to attack him, but aside from leaving some scratches and small dents in the power suit, they failed to inflict any significant damage. Equipped with an energy weapon on one wrist and a massive chainsaw on the other, the power suit transformed Miller into a one-man army. The plasma's gun unleashed devastating damage, inflicting severe burn marks on the monsters and dispatching them almost instantly. The fiends and Sky Raptors were no match for him, and he took them down one by one with remarkable ease. Without Miller and the turrets stationed atop the watchtowers, the bandit base would have been doomed. Jake was astonished when he summoned Miller's stats and discovered he was now at level 195. The last time he had checked, Miller had been at level 185. How had he managed to gain 10 levels so rapidly? Even Jake, at level 78, found it difficult to level up in the city. Wherever Miller had been gaining experience, it clearly wasn't in this city. Suddenly, an enormous rift gate ripped open not far from the entrance to the base. A few seconds later, a massive monster emerged from it. Standing at least 3 meters tall, it had a humanoid body with powerful legs and arms. Most of its form was covered by what appeared to be armor plates made of bone. Death Knight, Void Spawn, level 200, Elite. There was no doubt that this was the boss orchestrating the attack. Once the Death Knight stepped through the portal, all the other rift gates disappeared, preventing any additional monsters from arriving. The giant approached the gate, violently striking it with its enormous fists, creating deep dents in the surface. It was obvious that the gate wouldn't hold against the onslaught for much longer. Something glinting on the Death Knight's body caught Jake's attention. Upon closer inspection, he spotted a metal key dangling from a bony loop on the massive monster's hip. With a thought, he summoned its description, and 2 words immediately emerged in his mind: skeleton key. While the Death Knight relentlessly slammed its fists against the gate, Jake's eyes remained fixated on the skeleton key gleaming from the huge monster's hip. This was the key he needed to unlock the dungeon door hidden in the sewers. He had been wondering where he could find it for a while, and now he finally had the answer. However, there was a possibility that dungeons were designed for survivors, not mutants like him. As a mutant, he had never been fortunate enough to stumble upon such a key. He remembered thinking that perhaps survivors received skeleton keys as rewards for completing special missions. This attack on the bandit base could very well be one of those missions. If the bandits managed to defend their territory, they would earn the skeleton key as a reward. Jake remembered that the Maze of Torment, a dungeon located in the sewers, was intended for levels 15-20. He was well above the recommended level range, raising doubts about whether he would gain anything from exploring it. As a mutant, he had never come across a skeleton key and had never been offered one as a reward for completing quests or challenges. This made him wonder if dungeons were exclusively designed for humans. Maybe he wouldn't gain anything by entering at all. Still, he didn't know that for sure. He really wanted to gain access to the dungeon. If nothing else, it would let him know whether dungeons were designed only for survivors or if mutants like him could also benefit from them. He returned his gaze to the battle below. It was still in full swing, but now that no new rift gates were ripping open, no additional void spawn creatures were emerging. One by one, the monsters were being picked off, and while the bandits sustained casualties, it was clear that the defenders would win the battle. The machine gun turrets and Miller, clad in his power suit, had no trouble dealing with the monsters. Judging by the rate at which the void spawn creatures were being killed, all the regular monsters would be eliminated in just a few minutes. Jake had to act fast. The Death Knight was still pounding its large fists against the gate, and at that moment, no one was paying attention to the massive creature. The machine gun turrets continued to fire at the remaining void spiders that tried to scale the perimeter walls while Miller fought the fiends and the Sky Raptors inside the base. If Jake wanted to snatch the skeleton key, he had to do it now, before the Death Knight rammed its way into the base. The monster was currently alone, with no one watching, and standing in the same spot. This was the perfect moment to steal the skeleton key. Jake sprang into action. Rather than crawling down the wall, he unclung himself and plummeted several floors to the street below. Upon landing, he immediately broke into a run toward the gate, skillfully maneuvering through the void spiders that roamed the area. Even with his cloak active, a few of the monsters spotted him, their attention drawn by the visible air distortions created by his swift movements. One void spider even lunged at him with its claws, but he swiftly dodged the attack just in time. Suddenly, one of the machine gun turrets pivoted in his direction and unleashed a barrage of fire. A line of asphalt dust sprays erupted across the road as bullets whizzed through the air, cutting sharply into the pavement. Like angry hornets, each impact unleashed a small explosion of dark particles that billowed upward, momentarily hanging in the air before settling back down onto the scarred asphalt. The machine gun fire traveled across the road toward him and the void spider he was racing past at that moment. The torrent of heavy caliber rounds tore the monster in half. Jake couldn't tell whether the turret was targeting him or the monster. He was difficult to see with the naked eye, but those turrets could potentially have specialized scanners designed to detect hidden targets. Most of the rounds drilled into the monster's body, but some of them hit him as well. The power they punched him with surprised Jake a great deal. The adaptive armor skill he had recently unlocked protected him somewhat, instantly forming additional armor plates over the points of impact, causing some of the rounds to ricochet off his body in different directions. However, not all of the heavy caliber rounds had been deflected. Some of them managed to puncture holes in his hardened body, and pretty large holes at that. There was no doubt that the machine gun turrets guarding the bandit base were incredibly powerful. Jake could feel mana oozing from the deep wounds in his body. It was not good. Not good at all. He didn't have much mana left and couldn't afford to lose any more of that precious magical energy. To make matters worse, the turret continued to fire at him. With the void spider now dead, it was clear that the turret had locked onto him, which made it obvious that it could indeed see him through his cloak. Jake sprinted across the road, doing his best to dodge the torrents of bullets pouring down on him. Heavy caliber rounds ripped through the asphalt around him, leaving massive craters in the road. Now that Jake knew how powerful those turrets were and how much damage they could inflict on him, he realized he would need to postpone his attack on the bandit base for a while. Just by hitting him a few times, one turret had done a number on him. If multiple turrets fired at him simultaneously, he would be turned into Swiss cheese in no time flat. These turrets were not only extremely powerful but also had nearly perfect aim, the ability to detect even concealed targets, and a remarkably high fire rate. Therefore, before launching an attack on the base, he would definitely need to level up several more times. For the time being, however, he needed to concentrate on the task at hand. The turret that had been firing at him suddenly went silent, having run out of ammo. No longer having to dodge torrents of bullets, Jake was able to run in a straight line, accelerating once more. The wounds inflicted by the turret had already closed, stopping the mana from bleeding out. While this was a relief, he realized he didn't have much mana left. After snatching the skeleton key, he would need to retreat to safety immediately. He was definitely not in any state to fight at the moment. Jake finally reached the Death Knight, which was hammering away at the gates of the bandit base. The towering creature remained oblivious to Jake as he crept toward its hip, where the skeleton key hung. It was fastened to a bony loop jutting out from the Death Knight's body. Jake seized the key and yanked it, but to his dismay, nothing happened. The bony loop and the metal ring to which the key was attached were much sturdier than they appeared. He pulled harder this time, but even with his inhuman strength, he couldn't rip the key free. Gripping it tightly, he yanked with all his might, exerting every ounce of strength he had. Despite his efforts, The key remained stubbornly secured to the bony loop. Just then, the massive creature suddenly became aware of him. The Death Knight halted its assault on the gate and turned its head to look down at the spot where Jake stood. He was fairly certain the massive creature couldn't see him, but that didn't stop it from swinging its fist in his direction. The colossal blow struck him like a freight train, sending him hurtling backward. The skeleton key slipped from his grasp as he soared several meters back before crashing onto the road. He quickly sprang to his feet to see the Death Knight lose interest in the gates. The massive creature wheeled around, scanning the area in search of him. However, since Jake was invisible, the monster couldn't spot him. It was a relief. He was definitely in no shape to fight anyone, especially not such a formidable opponent as the Death Knight. At that moment, Cloak automatically deactivated to conserve what little mana he had left in his body. As soon as he became visible, the Death Knight immediately saw him, fixing its glaring eyes on him. The colossal monster let out a thunderous roar before charging toward him. Oh, crap, Jake thought. The colossal monster barreled toward him, its footsteps shaking the ground beneath Jake. He was in no shape to fight, so his only choice was to flee. Spinning around, he dashed across the street toward the building from which he had been watching the bandit base. He sprinted at his maximum speed. He wasn't going to scale the wall this time, though. There were currently no bandits on the perimeter walls of the base. They had either fallen in battle or descended to help their allies fight the mutants inside the base. So, although Jake's cloak was deactivated, the inhabitants of the base remained unaware of his presence. However, if he attempted to scale the building's wall, he risked being spotted by anyone inside when he rose high enough. He didn't want the base's inhabitants to realize he had been spying on them, lurking nearby. If he could remain undetected, he would have the element of surprise when he eventually decided to attack the base. Therefore, rather than scaling the wall, he chose to enter the building instead. Whether he would reach the building before the Death Knight caught up with him was anyone's guess. He didn't need to look back to know the massive creature was gaining on him. The sound of massive footsteps growing louder told him all he needed to know. Just as he braced for impact, expecting the Death Knight to strike or seize him, something unexpected occurred. The gigantic monster suddenly slowed down, roaring in fury as a series of heavy impacts reverberated through the air. Jake glanced over his shoulder to see what was happening. Jake watched as one of the turrets trained its fire on the Death Knight, unleashing heavy caliber bullets that struck the creature's sturdy armor. Most bullets ricocheted off the Death Knight's incredibly hardy exterior, but a few found their way into the joints between the armor plates, inflicting some damage. The Death Knight halted its chase and turned to face the turret. It continued to fire, but most of the heavy caliber rounds harmlessly bounced off the monster's incredibly powerful armor, dealing no visible damage to it. Still, the attack had captured the Death Knight's attention. Losing interest in Jake, the massive creature charged across the street back toward the bandit base. It must have realized it wouldn't be able to reach the turret, because instead of sprinting toward the watchtower, atop which the turret attacking it was mounted, the monster returned to the gate and resumed pounding its colossal fists against it. Meanwhile, Jake continued running toward the building. Once inside, he quickly located the staircase. Although the steps were missing, this posed no challenge for Jake. Even without his adhesive secretion skill, he could easily ascend the empty staircase by simply jumping and gripping onto various ledges. It wasn't long before Jake emerged onto the rooftop. He navigated carefully to the parapet and crouched down, peering over the edge while keeping the rest of his body concealed. The base was still under attack, but it was clear that the defenders were beginning to gain the upper hand against the monsters. The machine gun turrets were efficiently taking out the remaining void spiders, while the bandits inside the base fought off the last of the fiends. As for the Sky Raptors, all of them had been dealt with by that point. Suddenly, the gates crashed inward as the Death Knight finally managed to knock them down. The massive creature burst inside with a triumphant roar. It paused for a moment to survey the scene, then charged at the first bandit who had just opened fire on it. With a powerful swing of its colossal fist, the creature struck the hapless human, crushing him and shattering every bone in his body. Next, the Death Knight unleashed a brutal assault on the nearest contraption, rendering it inoperable with just a few heavy punches. It then turned its wrath on another device, ripping metal components from it as effortlessly as if it were tearing apart a cardboard box. The bandits were reluctant to fire on the towering monstrosity, having just seen how quickly and brutally the Death Knight had turned the first bandit who had dared to attack it into a pulp. None of the rest of them wanted to draw its attention to themselves. One of the bandits shouted something to Miller, gesturing at the Death Knight as it demolished contraption after contraption. Clad in a power suit, Miller was currently fighting one of the remaining fiends. He held the creature by its throat with one hand while using the chainsaw attached to the other to cut the monster in half, sending sprays of blood flying everywhere. The creature screamed in agony, helplessly thrashing about, but was unable to escape Miller's iron grip, reinforced by his power glove. Once the monster was dealt with, Miller tossed aside the remnants of its body and turned to face the Death Knight. He aimed his energy gun at the gigantic creature and opened fire. Energy bolts zipped through the air, striking the Death Knight in various parts of its body. However, aside from leaving scorch marks, they seemed to inflict little damage. As it turned out, despite being extremely powerful, Miller's energy gun was no match for the Death Knight's durable armor. He continued to unleash a barrage of fire against his opponent until his weapon ran dry. The Death Knight finally turned its attention to Miller. It appeared to appraise the human in the power suit and then emitted a thunderous roar that sounded almost joyful to Jake, as if the monster deemed Miller a worthy opponent. With a sudden charge, the Death Knight slammed into Miller, nearly knocking him off his feet. The monstrous creature delivered a devastating blow, leaving a dent in Miller's power suit. In response, the gang leader countered with a powerful punch aimed at the monster's head. The bandits visibly relaxed, grateful that the Death Knight's attention was on their leader rather than on them. However, their relief was short-lived. With the gates down, the remaining void spiders abandoned their efforts to scale the walls and began to pour into the base through the newly formed opening. Watching the battle unfold, Jake noticed that although the Death Knight was incredibly powerful, Miller appeared to be gaining the upper hand. Even though Jake had failed to steal the skeleton key, he still held on to the hope that he could still do so. However, he first needed to replenish his mana reserves to use Cloak again to remain undetected. Closing his eyes, he activated mana vision. As he scanned the area, he spotted a sizable light nearby, indicating either a chunk or perhaps a crystal. It was just a few rises away from his position and hovered at the same height, suggesting it was located on a rooftop. Turning to face the right direction, Jake opened his eyes. He wasn't sure exactly how he would steal the skeleton key without drawing attention from the base's inhabitants, but that wasn't his main concern at the moment. For now, his priority was to reach the mana consumable and quickly get back. If he acted fast enough, he might even be able to make it back before Miller finished dealing with the Death Knight. With that in mind, Jake sprinted across the roof and leapt to the next building. It didn't take Jake long to reach the building where the mana consumable was located. Upon landing on the rooftop, he quickly assessed the situation. A massive whipper stood at the center of the roof. After appraising it with a thought, he realized it was an elite whipper, not just a regular one. The enormous creature lashed out at him with its arm tentacle, but Jake easily dodged the blow, darting to the side. Almost immediately, the whip-like tentacle zipped through the air toward him again. While Jake had no intention of fighting the elite mutant to conserve the little mana he had left, he knew he needed to deprive the whipper of its main weapon. When the tentacle reached him, he lashed out with his sword, severing it in half. With a roar of frustration and anger, the whipper retracted the remnants of its arm tentacle. Not far from the monster, a dead body lay sprawled on the ground, the remains of a survivor who had clearly lost a battle against the elite whipper. He must have been engaged in a tower mission, tasked with clearing all the floors of mutants and eliminating the elite monster on the roof. Or perhaps he might just have stumbled upon the elite whipper by chance. Not that it really mattered to Jake. He was solely interested in the mana consumable he had come for, which should be stashed away in the dead survivor's rucksack, as there was no other spot on the roof for it to be. Without bothering to close his eyes and activate mana vision to confirm his theory, Jake darted around the whipper, giving the massive mutant a wide berth, and dropped to a knee beside the dead survivor, who lay face down. He ripped open the flap, and immediately a bluish glow burst forth from within, confirming the presence of a mana consumable inside. Jake reached into the rucksack and retrieved a fairly large mana item with a familiar shape. At first glance, he recognized it as a mana crystal, containing 5000 MP. Some time ago, Jake would have been thrilled to come across so much mana, but given his current level, it wasn't all that much anymore. A thunderous roar and the sound of heavy, rapid footfalls prompted him to look up. The elite monster came barreling toward him, moving with incredible speed for its size. Jake jumped to his feet, waited just a moment to let the whipper get a little closer, and then suddenly darted to the side. The mutant charged past him, trying to slow down but struggling to do so immediately due to the momentum it had gained. Jake pivoted in the direction he had come from and burst into a sprint. Once he reached the edge of the roof, he performed a mana-infused jump to the next building. Upon landing on the roof, he slowed down, then stopped completely and looked at the mana consumable in his hand. He gripped it tightly, clutching the crystal in his fist. The magical energy surged through the newly formed cracks in the crystal, heading toward his skin to be absorbed by his body. Once the crushed crystal was depleted and all the mana it contained had been consumed, he dropped the item. 5000 mana points wasn't much for his current level. He could easily use it up in just a few hours. However, he now had enough mana in his body to use cloak again, and if he took it easy, the amount of mana he now had within him would last him until nightfall, with some to spare. Jake returned to the building towering over the bandit base. Activating cloak, he approached the parapet and peered over the edge at the compound 10 stories below. He noticed that the battle was nearly finished. By that point, all the void spiders and fiends were dead. Only the Death Knight remained, but it was on its last breath. One of its arms was missing, clearly having been severed by Miller, and numerous wounds and gashes were visible on its body. The gang leader wasn't unscathed either. The power suit he wore bore many dents and ragged holes. Armor plates had been torn from the suit in several places. The energy gun was missing as well, but after a quick scan, Jake spotted it lying on the ground nearby. The Death Knight must have ripped it from where it had been mounted on one of the power suit's arms. Miller and the Death Knight kept fighting while the remaining bandits watched. The massive monster suddenly swung its colossal fist at Miller, who caught it with his right hand enhanced by the power suit's glove. Using the chainsaw attached to the wrist of his suit's left arm, Miller sliced through the Death Knight's arm, severing it cleanly in half. The now armorless monster roared in rage and frustration, a chilling sound that echoed through the compound. The Death Knight leaned in toward Miller, opening its jaws wide as if preparing to take a bite out of him. The base leader thrust his chainsaw into the monster's open mouth and held it there firmly. The Death Knight's body thrashed wildly for a moment, the mechanical whirring of the chainsaw blending with its anguished roar. Then, with a final, convulsive shudder, the creature suddenly collapsed to the ground, dead. After that, everything fell silent for a moment. Then, as if on cue, the bandits surrounding their leader erupted in victorious shouts, cheering for their brave commander. Miller pumped his right fist in the air, clearly savoring the victory and relishing the attention from his grateful subordinates. The power suit then opened, and Miller stepped out. He walked toward the fallen Death Knight, crouched down, and snatched the skeleton key from where it was attached to the creature's hip. Now that the monster was dead, the bony loops secured around the key had become fragile. As Miller pulled on the key, the loop shattered effortlessly, grumbling into thousands of tiny fragments that scattered across the ground. Miller stood up, examining the skeleton key he held in his hand. The excitement on his face was unmistakable, raising a flurry of questions in Jake's mind. Where was Miller planning to use the key? Did he know about the maze of torment located in the sewers? That particular dungeon was designed for levels 15-20, while Miller's own level was a staggering 195. Or perhaps Miller had information on other dungeons suited for higher levels. However, there was no time to search for answers. Jake needed that key. He had failed to snatch it on his first attempt, but he was willing to try again. The trick was to stay undetected by the base's occupants. He wasn't sure how he would accomplish that, so he was going to have to come up with a plan on the fly. With that in mind, He stepped over the edge of the roof and dropped to the street below. Jake sprouted claws from the fingers of his right hand and made contact with the wall along which he was falling. The tips of his talons scraped against the surface, slowing his descent. The weathered wall bore the marks of his fall, with small fragments of concrete flying in every direction like tiny shrapnel. The rough surface of the ground met his feet with a soft thud. The impact was light, and he quickly transitioned into a low crouch, scanning his surroundings. There were no signs of movement anywhere nearby. All the bandits were inside the compound, and Jake could still hear the distant sounds of the gang's celebration echoing from the base. Jake knew time was of the essence, and he had to act quickly so as not to lose sight of the skeleton key. At the same time, he needed to move quietly to avoid detection, making sure the base's inhabitants did not catch wind of his presence or intentions. He made his way toward the bandit base, crossing the street overgrown with vegetation that sprouted through the cracks in the asphalt. He moved so carefully and stealthily that hardly any clumps of tall grass were disturbed as he passed through. While he made sure he remained as stealthy as possible, he moved at a pretty swift pace. As he neared the perimeter walls of the compound, Jake thought that the Death Knight had made his infiltration into the bandit base much simpler. Instead of using gravity leap to vault over the walls or adhesive secretion to scale them, he could simply slip through the gates that the Death Knight had broken down, creating a gaping opening. With his cloak raised and his movements quiet and stealthy, he was nearly impossible to detect. As it turned out, he was only partially correct. While his approach would have gone unnoticed by the human eye, the technologically advanced turrets on the watchtowers were able to sense him. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted one of the machine gun turrets suddenly pivot in his direction, its barrel seemingly aimed directly at him. He instantly froze, watching the turret intently and prepared to bolt away the moment it opened fire. However, the turret remained silent for the moment. He noticed a small orange light glowing on its front. Jake realized what it meant. Although he was completely invisible, the turret's 360-degree scanner must be extremely sensitive, allowing it to detect the slightest air distortions caused by his movements. However, the turret wasn't yet convinced it have identified an enemy. It seemed to be assessing whether he was a threat or something harmless. He hoped it would lose interest in him if he stayed perfectly still. For several tense seconds, the machine gun turret kept its barrel aimed at him, the alert light still glowing orange. Then, it switched to green, and the turret pivoted its barrel away from him, returning to its standard position to survey the outside area. Jake watched the turret for just a moment longer. Getting past those turrets turned out to be much more difficult than he had initially thought. He now realized that the scanners on those turrets were extremely sensitive, capable of detecting him even with his cloak activated. But what if he moved very slowly? Could he avoid alerting the turrets if he slowed down even more? Jake decided it was worth a try. He continued to advance toward the base, moving much slower than before, stealthily approaching the opening where the gates had once been. This time, he made sure not only to avoid creating noise and disturbing the tall grass he moved through but also to prevent any disruptions in the surrounding air. Moving so slowly was frustrating, but there was nothing he could do about it. Remaining undetected was his priority. It worked. None of the machine gun turrets managed to spot him this time. He moved so slowly that his cloak instantly adjusted to his movements, keeping him completely concealed. No disturbances in the air were created by his cautious pace, and the alert lights on all the turrets remained green. Finally, he slipped through the opening into the bandit base. He took a moment to survey the area before heading toward the center of the compound, where Miller and several other bandits were engaged in a discussion. They were far away, but his enhanced hearing allowed him to easily catch every word they uttered. Stealthily advancing across the base, he focused on their conversation, inching closer to them. "By the time I return, you gotta have it done," Miller said, sweeping his arm around the base. The three bandits standing before the gang leader were clearly his closest subordinate. Issa glanced at the shattered contraptions and structures that had been destroyed by the Death Knight. "What if we find that we don't have enough resources to repair everything?" one of the bandits questioned. "The fuck you say?" the gang leader snarled, stepping closer to the speaker. who instantly began to tremble in fear. "I warned you about the attack a long time ago. I told you to stock up on resources so we could quickly repair anything that might be damaged. If we don't have enough resources to fix everything today, I'll be so fucking angry with you." The three bandits remained silent in front of him, eyes cast downward. As Jake crept closer, a thought struck him. He could launch an attack on the base right then. Miller was at level 195, but that didn't hold much weight on its own. While Jake was no longer human, he still remembered how the system worked for regular survivors. He was sure that Miller had allocated plenty of skill points into his constitution, making his body much more resistant to damage than that of an ordinary person from before the collapse. Still, Miller was merely human, and Jake was pretty confident he wouldn't have much trouble tearing him apart with claws or beating him into a pulp with smash fists. However, the weapons Miller wielded must have been extremely powerful, as was his power suit. He wasn't wearing the suit at that moment, and Jake was sure that a sudden attack could allow him to disarm Miller without any trouble. Many other bandits had survived the attack, but unlike Miller, their levels were significantly lower. Jake was confident he wouldn't have much difficulty dealing with them after taking care of Miller. What held him back from initiating the attack, however, was the machine gun turrets guarding the base. He had recently learned that they were extremely dangerous. If he launched an attack, he would need to move quickly. It would cause visible distortions in the air, which would be easily detected by the turrets. They were powerful, and if they opened fire on him simultaneously, he wouldn't stand a chance. Therefore, before launching an assault on the base, he needed to come up with a plan to neutralize those turrets first. Another significant factor was the lack of mana in his body. At the moment, he didn't have sufficient mana to engage in a tough fight. "Don't worry, boss," one of the three bandits said, finally breaking the silence. "We'll have everything fixed by the time you get back." "I'm not worried, you dumbass," Miller shot back. "It's you who should be worried if you fail to fix everything." "We'll get it done, boss," another chimed in, exchanging glances with his two companions. "Good. What about the key?" one of them asked nervously. "The whole point of doing this mission was to secure skeleton key, right, boss?" Miller glanced at the key he was still holding in one hand. He looked at it with an expression as if he had completely forgotten about it by that point. Suddenly, he tossed it to one of his men, who managed to snatch it out of the air, albeit clumsily and almost letting it drop to the ground. "We don't need it right now," Miller said. "So keep a close watch on it, will you? Or better yet, put it in the safe. Make sure no one touches it. If it goes missing, I'll make you regret it. Got it?" "I'll keep it safe," the bandit replied, clutching the skeleton key tightly in his fist. "Good. That's what I want to hear." Miller then wheeled around and started across the base, striding toward the parking area. He motioned for a couple of bandits to follow him, and they immediately joined him without asking where they were going or what they were needed for. The three of them got into a pickup truck, and the large vehicle drove toward the exit. It slowed down as it rumbled over the debris of the gates strewn across the ground. A few seconds later, the pickup truck pulled out of the compound and disappeared from sight. The bandit clutching the skeleton key and his two companions watched the pickup truck as it drove away. After a brief moment, the trio turned and made their way toward the HQ. Gliding silently, Jake trailed behind like a shadow, eluding the attention of both the bandits and the turrets stationed around the base. None of the three bandits he was following were aware of the latent danger lurking just a few feet away. As the trio of bandits approached the HQ, Jake cast a quick glance at the rectangular two-story building. He immediately spotted several surveillance cameras mounted on its walls, each angled in a different direction. One camera was specifically aimed directly at the entrance to the HQ. Miller's three closest subordinates, whose names were Dominic, Min, and Patrick, had already reached the entrance. Dominic, who was in the lead, opened the door and disappeared into the building. Unfortunately, Jake couldn't afford to move any faster for fear of being detected by the machine gun turrets. Before he could catch up with the bandits, Dominic's two companions quickly followed him inside, closing the door behind them. Jake slowed down. He had a feeling that the surveillance cameras might be just as adept at detecting hidden threats as the turrets. Each camera sported a glowing alert light, and he noticed he was in the line of sight of some of them. Their green lights suggested that his careful movements were keeping him under the radar. He could have tested the camera's sensitivity with a quick movement, but he opted to play it safe, not willing to waste any time. He stopped not far from the entrance. The door was closed, but it was probably not locked. However, he couldn't risk opening it and going inside. So far, he had managed to remain undetected because he was moving slowly enough not to cause any distortions in the air. However, the camera aimed at the entrance would surely spot and record the door swinging open by itself, raising questions for anyone monitoring the camera feed. Jake cast a quick glance at the building once more. It had windows, but all were firmly closed. Gaining entry without exposing himself or arousing any suspicion from the bandits was turning out to be more difficult than he had expected. Suddenly, his sharp sense of smell detected something, a whiff of cigarette smoke. It drifted down from above. Jake looked up at the edge of the roof, and though he didn't see anyone, he was convinced there was a smoker up there. Quietly, he approached the building and pressed his fingertips against the wall. Adhesive secretion immediately kicked in, letting him stick firmly to the surface, and he began to climb. Since he had to move slowly to avoid attracting the camera's attention, it took him longer to reach the roof than it normally would have. Once he climbed over the parapet and stood on the rooftop, he surveyed the area. Not far from him, a guard stood with a cigarette hanging loosely from his lips, a wisp of smoke curling upward from the glowing tip. For a second, Jake wondered where the guard had gotten the cigarettes. Had he simply found them while scavenging, or perhaps the bandits cultivated their own tobacco and dried the leaves? The latter seemed more plausible, as the cigarette dangling from the guard's lips appeared quite makeshift, almost half-finished, and without a filter. Behind the smoker, Jake spotted a door. The guard who had come up to the roof hadn't bothered to close it, leaving it wide open and creating an inviting path. Although the guard was facing Jake, the calm look on his face suggested he was blissfully unaware of his presence. Jake stealthily maneuvered around the guard, making sure he moved slowly and cautiously to avoid causing any visible distortions in the air. He reached behind the guard's back and slipped through the open door, finding himself on a staircase. After descending 2 flights, he arrived at another opening that led into a corridor. Jake glanced both ways, noticing doors lining either side of the corridor. At both ends of the corridor, a couple of surveillance cameras monitored the area. However, their alert lights remained green, indicating they hadn't detected him. One of the doors immediately caught his attention. It looked different from the rest. Unlike the others, it was an automatic sliding door equipped with a touch panel mounted on the wall beside it. Next to the door stood another guard who appeared bored. His gaze was directed at the entrance Jake had just come from, but, like the guard on the roof, he failed to notice him. Moving slowly, he crawled up the wall and then onto the ceiling. After securing himself in place, he navigated along the ceiling toward the guard and the door he was watching. He was intrigued by what lay beyond the door, but entering without drawing the guard's attention wasn't feasible. Taking the guard out was also off the table. He settled into a position just above the door and the guard, going completely still as he waited. He could hear the quiet voices of several people coming from the side of the corridor he had just emerged from. Jake turned his head slightly to look in that direction and focused his gaze on the opening leading to the staircase. He could tell that the voices were coming from there, growing louder and accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. He recognized the voices. They belonged to Miller's closest subordinates, Dominic, Min, and Patrick. The 3 were ascending the stairs to the 2nd floor, having apparently spent some time on the 1st floor instead of heading upstairs right away. Jake had to move slowly to avoid detection by both humans and machines, which was why it had taken him some time to reach the 2nd floor. Had the 3 of them gone directly to the 2nd floor after entering, they would undoubtedly have arrived before him. Jake waited, firmly clinging to the ceiling. Unlike him, it took the guard below a little longer to detect the voices coming from the staircase. As soon as he heard them and realized the approaching people were the 3 sub-bosses, He immediately straightened his posture and quickly wiped the bored expression off his face. Finally, the three of them emerged from the staircase and turned toward the guarded door. The guard greeted them and stepped aside to let them pass. The trio didn't even glance at the guard, ignoring him completely. Dominic, who was in the lead, entered the code into the touchpad, causing the door to slide open. The trio strode into the room beyond. Seizing the opportunity, Jake crawled down and slipped into the room over the upper edge of the door frame. Even though the three bandits were already inside, the door remained open, likely sensing Jake's presence. None of the bandits noticed that the door stayed open longer than it should have. Once Jake was through, it slid shut behind him. He found himself in a cramped room with three of the base leader's top subordinates. Crawling up to the ceiling, he went still, eager to learn what the trio was up to. Jake clung motionlessly to the ceiling, his gaze fixed downward as he took in the scene. It was a small security control room. One wall housed a bank of monitors, some displayed feeds from various security cameras, while others displayed footage from machine gun turrets. This made Jake realize that even those turrets recorded everything they captured with their 360-degree scanners. The remaining monitors showcased a range of data concerning the base's structures and devices, detailing their condition, operational status, production levels, remaining energy, etc. One monitor in particular caught Jake's attention. It showed several contraptions with extremely low health bars. It was clear that those were the devices that had recently been severely damaged by the Death Knight. The Asian man named Min stepped toward the monitor and typed a few commands into the adjacent keyboard. Information flickered onto the screen, prompting him to lean in for a closer look. When he finally straightened, a noticeable sense of relief washed over his features. He glanced over his shoulder at the two companions behind him and said, "Looks like everything's fine. We've got plenty of resources on hand to repair all the damage." Dominic and Patrick visibly relaxed at the good news. It was obvious that none of the three were eager to face the fury of their leader, Miller, firsthand if they failed to make all the necessary repairs that day. Min kept typing commands into the computer while Dominic and Patrick stood behind him. Jake remained completely motionless, securely anchored to the ceiling above the three bandits, studying them. Dominic was the one who Miller had given the skeleton key to. Before the trio entered HQ, Dominic had the key clutched in his fist. Now, Jake could see that Dominic's hands were empty. Had he slipped the skeleton key into his pocket, or perhaps he had stashed it somewhere on the first floor? Jake contemplated dropping to the floor and using Mind Reader on Dominic to access his recent memories and discover the location of the skeleton key. However, that would expose him, which he wanted to avoid at this moment. He had another idea brewing anyway. While watching the three bandits below, he continued to think it through, piecing together a plan of action in his mind. While Min continued to work on the computer, Dominic and Patrick engaged in a heated discussion behind him. "I can't believe how many people we lost and how many resources we'll burn fixing all the damage here just so Miller could get a skeleton key as a reward for this stupid defense mission," Patrick vented. "We don't even have any use for the key, damn it." "Boss said we'll be able to use it later, remember?" Dominic replied. "Still, it sucks," Patrick grumbled. "There wasn't any rush to get the skeleton key right away. He could have waited until we were stronger before initiating this mission." "He assured us we were ready for this mission," Dominic argued, standing up for their leader. "And look, he was right. We pulled it off successfully." "We only succeeded because of him," Patrick pointed out. "He's at a much higher level than any of us, and he's crafted that power suit for himself. If it weren't for him and his power suit, the Death Knight would have wiped us out and wrecked the whole base. We should build power suits for all of us. It's not fair that only he gets to wear one. Creating a power suit takes a ton of resources, you know that, right?" Dominic replied. "We can't even afford to make another one for the time being." "Yeah, I get that," Patrick replied, clearly frustrated. "But it's still annoying." He then changed the topic. "I can't help but wonder where Los Demonios came from. Anyway, we are Los Demonios, dude," Dominic pointed out, emphasizing "are" in his tone. "I meant the people who formed the gang in the first place," Patrick explained. "We were recruited here, in this city. But Los Demonios didn't start here. They came from somewhere outside instead. You're right, Min replied without looking back, still working on the computer. From what other guys have told me, the original members of Los Demonios came from another city. Dominic raised an eyebrow. How's that possible? You see, the system didn't revive everyone from stasis all at once, Min clarified. There are other cities like this one, and in some of those, people were brought back long before us. Why is that? Patrick asked. How come the system didn't wake everyone up at the same time? I have no clue. I don't know why the system operates the way it does. Nobody does. So the people who originally created Los Demonios were revived in another city long before us, huh? Dominic remarked. That makes sense. It explains why Miller and the other gang leaders are so much higher leveled than we are. Yep. Why did they decide to come to our city, though? Dominic asked. Something went down in their own city, Min replied. What happened? Patrick asked. Not sure. But things must have gone really downhill over there. Most of the survivors died. Los Demonios managed to survive and flee their city. At least some of them. They set up a new base somewhere, then went searching for other cities and eventually stumbled upon ours. And as you know, since then, they've been taking control of our city, claiming it as their territory. Their gang's extremely powerful and definitely not something to mess with. He turned to look at his companions, smirking. Only fools would try to challenge them. Smart people like us choose to join them. Those who refuse to be recruited by them. Well, I think you both know what happens to them. You sure know a lot about Los Demonios, Dominic remarked, a hint of jealousy creeping into his voice. Yeah, Min replied, his gaze still fixed on the monitor before him. As I mentioned, I talked to guys from different bases at one time. I picked up some information from them. What about the skeleton key? Patrick asked. Do you know when we can use it? And where? Yeah, there's going to be an upgrade in our city soon. That's when we'll get to use the key. What do you mean? Dominic asked, intrigued. What upgrade? The system is going to upgrade our city, Min said. This means that all the mutants will become much more powerful, and new types of dangerous creatures will appear. Oh geez, Patrick thought. And here I thought we had finally learned how to survive in this mutant-infested world. Yeah, Min replied. Soon, it will become much more dangerous in the city. We'll feel the same way we did when we first awoke in this altered world, where danger awaited around every corner. Oh, I see, Dominic responded. That's why the leaders have been providing us with scrolls to help us level up more quickly. That's correct. They want us to be prepared and strong enough to face the new threats. If we're not strong enough by the time the city upgrades, the beefed-up mutants will tear us apart. And by the way, I personally think that's exactly what happened in the city the original members of Los Demonios came from. Survivors likely weren't ready when their city's mutants were upgraded to much more powerful versions of themselves. That must be why Los Demonios has been putting so much effort into building bases in our city, recruiting people, and gathering resources. We're gearing up to confront whatever is going to come at us after the city undergoes an upgrade. Silence settled in for a moment, as Dominic and Patrick grimly mulled over what they had just heard from Min. That's why we're not going to the dungeon, even though we've already gotten the skeleton key for it, huh? Dominic asked, shattering the silence. Exactly. Once the city gets an upgrade, the dungeon's level will rise as well, and the rewards for completing it will be significantly better. When exactly will the city's upgrade take place? Patrick inquired. Only the system knows. But it should happen very soon. At least, that's what I gathered from overhearing Miller talk with the leaders of some other bases when they visited us the other day. You listen in on our leaders' conversations? Dominic asked, his voice laced with disapproval. They wouldn't be pleased if they found out someone was spying on them. I wasn't spying on them, Min said hesitantly. Then what were you doing, huh? Dominic retorted, his tone critical. Min fell silent, uncertain about how to answer. Before he could gather his thoughts, Patrick interjected, do you know where the dungeon is? Only Miller has that information, Min replied, and possibly a few of the other leaders as well. Both Dominic and Patrick looked like they were going to ask something else, but before either of them could say anything, Min said, all right, I'm done here. All the structures are set to be repaired. Let's get out of here. It's so cramped it makes me feel claustrophobic." Without waiting for a response, he headed for the exit. He pressed a button on the touchpad, and the door slid open. He stepped out of the room, with his two companions following closely behind. After they left, the door slid shut. Jake remained where he was, clinging to the ceiling. He could have followed them out of the room, but he had something else in mind. For a moment, he stayed motionless, reflecting on what he had just learned. Listening in on the three sub-bosses had provided him with some useful information. So he now knew the system was going to upgrade the city soon, making all mutants more powerful and introducing some new mutant types. It was good news. It meant he would be able to earn more XP and level up faster. The fact that the city the original Los Demonios had come from had been overrun by mutants after the system's upgrade was a bit disconcerting, though. However, since he was much more powerful than humans, he probably didn't have much reason to worry. The Maze of Torment was set to become much more difficult after the system upgraded the city. However, he wasn't sure yet whether the dungeon would even allow him to enter. For all he knew, dungeons were designed specifically for human survivors, not mutants like him. The fact that survivors needed to complete a special mission to receive a skeleton key added weight to that theory. Still, he was determined to try to enter the dungeon after the city was upgraded. He also learned that regular members of the gang weren't aware of where the main base of Los Demonios was located. Only the original members knew that. So, all he needed to do to discover the main base's location was to use Mind Reader on one of the original members. And identifying them was very simple. Like Miller, some of them should be in charge of various smaller bases, and they also had to be high-leveled. However, locating their main base was a task for another time. For now, he needed to focus on obtaining the skeleton key. Now that he was alone in the security control room, it was time to set his plan in motion. Jake detached from the ceiling and dropped to the floor, twisting in midair and landing so softly that he made no sound at all. He approached the bank of monitors and studied them closely. On one of the screens, he saw the three sub-bosses leaving the HQ. He turned his attention to the monitors displaying various data. He touched the controls and browsed through the information for a few moments. He realized that the entire database regarding the base was accessible via the control panel in the security room. Using the touch screen, he quickly scanned the information displayed on one of the screens. The computers kept track of everything happening in the base, the total number of people inside, how many were guards, or more accurately, bandits, and how many were workers or captives forced to labor for the gang. It logged the number of various devices, detailing which ones were operational and producing goods. Progress bars displayed on the screen indicated the current output of each device generating specific items. Additionally, the data outlined the types of resources stored in units, including the quantity of each type currently available. Essentially, everything occurring and stored in the base was meticulously listed in the database, which was updated in real time. Jake had access not only to the live feeds from the security cameras and machine gun turrets but also to previously recorded footage from each device. Out of curiosity, he searched for the feed from the machine gun turret that had spotted him when he approached the base earlier. On the screen, even though the barrel of the turret wasn't pointed in his direction, the 360-degree camera it was equipped with detected his presence without much difficulty. There wasn't much to see, just a faint distortion in the air that a human being might not even notice here, but the turret picked it up anyway. The barrel swiveled to aim at the location of the distortion before halting. Jake was aware that he had remained completely still at that moment, so while he gazed at the screen, he couldn't see his entirely invisible form. Nonetheless, the turret continued to keep its barrel trained on the same spot. In one corner of the monitor, an orange light illuminated, mirroring the signal light on the turret itself. Beside the orange light, the word "attention" flashed, telling anyone watching the feed that something had triggered the turret's alert. However, since Jake on the screen didn't move a muscle, the turret eventually determined it was a false alarm and switched the light from orange to green as it swiveled its barrel away from him. It appeared that nobody was actually monitoring the screens at that moment, likely because all the bandits were occupied outside. with the attack on the base in full swing. Jake was certain that even if someone had been monitoring the turret's feed, the slight distortion in the air wouldn't have raised any concern, especially since the turret had chosen to disregard it and never picked it up again. Jake decided he had had enough fun toying with the control panel. It was time to get down to business. He located the feed from the camera positioned at the entrance and switched from the live feed to the previously recorded footage, fast-forwarding to the moment when the trio of sub-bosses Dominic, Min, and Patrick entered the HQ. On the screen, Dominic still held the skeleton key in his hand. After entering the building, the trio made their way further inside. Jake watched them as they continued deeper, cycling through recorded footage from different surveillance cameras. Eventually, he spotted them opening a door situated farthest from the entrance of the building. Jake quickly located the feed from another camera positioned inside the room. He switched from live feed to recorded footage and fast-forwarded back to the moment the trio stepped through the door. The room served as a lounge area for the base's leaders to rest. It was furnished with several sofas and armchairs, but the trio wasn't there to relax. They made their way to the wall at the far end of the room. Min and Patrick stood still as Dominic approached the wall. He reached out with one hand, feeling the surface as if he were searching for a concealed button. A moment later, he discovered the hidden button and pressed it. A section of the wall at head height slid open, revealing a small safe. Dominic entered a code on the touch screen located on the front of the safe. Min and Patrick stood nearby, watching him, and Dominic made no attempt to hide the code he was inputting, making it clear that all three of them were aware of it. This was a positive turn of events, as it would undoubtedly play into Jake's hands when he set the plan he had come up with in motion. After entering the code on the touchpad, Dominic swung the safe door open and placed the skeleton key inside. He then shut the safe door and slid the panel back into place, completely concealing the safe from view. However, now that Jake knew where to look, he was confident he could locate and access the safe without any issues. Once the skeleton key was secured, the trio immediately left the room. Jake quickly switched to old recorded footage from other cameras and discovered that the trio had made their way upstairs, clearly headed for the security control room. There was no point in watching their progress any further, so he decided to stop the playback. He now knew where the skeleton key was hidden. He didn't know the code, as the camera in the lounge area was pointed directly at the wall where the safe was concealed, blocking Jake's view when Dominic input the code. But that was fine. Jake was confident he wouldn't have much trouble breaking into the safe. If push came to shove, he could always find one of the three sub-bosses and use Mind Reader on him to learn the code. Still, Jake was certain he wouldn't need to resort to that, as he was pretty much sure his abilities would allow him to break the safe open with little difficulty. He then pulled his attention from his thoughts and back to the array of monitors in front of him. Now that he knew the location of the skeleton key, he was ready to move on to the second phase of his plan. The first thing Jake needed to do was deactivate all the surveillance cameras inside the Bandit HQ. He was going to snatch the skeleton key from the safe and didn't want the surveillance cameras recording the concealed safe door opening by itself. Once they realized the skeleton key was missing, they would surely hurry to check the recorded footage. Since Jake was keeping cloak up, all they would see was the concealed safe being opened and the skeleton key floating out, which would raise some questions in their minds. He had to avoid that, so he needed to turn off all the surveillance cameras. Additionally, he wanted to erase all previous recordings from every camera and turret to sow confusion. He didn't want to give them any indication that he was the one who had infiltrated their facility. Los Demonios were already aware of his ability to turn invisible. To keep suspicion away from himself, he had to ensure it looked like one of their own had snatched the skeleton key. Apart from the base leader, only Miller's three closest subordinates seemed to have access to the security control room and the safe. This meant that Dominic, Min, and Patrick would quickly become his primary suspects once the disappearance of the skeleton key was discovered. All three were terrified of Miller, and from what he had gathered by eavesdropping on their recent conversation, they definitely weren't friends. Each of them had their own agenda. Dominic might be Miller's favorite. It was hard to tell for sure, but he was the one who Miller had given the skeleton key to. It was possible that Miller chose him at random, but Jake doubted it. Unlike the other two, Dominic consistently defended their leader's decisions. He was a bootlicker trying to earn Miller's favor. In contrast to Dominic, Patrick was openly critical of their leader. He had voiced his concerns about how poorly Miller handled the attack on their base. Dominic would definitely remember this and would likely report it to Miller once the skeleton key's disappearance was uncovered. As for Min, he appeared to have been spying on Los Demonios' leaders, pursuing an agenda of his own that Dominic would most likely report to Miller as well. The three of them were very different, and once the disappearance of the skeleton key came to light, there would be no unity among them. Rather than supporting one another, they would likely turn on each other, exposing all kinds of dirt. Terrified of incurring Miller's wrath, each would desperately attempt to deflect suspicion away from himself, which would play right into Jake's hands. As he continued to browse through various options on the computer, he stumbled upon a few more fascinating details about the base's operations. He was already aware that repairs to damaged structures were initiated through the computer in the security control room, but he now learned that the construction of new structures and contraptions was also managed from that very room. To build a new structure, the user simply needed to pick one from the list. If all the necessary requirements were fulfilled and there were enough resources, the structure would be selected. The next step was to pick a location on the map of the compound where the user wanted the new structure to be placed. It was that easy, almost like playing a video game, but in reality. When he was a human survivor, Jake had never reached the stage where he could build his own base. He had never even learned how basic crafting worked in this game-like world through personal experience. This was why he was now so interested in seeing it in action. In fact, his curiosity was so intense that he briefly entertained the idea of attempting to build something himself. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. If a new structure suddenly popped up somewhere in the base, its occupants would immediately notice, and the three sub-bosses, who were currently outside the HQ, would realize someone was in the security control room. Staying undetected was Jake's top priority, so trying to build a new structure was out of the question, at least for the time being. While navigating through the data on the computer, he suddenly stumbled upon the list of all the bases belonging to Los Demonios. The list included the coordinates for each base. Jake checked them on the map, learning and memorizing the locations of all the bases. Beside each base, its status was displayed, and all were currently marked as under no threat. So it appeared that when a base came under attack, its status automatically updated across all security control rooms in every other base. Therefore, when this base was under siege by void monsters, the leaders of all the other bases were likely notified of the situation. This system made sure that when one base was under attack, the others were quickly informed, allowing them to quickly come to their allies' assistance if necessary. Anyway, Jake now knew the exact location of every other base in the city, except for the main base. Unlike the others, it was located somewhere outside the city. However, when Jake typed in the command to display its coordinates, the computer requested that he input a password. So this meant that while some general information could be accessed easily through the computer, more sensitive data or important commands necessitated entering a password for added security. Unfortunately, he didn't know the password, and his enhanced intelligence skill didn't currently allow him to hack electronic devices, at least, not yet. Still, he was undeterred. The original members of Los Demonios, such as Miller, knew the location of the main base. So when the right moment arrived, Jake would easily find it. He would just need to employ his mind reader ability on one of the original members of the gang. As Jake explored the available commands on the computer, he stumbled upon another intriguing option. He could actually modify the behavior of the machine gun turrets. Presently, they were programmed to attack only monsters that neared the base. However, he could adjust them to target specific targets. He was surprised to find that he could set the turrets to eliminate all members of a certain group within the base, such as guards or workers. Additionally, he had the option to disable the turrets altogether or configure them to refrain from attacking anything. Out of curiosity, he decided to try making the turrets passive for a moment, simply to see if he was allowed to do so. He reasoned that it wouldn't affect their appearance, so no one in the base would realize that there was a change in their behavior, since none of the turrets were currently firing. However, when he attempted to do so, a familiar prompt appeared, asking him to enter the password. So deactivating the turrets or altering their settings also required authentication. It made sense. Just like accessing sensitive information, modifying the turret's settings was classified as a significant command, necessitating a password for added security. The encrypted system was designed to prevent unauthorized users from tampering with the defense mechanisms, an essential feature, especially for a group like the Bandits, whose livelihood depended on maintaining their territory. However, even if Jake could command the turrets to kill all the bandits within the base, he probably wouldn't have gone through with it. After all, what would he have achieved by that? Sure, the workers would have their own base, but how long they could hold it was anyone's guess. As he had just learned, when one base was under attack, all the others were immediately informed about it. So if the workers took control of the base, it was only a matter of time before bandits from the other bases came rushing in. Jake doubted the workers would be able to defend their base against the combined forces of other bases for long. It would likely be just a matter of minutes before Los Demonios reclaimed it, wiping out all the rioters. The workers would have no chance without his assistance. Yet he was far from ready for a tough fight at the moment. Before launch a full-scale war against Los Demonios, he needed to evolve to the next stage and level up a bit more. Thus, his main priority at the moment was to obtain the skeleton key. Having learned everything there was to know about controlling the base via the computer, it was time to move on to the third and final phase of his plan. First, he checked the feed from each surveillance camera to locate every guard within the HQ. There were two on the second floor, one positioned just outside the door to the security control room and the other at the end of the corridor, where he could see the entire stretch. The latter was the smoker Jake had met on the roof some time ago. On the first floor, there were a few more guards. Jake committed the positions of all of them to memory. Next, he deleted all the recorded videos from each surveillance camera within the HQ. After that, he moved to deactivate all of them. For a moment, he feared that a prompt might pop up asking him for a password. If that happened, Jake would have needed to resort to destroying the hard drives entirely. However, it turned out that deleting the recorded data didn't require a password. Once he erased everything captured by the cameras, he proceeded to deactivate them. Now, nothing of the massacre that would take place in the HQ over the next several minutes would be recorded. Jake had to act quickly now. He wasn't sure whether the camera's current offline status was visibly apparent, so he needed to hurry in case it was. He had to finish what he started before any guards in the HQ realized the cameras were down. Moving quickly, he approached the door and jumped up, reaching the ceiling and clinging to it with adhesive secretion oozing from the tips of his fingers and toes. Since he didn't have much mana left in his body, he decided to deactivate Cloak, causing his body to become visible. There wasn't much reason to keep it active from this point on anyway, and he wanted to conserve as much mana as possible. In its active state, using abilities like bladed tentacles or tendrils caused Cloak to consume additional mana to keep up with his quick, chaotic movements and keep all of his additional appendages concealed. So to save what little mana he had left, it was wiser to keep the ability turned off for the time being. He then glanced at the touchpad built into the wall next to the door. He had memorized the code Dominic had entered when he and his two companions walked into the security control room. It was a simple 4-digit code. However, it turned out that exiting the security control room didn't require entering the code. To unlock and open the door, he simply needed to press a button on the touchpad. With a thought, he grew multiple long tendrils from his back. He reached down with one of them and used it to press the button on the touchpad. He immediately retracted the tendril as the door slid into the wall with a faint hiss. Jake went completely still, waiting for his first prey to show up. He didn't have to wait long. Ned fought to keep his eyes open. He stood next to the door to the security control room, leaning against the wall behind him. The HQ was very quiet, and nothing was happening. There was literally nothing to do except stand in the same spot and stare at the wall across the corridor. In his peripheral vision, he could see Klaus standing at one end of the corridor. However, As Ned had learned some time ago, that guy wasn't much of a talker. Just my luck, Ned thought with frustration. On the first floor, there were at least several guys instead of just two like on the second floor. And he was stuck with the one who hardly ever talked. Klaus never said anything if there was nothing to say. He usually responded only when asked a direct question, and his answers were very brief, often consisting of just a few words or, depending on the question, with a single word reply like yes or number. That's probably exactly why Miller chose him to stand guard on the second floor, Ned thought. Besides his three closest subordinates, Miller permitted only a handful of hand-picked soldiers into the HQ. Ned was among them. He, along with a few other people, was responsible for guarding the most important building of the base. Of these select few, Ned had been given the most crucial duty, to keep watch over the security control room and make sure that no one without access attempted to break in. Ned should probably have felt proud to be the person entrusted with such an important job by the leader of the gang. Only he didn't. The reason was simply this job was incredibly boring. Most of the time, all he had to do was fight to stay awake on his feet. Klaus, at least, had the advantage of sneaking up to the roof for a smoke every now and then. Apparently, the base leaders either didn't notice him doing so or simply didn't care. Unlike Klaus, Ned couldn't risk leaving his position. He knew his job was more important than Klaus's. If he left his post, even for a minute, and the leaders found out, he would definitely get in trouble. Sure, he could sneak up to the roof for a quick breath of fresh air, but with his luck, he was certain that the leaders would choose that very moment to show up at the HQ. Ned didn't even want to think about the punishment that awaited him if he were found absent from his post. Besides, he didn't know what to make of Klaus. Since he hardly ever spoke, it was hard to tell what was on his mind. What if Klaus ratted him out for leaving his post? Sure, Klaus went up to the roof for a smoke all the time, but Ned's job was definitely much more important than his. He shook his head to clear his head of all those annoying thoughts. This guard duty was driving him crazy. That was for damn sure. He would much rather hang out with the guys outside the HQ. At least they got to roam the base, enjoy fresh air, and occasionally bark at the workers simply to entertain themselves and keep boredom at bay. He snapped out of his thoughts when the door to the security control room suddenly slid open with a soft hiss. What the fuck? Ned thought, taken aback as he stared at the door in astonishment. His boredom vanished in an instant. He unglued himself from the wall and half-turned toward the open door. The three sub-bosses, Dominic, Min, and Patrick, had left the security control room just a few minutes earlier. There shouldn't have been anyone inside. Still, the door had just slid open for some reason. Had someone managed to slip into the room? But that was impossible. Nobody should have been able to get past him. He was bored out of his mind, but he wasn't actually asleep, was he? Ned continued to stare at the opening, fully expecting someone to step out of the security control room, but no one did. This made total sense, as there shouldn't be anyone inside. The door must have simply malfunctioned. It had never happened before on his watch, but there's always a first time for everything, right? Still, Ned knew he had to check to make sure there was nobody inside. In his peripheral vision, he could see Klaus watching him intently from one end of the corridor. Klaus had surely noticed the door sliding open as well. He was visibly tense, gripping his assault rifle tightly in his hands. Ned gave him a small nod and stepped toward the door. He stopped at the threshold. The security control room was quite small, so he immediately saw that it was empty. There was nowhere for someone to hide. Ned leaned back, craning his neck around the door frame to look at Klaus, who remained in the corridor. "There's nobody here," Ned called to him. The door must have acted up, that's all. True to himself, Klaus didn't say anything. He simply nodded and stepped back to the end of the corridor, relaxing once again. Ned stepped into the security control room and turned to look at the touchpad to see what might be wrong. He leaned in for a better look, but there didn't seem to be anything amiss. Just as he had told Klaus, the door must have simply malfunctioned. Shrugging to himself, he straightened up. He was about to step out of the security control room when he suddenly noticed some movement out of the corner of his eye. It looked like a tentacle undulating through the air from above. "What the?" Ned muttered, just before he felt something grab him and effortlessly lift him off the floor. He felt multiple long tentacles wrap around his arms and upper torso, keeping him firmly restrained as they lifted him closer to the ceiling of the room. When Ned looked up, he saw a hellish face with large bluish eyes and a wide mouth filled with jagged, pointed teeth. He had never encountered such a terrifying creature in this world or even in his darkest nightmares. The monster was completely black, except for its greenish-blue eyes, which matched the color of the magical energy found in various mana consumables. The creature hung upside down from the ceiling, gripping it with hands and feet that must have been sticky, allowing them to adhere to the surface. Numerous long tentacles protruded from the back of the creature, a nightmarish entity that had clearly crawled from the depths of hell. Several of its tentacles were coiled tightly around Ned's body. He squirmed and strained against his restraints but was unable to free himself. The creature lifted him even closer, widening its jaws as if preparing to take a bite out of him. Ned was now so near to the monster that all he could see was its nightmarish face, dominated by the unblinking, menacing eyes and huge triangular teeth. That was when Ned lost it. Panic overwhelmed him, and he opened his mouth to scream in sheer terror. However, he wasn't able to let out any sound, because the moment he opened his mouth, the monster shoved multiple tendrils deep into his oral cavity. He could even feel some of them slither down his throat, suffocating him. Completely overwhelmed by terror and half out of his mind by that point, Ned attempted to scream, but only a muffled moan escaped his stuffed mouth. At that moment, a strange thought flashed through his mind. If the monster wanted to silence his screams, why hadn't it simply wrapped its tentacles around his throat? The horrifying answer to his question came to him almost immediately. As it turned out, the monster needed his throat exposed for what it was going to do next. Ned watched as a particularly strong-looking tentacle emerged from the writhing mass of smaller tendrils, slithering through the air toward him. Its tip bore a menacing double-edged blade. Ned knew he was going to die, but there was nothing he could do to prevent it. The long tendrils constricted around his body even tighter, restricting his ability to move. Then the bladed tentacle with surgical precision slashed across his exposed throat, tearing it open and causing a torrent of blood to gush from the wound right into the monster's face. Ned continued to wriggle his body, trying to free himself, but his efforts were becoming weaker as life drained from him. Despite the grave injury he had just sustained, he knew he wouldn't die too quickly, as all the skill points he had invested in the Constitution attribute significantly strengthened his body. The creature carefully, almost gently, lowered him to the floor and then unwrapped its tendrils from his body. Even though he was no longer restrained, Ned didn't try to escape. He simply couldn't muster the strength. The blood he had lost left him weakened and barely able to move. The world before him was gradually plunging into darkness. He knew he had just a few seconds left. He wanted to do something to warn his comrades of the lethal threat lurking in the HQ. If only he could grab his gun and fire a single shot to alert them. However, his limbs wouldn't respond to his brain's signals. Merely holding on to life was draining every ounce of his strength. He saw the obsidian black monstrosity with multiple tendrils and bladed tentacles extending from its back drop from the ceiling. It twisted midair and landed gracefully on its feet, bending its knees to absorb the impact, causing no sound at all. Ned couldn't help but notice that while the monster was terrifying, it moved with the elegance of a dancer, albeit one from the depths of hell. The last thing Ned saw before his life finally left his body was the monster gliding out of the security control room, moving with an eerie silence and fluidity, like a ghost slipping through the shadows. After Ned told him there was nobody in the security control room and that the door must simply have malfunctioned, Klaus relaxed. Still, he remained vigilant, keeping his eyes locked on the door, anticipating Ned's return. A few seconds passed. Then a few more. Klaus began to realize something was off. What was taking Ned so long? It shouldn't have taken him so long to simply check the touchpad. None of them were even allowed to enter the security control room without a valid reason. If there was nobody inside, why the hell hadn't Ned come out yet? Something was definitely not right. His instincts told him to stay put, but at the same time, he knew he had to check what was going on. For a moment, he hesitated, unsure of what course of action to take. In the end, his sense of duty overpowered his instinct for caution. He began walking down the corridor toward the open door of the security control room. No sound came from inside, and it made him nervous. Something didn't add up. Had Klaus been more social, he might have called out to Ned to ask if everything was all right. But being the quiet type, he simply continued to walk silently down the corridor. He pricked up his ears for any sound, but all that he could hear was total silence. It felt as though Ned had simply vanished after entering the security control room. Then the thought of calling out to him finally occurred to Klaus. He opened his mouth, only to discover how dry his lips had become. This strange situation was really grating on his nerves. He licked his lips to moisten them and opened his mouth. Just as he was about to call out Ned's name, something burst from the security control room. At first, he couldn't even comprehend what he was seeing. The creature that had just dashed out of the room moved so quickly that, in the first moment of seeing it, all he could discern of its completely black form was a mass of numerous tentacles undulating through the air. In an instant, the monster pivoted toward him with astonishing speed, and Klaus suddenly realized the creature was humanoid, with 2 legs and 2 arms. However, that was where any resemblance to a human being ended. From the back of the monster protruded numerous long tentacles. Most of them were slender and delicate, but among them, he noticed a few that looked significantly stronger and much more menacing, with double-edged blades glinting at their tips. The creature's face was its most terrifying feature. It had 2 large, unblinking eyes, a solid blue with no irises or pupils. The monster's face was slightly elongated, resembling a snout, and its massive jaws gaped open, exposing rows of razor-sharp, jagged teeth. The monster's face was smeared with blood. Ned's blood, Klaus realized, as chilling fingers of terror tightened around his heart. The hellish monster charged down the corridor toward him. He couldn't help but wince at the sight of the nightmarish creature barreling toward him with incredible speed. What surprised him even more was that, despite its frightening speed, the creature moved with barely a sound as it closed in on him. All the weeks of surviving in this dangerous, mutant-infested world failed to prepare Klaus for this moment. The sight of the obsidian black monstrosity, with its emotionless blue eyes fixed on him and a writhing mass of tentacles trailing behind, sprinting toward him in near silence, sent pure terror coursing through him. He stumbled backward instinctively, but his fear ended him clumsier. One foot caught on the other, and he lost his balance. He flailed his arms to steady himself but failed. He felt himself falling backward, and a second later, he collapsed to the floor with a solid thud. Half a second later, the obsidian black monstrosity was on top of him. Klaus managed not to lose his assault rifle as he fell, gripping it tightly in his hands. However, before he could aim it at the looming monster, the hellish creature pounced down on him. It leaned in closer, and Klaus's heart raced as he caught sight of its gaping jaws, poised to tear into him. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, Klaus instinctively lifted his assault rifle, holding it horizontally in front of him as he desperately tried to shield his face from the nightmarish black teeth that loomed close. In the next moment, the creature's teeth clamped down on the weapon. Creaking noises echoed as the tips of the monster's teeth sank deeply into the metal. The noises grew louder as the monster kept up the pressure, its teeth drilling deeper into the weapon. Then, in the next second, it suddenly broke apart into several jagged pieces. Klaus was utterly defenseless now. He fully expected the creature sitting on top of him to take a bite. However, the monster didn't do that. Klaus didn't waste even a fraction of a second to ponder why. Instead, he reached along his body with one hand and pulled a sidearm from its holster on his hip. Even though the monster's eyes were fixed on Klaus's, it somehow noticed him raise the pistol. Before he could point it at the creature and fire, a tentacle shot out and yanked the sidearm from his grip, nearly breaking his wrist in the process. The pistol dropped nearby, but the creature didn't allow him to reach for it. Multiple tendrils wrapped around his arms and torso, restraining him. Klaus opened his mouth, but before he could make a sound, another tendril coiled firmly around his neck, cutting off any sound. He was now completely restrained and could hardly move. He could only wonder why the monster hadn't killed him yet. Suddenly, he noticed a bladed tentacle slithering through the air, heading straight for him. He knew that was it. He was going to die, but there was nothing he could do but accept his fate. Yet he refused to succumb without a fight. He continued to struggle, even though he was fully aware that breaking free was impossible. Then he felt the blade thrust into his chest, embedding itself between his ribs. He continued to fight against his restraints, his wide eyes locked onto the horrifying face of the monster looming above him. When the monster pulled its bladed tentacle from his chest, blood spilled out in abundance. With every passing second, he felt his strength waning. Once he was too weak to fight back, the creature unwound its tendrils and tentacles from his body. Through the dim haze clouding his vision, Klaus watched as the monster rose to its feet and turned away. Without another glance at him, the creature bolted down the corridor toward the stairs leading to the first floor. Then something strange happened. Klaus saw the tendrils protruding from the monster's back fall off one by one. By the time the monster reached the end of the corridor, all the tendrils had detached from its body. They lay on the floor, quickly withering and turning into small piles of dust. The monster now had only 3 bladed tentacles sprouting from its back. Instead of descending the stairs like an ordinary human being would, it performed a completely unexpected maneuver. It leapt toward one wall and clung to it, gripping the surface with the tips of its fingers and toes. As it began to move, its body structure appeared to change slightly, or perhaps it was just his fading mind playing tricks on him. The creature crawled along the wall, resembling a giant insect rather than a humanoid figure. Suddenly, the monster and its 3-bladed tentacles became invisible. However, Klaus could still make out a distortion in the air as the monster moved. The creature vanished from sight as it crawled down the staircase. Klaus knew that his time was running out, but before he succumbed, he was determined to warn his comrades on the first floor about the deadly threat moving toward them. The world around him quickly faded into darkness as his life drained from him. Summoning the last reserves of his strength, he reached for the sidearm lying nearby. The tips of his fingers barely brushed against the weapon, which lay frustratingly just out of reach. Klaus extended his arm, straining toward the sidearm, but couldn't quite grasp it. He had grown so weak from blood loss that he found himself unable to shift his body even slightly. Stretching his arm toward the pistol was the only action he could manage. He frantically clawed at the metal grip of his sidearm, trying in vain to pull it closer. Then, with a sudden burst of remaining strength, he shifted his body just a little closer to the weapon. Finally, his fingers wrapped around the grip of the pistol, and a triumphant smile flickered across his lips. He wrapped his index finger around the trigger and squeezed. But as it turned out, he didn't have the strength to apply enough pressure for the pistol to fire. That final effort to reposition his body had siphoned off the last of his energy, leaving him unable even to pull the trigger. Klaus wanted to chuckle at the irony of his situation, but he lacked the strength even for that. Suddenly, his body stiffened. He took one final breath, and his eyes glazed over, staring blankly at one spot on the ceiling. The grip of his sidearm remained in his palm, but his fingers had released their hold. A dull thud from above caused Enzo to look up at the ceiling. What was that? He thought in confusion. He knew there were only 2 guys on the second floor of the HQ, Ned and Klaus. They both seemed like serious and reliable people, which was why Miller had assigned them the task of keeping watch on the second floor, where the security control room was located. Enzo kept staring at the ceiling, straining his ears, but no additional sounds came from above. It was probably nothing. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that it sounded like a body collapsing onto the floor. Likely, it was just his imagination. He always had quite an active and vivid one. Besides, he was well aware that there was no way anyone could infiltrate their base, sneak into HQ, and make it to the second floor completely undetected by the guards stationed everywhere, not to mention the advanced machine gun turrets that were incredibly sensitive and capable of sensing even the slightest suspicious movement in any direction. Still, he knew he needed to investigate that noise, just to be sure. He nodded at Masuo, who stood nearby. "Hey man, did you hear that?" Enzo asked. "Heard what?" Masuo replied. Maybe it was nothing after all. Still, he had to make sure. "Come with me," he said to Masuo, who obeyed without questioning him. All the people assigned to guard HQ were the most disciplined ones. Where? Upstairs. Something wrong? That's what we're gonna find out. Unslinging their weapons and gripping them tightly, they approached the staircase and began to ascend, pointing their weapons upward as they climbed. When they reached the landing and started up the next flight of stairs, the corridor on the second floor came into view. What the fuck? Enzo muttered as they both froze halfway up. There was a body sprawled in the corridor. From where they stood, they couldn't determine whether it was Ned or Klaus. There was no sign of the second guard, alive or dead, but the door to the security control room was wide open. What do we? A broken bar Masuo began, but he never finished his question. From the corner of his eye, Enzo spotted some kind of movement. He wheeled in that direction, but there didn't seem to be anything on the staircase beside them. However, in the next instant, to his left, he noticed a distortion in the air that originated from a spot on the wall near the ceiling. Before he could comprehend what was happening, he heard a gurgle behind him. When he spun around, he saw Masuo staring at him with wide eyes. Blood poured from a gash in the throat of his companion. He attempted to speak, but only a gurgling noise came from his mouth. The next moment, Masuo's weapon slipped from his grasp, clattering to the steps and skittering down. He fell sideways, sliding down the wall until he reached the floor. His weakening fingers clutched his throat, but the gash in his flesh was too severe for him to stem the torrent of blood. Enzo realized there was some kind of invisible mutant clinging to the wall just a moment too late. He wheeled back to face the spot where he had noticed the strange distortion, raising his weapon. But before he could line up his shot, he caught a glimpse of movement to a barely visible tentacle darting through the air toward him. In the next instant, he felt something incredibly sharp thrust into his throat, cutting through muscle and cartilage with surprising ease. The blade effortlessly sliced through the flesh deeply enough to sever his spinal cord. Enzo was dead even before his body collapsed to the steps. Adrian Boris, positioned at the door leading out of HQ, heard a strange noise coming from the staircase. They paused for a moment, but the sounds did not return. They knew Enzo and Masuo were not far from the staircase, so if there was trouble, the two of them would take care of that. However, after the initial disturbance, an unsettling silence enveloped the area. Not a single sound pierced the stillness. Adri glanced at Boris before turning to face the corridor that led to the staircase. Enzo, Masuo, Adi called out to them. Is everything all right? There was no response. Adri and Boris exchanged anxious looks before cautiously advancing toward the source of the noise. They didn't get far, though. Adri spotted the distortion in the air above him. There was some kind of invisible creature crawling along the ceiling. What it was or how it had managed to infiltrate HQ completely undetected was a complete enigma to him. It dropped on top of him. The invisible creature was surprisingly heavy, causing Adri to collapse to the floor and knocking the wind out of him. Before he could recover from the initial shock, he felt unexpectedly strong fingers wrap around his throat, choking him and silencing his attempts to call for help. The creature that was choking him suddenly became visible, revealing itself in all its terrifying glory. The obsidian black monstrosity straddling his chest had two large eyes, wide jaws brimming with triangular black teeth, and three long tentacles extending from its back. These tentacles writhed through the air like snakes, their tips sharp and pointed, gleaming menacingly. From the corner of his eye, he saw Boris point his assault rifle at the mutant. However, before he could pull the trigger, two tentacles shot toward him with astonishing speed. In the next instant, they stabbed Boris in both eyes, killing him instantly. After that, something strange happened. All three tentacles suddenly detached from the monster's body, dropping to the ground where they quickly turned to dust. Adri's vision began to fade as the lack of oxygen took its toll. He thought the creature intended to suffocate him, but as it turned out, it had other plans for him. With its left hand still constricting around his throat, the monster reached for a knife sheathed at Adri's belt with its other hand. The creature then plunged the knife into his chest several times in rapid succession. After that, still clutching the bloody knife in its right hand, the mutant rose to its feet. As Adri's consciousness began to fade, a grim realization crossed his mind. He now knew what had happened to the other guards at HQ. Ned, Klaus, Inzo, and Masuo were most likely dead by this point. However, there was still one guard left, a ruler positioned on the other side of the first floor. The last image etched in Adre's fading mind was of the obsidian black mutant silently racing toward the corridor leading to where Raoul was stationed. Somehow, Adre felt certain that Raoul wouldn't stand a chance against such a powerful and cunning fear-broken bar. Raoul stood at the far end of a corridor, the most distant point from the recent massacre. For that very reason, he heard nothing, although there wasn't much to hear in the first place, as the previous guards had been killed almost in near silence. No shots had been fired, and nobody had even had the chance to call for help. Raoul shut his eyes for a brief moment to stifle a yawn. Guard duty at HQ was undeniably dull. When he opened his eyes a second later, he saw a pitch-black figure, its posture slightly hunched, standing at the far end of the corridor, having seemingly materialized out of nowhere. What the fuck? Before Raoul could determine whether he was actually seeing it or if his mind was playing tricks on him, he saw the black figure hurl something in his direction. A glinting object hurtled toward him at incredible speed, flipping end over end. He immediately recognized the object for what it was, but before he could do anything, the blade of the knife embedded itself into his throat, sinking all the way to the hilt. Standing at the other end of the corridor, Jake straightened up. Just like that, every guard in HQ had been taken care of. All that was left to do was get the skeleton key and carry out a quick, silent escape. At the other end of the corridor, where the dead body of the last guard lay sprawled on the floor, a door led into the lounge area. Jake jogged the length of the corridor, stepped over the lifeless body of the bandit he had just killed, and approached the door. Pushing it open, he stepped inside and paused for a moment to survey the vast room. He quickly identified the spot on the wall where the three sub-bosses had hidden the skeleton key, recalling the recorded footage he had watched in the security control room. Jake crossed the lounge and stepped toward the wall. It didn't take long for him to find the hidden button. When he pressed it, a section of the wall slid open, revealing the front of a small safe embedded within it. A touchpad was embedded in the front of the safe. Jake had memorized the 4-digit code Dominic used to unlock the door to the security control room. He couldn't help but wonder if the safe was secured with the same code, but he decided against trying it. He looked at the safe for a brief moment, evaluating its durability. Jake was confident he could breach it with relative ease. Stepping back, he activated acid spit with a thought. He felt the mana flowing from the mana pool located in his midsection to his mouth through one of the channels. A glob of acid formed in his mouth and hovered there, waiting for his command to be released. Thanks to the quick charge upgrade for the ability, the entire process was nearly instantaneous. Jake aimed at the safe, opened his jaws, and launched the acidic projectile from his mouth. It struck the front wall, splattering acid everywhere. Almost instantly, the metal started to sizzle, sending curls of smoke upward. Thanks to an upgrade called Enhanced Potency, which he had acquired some time ago, his acid spit had become significantly more powerful, capable of dissolving various metal surfaces with ease. Moments later, a large hole with melted edges opened up in the front wall of the safe. Jake leaned closer to look inside. Apart from the skeleton key, the safe was empty. He slipped his hand through the opening, grasped the key, and swiftly pulled it out. He paused briefly to examine the skeleton key lying in his palm. The key was large, though not excessively so. Its only notable feature was the design at the top, shaped like a demon's head. The head sported two horns curling back along its skull, while the gaping mouth displayed rows of shark-like teeth. Two small red gems, resembling rubies, glinted in the demon's eye sockets. For a brief moment, Jake considered how to carry the key. He could hold it in one hand, as it wouldn't greatly interfere with his climbing or fighting capabilities. However, he preferred having both hands available. In the end, he opted to place it in his mouth. After all, he didn't have a throat cavity, so he wouldn't accidentally swallow it. As long as he kept his mouth shut, the key would be securely stashed away. He just needed to avoid using acid spit for the time being to prevent melting the key inside his mouth. After that, he left the lounge and headed for the stairs leading to the second floor. When he reached the bodies of the guards he had killed near the door to the outside, he halted. After slaying the two of them, he had detached his bladed tentacles. They couldn't survive on their own, and when separated from his body, cut off from the mana that nourished them, they quickly turned into small piles of dust, as always happened. Once separated, they withered, shrinking in size several times, leaving behind nothing more than small piles of dust. When Miller tried to figure out what had happened inside HQ, he would surely notice the evidence. While he might not be able to identify it and learn what those remnants were, Jake still wanted to make the residue as unnoticeable as possible. To that end, he took a moment to scatter the dust piles, spreading them across the area to make the residue barely visible. On the second floor, he repeated this process with the piles of dust the tendrils had turned into after being detached from his body, carefully spreading the residue across the entire width of the corridor. Before returning to the roof, he took a moment to think. One body lay in the corridor on the second floor, and another was in the security control room. Several more bodies were on the first floor. He had taken great care not to use claws, smash fists, or any other abilities that could expose him. His goal was to make it seem as if all the guards had been killed by knives, so he solely employed bladed tentacles, always ensuring the wounds looked as if they had been inflicted by a human rather than a powerful monster. When the leader of the gang tried to determine what had happened in HQ, his prime suspects would undoubtedly be his three closest subordinates, Dominic, Min, and Patrick. Besides him, only they had access to the security control room. He would likely deduce that one of them had lured the guard at the door into the security control room, where the assailant had killed him. The second victim was the guard in the corridor. Following that, the assailant descended the stairs, systematically taking out all the guards one by one. Perhaps, Miller would also suspect that the culprit wasn't working alone. He might contemplate the possibility that two of his sub-bosses were working together. Alternatively, he might think that the culprit enlisted help from one of the guards on the first floor to assist in killing the others, and afterward, the assailant eliminated that guard as well to leave no witnesses. Sure enough, Dominic, Min, and Patrick would insist they had no part in the massacre that had occurred at HQ. Since they weren't friends and were completely terrified of Miller, the three of them would point fingers at one another, desperately trying to deflect suspicion away from themselves. One of them might even point out that the safe had been breached with some kind of acid, asserting it as evidence of their innocence. However, Miller would counter that the safe hadn't been opened simply by entering the code for a reason. It was likely deliberately staged to make it seem like an outsider had breached their headquarters. So the three sub-bosses would claim that an intruder infiltrated their base, somehow managing to sneak in without being detected by the guards stationed everywhere, as well as the top-notch, super-sensitive machine gun turrets, which Jake knew from experience was nearly impossible. Then the culprit somehow hacked into the security control room, evading detection by the guards inside HQ. Afterward, they killed everyone inside and, to save time, broke open the safe instead of hacking into it. However, to Miller, this version would sound far too unrealistic for him to accept. In his opinion, a much more plausible scenario would be that one of his sub-bosses had stolen the skeleton key and made a clumsy attempt to make it look like an intruder was responsible. After that, the three sub-bosses would simply start pointing fingers at each other, trying to divert suspicion away from themselves. In the process, they would inadvertently reveal a lot of their own dirty secrets, such as Min spying on the base leaders and Patrick being critical of Miller behind his back. Ultimately, all evidence would suggest that one or possibly two of his closest subordinates were responsible for stealing the skeleton key and staging it to look like an outsider was responsible. Since Dominic, Min, and Patrick would deny their involvement, Miller would likely choose to torture each of them in order to uncover the truth of the situation. A detective with a sharp mind, one capable of noticing all the details and quickly piecing everything together, might have been able to solve this puzzle. However, such detectives existed only in fiction, not in the real world. At first glance, it would certainly appear that his sub-bosses were the ones who stole the key. After torturing his closest subordinates for a while, Miller might eventually realize that none of them had stolen the skeleton key after all. However, It was impossible to tell how long it would take for him to come to this conclusion. By that time, Jake might already be preparing to launch an attack on their base, or perhaps one of his sub-bosses might confess to stealing the key simply to bring the suffering to an end. Jake's gaze fell upon the remnants of Klaus's assault rifle. Jake remembered biting into it, splintering the weapon into several pieces. He hadn't intended to grab the weapon with his teeth, though it was an instinctive reaction he couldn't resist. When the weapon had been thrust in front of him, Jake simply couldn't help but bite through it. Now, however, it posed a bit of a problem. He wanted to frame the massacre as the act of human assailants, but it was clear at first glance that no human could have inflicted such damage on the weapon. Jake needed to minimize any evidence linking him to the guards' deaths. So, he made the decision to take the remnants of the rifle with him. He bent down, picked up the pieces from the floor, and clutched them tightly in one hand. It was the better option. While Miller could quickly notice the destroyed rifle, his mind might not even register the absence of the weapon, too stunned to fully and immediately process the massacre that had taken place at HQ. Before stepping onto the rooftop, Jake activated Cloak, becoming invisible once more. After the skirmish at HQ, his mana reserves were critically low. While he was eager to get out of the bandit base as quickly as possible, he knew that rushing would be counterproductive. To avoid detection by the turrets, he needed to move slowly to prevent causing any disturbances in the air that the 360-degree scanners on those turrets could immediately notice. He cautiously approached the edge of the roof and took a moment to survey the area. He noticed that Dominic, Min, and Patrick were located in different parts of the base. They obviously weren't constantly together, which perfectly aligned with Jake's plan. As he continued to scan his surroundings, he saw that Miller's vehicle was still missing, suggesting that the base leader had not returned yet. Jake also noticed something intriguing. The damaged machines that Min had designated for repair from the security control room were now encased in semi-transparent blue boxes. When he focused on one, he saw a progress bar that displayed the time left for the structure to be fully restored. Jake then glanced at the watchtowers overlooking the perimeter walls of the base. The turrets positioned atop the towers had a clear view of the entire base and the surrounding area. The alert lights were green, indicating that none of the turrets were currently aware of his presence. Jake intended to keep it that way. So instead of jumping off the roof of the two-story building, he crawled down the wall, moving slowly and carefully to avoid creating any air disturbances that could catch the turret's attention. He still gripped the pieces of the broken rifle in one hand, but it didn't hinder him much. When he reached the ground, he began moving toward the gates, which still hadn't been repaired. He wanted to get out of the base as quickly as possible, but he knew he needed to avoid detection. He wished he could have deactivated the turrets because doing so would have allowed him to accomplish two goals at once: facilitate a quicker escape and make it look like it was an outsider who had stolen the skeleton key. Jake was convinced that Miller would attribute the theft of the key to one of his sub-bosses, who then, in Miller's opinion, tried to pin the blame on an outsider by breaking into the safe instead of entering the code. Deactivating the turrets would have aligned perfectly with this plan because it would have suggested that the actual thief had disabled them to make their getaway faster, further supporting the idea of an outsider's involvement. On the other hand, since Jake didn't know how clever Miller actually was, he might have refrained from deactivating them after all, because it might have made Miller actually buy into the narrative his sub-bosses would push, or that whoever infiltrated the HQ had come from outside here, while Jake wanted the blame to fall on the sub-bosses themselves. What would really support Miller's version that his subordinates were responsible for the massacre at HQ, as well as the disappearance of the skeleton key, was the fact that all the guards had been killed in close-range combat, without having the chance to fire a single shot. This would indicate that whoever eliminated the guards was well known at HQ, which explained why the guards had been relaxed and allowed the assailant to approach without raising any suspicion. Sure, there would still be lots of questions left in Miller's mind of why the culprit did this and why they didn't do that, but all this confusion would only add to the perplexity of the situation, which would only work to Jake's advantage. The more time Miller spent trying to piece together what had actually happened at HQ, the better it was for Jake. His line of thought suddenly came to a halt as he realized something. His mana level was critically low. The last time his mana dropped to this level, Cloak had shut down to conserve what was left. That meant it was about to happen again. He immediately stopped moving. He was still halfway across the base, too far away from the gates. If he continued to move, Cloak would deactivate in a few seconds, exposing him to the guards and turrets surrounding him. He was stranded in the heart of the bandit base, even remaining still drained mana, though at a slower rate. It wouldn't be long before Cloak shut down completely. Acting fast, he glanced around. To his right were several tents. Without wasting a moment, Jake made his way toward them. Just as he reached the nearest, a larger tent that provided enough space to stand, a Cloak deactivated. Just a fraction of a second before he became visible, he dashed inside the tent, pushing the flap aside with one hand. He noticed that none of the turret's green lights had switched to orange, which meant caution, suggesting that, fortunately, none of the turrets had detected him. However, he wasn't sure about the guards. That's why immediately after entering the large tent, he spun around toward the entrance, straining to listen for any sounds that might indicate he had been noticed. However, no suspicious sounds from outside reached him. It looked like he was lucky enough to have avoided detection. But what was he going to do now? Without Cloak, slipping out of the base unnoticed was literally impossible. Was all his meticulous planning to steal the skeleton key and frame Miller's 3 sub-bosses for nothing? Suddenly, a sharp gasp echoed from behind. Jake realized he wasn't alone in the tent. Jake spun around, ready to confront whatever enemy was behind him. As he turned to face the other side of the tent, he spotted someone crouching behind a large chest with its lid open. The chest had been large enough to completely hide the person when Jake had just entered the tent, which explained why he hadn't noticed him. Now, the figure rose slightly to peer over the lid, revealing himself. Jake crouched slightly, preparing to spring across the tent to take down the human before he could make a sound. The person must have sensed the impending attack because, in an instant, he leapt to his full height and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Wait," he whispered urgently. "I'm not your enemy." Judging by his clothes, it was clear he was a worker, not a bandit. Jake hesitated, uncertain about what to do. The person looked at him with a mix of terror and awe, but there was something else in his gaze. Despite the obvious terror at Jake's appearance, the worker seemed to look at him with a hint of hope. "My name is Johnny," he introduced himself. Jake watched him, making no movements at all. One of the upgrades he had acquired for feral instincts allowed him to sense the emotional states and intentions of nearby humans, picking up on their potential hostility. Thanks to this skill, he knew that the worker across the tent posed no threat, so Jake allowed himself to relax just a little. Johnny watched him for a few seconds. When it became obvious there would be no reply from the obsidian black mutant, he said, "Oh, right. You can't speak, can you?" Johnny stepped around the chest to stand directly opposite Jake. He could sense the fear radiating from the human. It felt almost palpable to him. "And I heard you have some trouble with writing, is that right?" Johnny asked cautiously. "But while communicating might be difficult for you, you understand human speech perfectly. You are an intelligent being despite a broken bar the way you look. I once heard someone say you were just a regular survivor until something happened to you, turning you into a broken bar. Whatever you are now, I believe you're a broken bar. This story, I think it's true." Johnny came to a halt just a few steps away. He was clearly terrified of Jake, even though he was trying hard not to show it. By walking so close, the human aimed to appear unafraid. Perhaps, he also wanted to stay near so he wouldn't have to raise his voice above a whisper. He definitely seemed intent on avoiding attracting the guards in the tent, which Jake certainly appreciated. Johnny made a brief pause, giving Jake another scrutinizing look. He visibly struggled to suppress a tremor that threatened to overtake him. Jake was desperate to flee the bandit base before his earlier massacre at HQ was uncovered. Yet, he still hadn't devised a plan for leaving unnoticed. With little mana remaining and unable to use Cloak, avoiding detection had become impossible. The moment he stepped out of the tent and attempted to cross the base, both the turrets and guards would surely spot him. Perhaps, though, the worker in front of him could be useful in some way. Jake stayed motionless, his large, unblinking eyes fixed on the human before him. Johnny seemed to have finally managed to overcome his fear, at least to a degree, just enough to prevent himself from shaking. "There are many rumors about you, you know," Johnny said, lowering his voice even more. "They say you're fighting a war against Los Demonios, right? Everyone's talking about it." He glanced around, as if to make sure no one was eavesdropping, even though there were only the two of them in the tent. "And you know what? They're absolutely terrified of you. Those Los Demonios who believe this city is theirs begin to shake with fear the moment someone brings you up." Johnny's lips twisted into a crooked smile. "It's really funny to see those guys who think they're so tough tremble in fear. We workers happen to overhear some of the guards' conversations, so we know you've slain plenty of them by now. Some are so scared they won't even step outside the base for fear of running into you. What a bunch of chickens pretending to be tough guys." Johnny even chuckled softly. "They have no idea what you look like because you leave no survivors. Every time you come across a bandit group, they all end up dead. No one makes it out alive. I did hear a rumor, though, that once, you let one go just so he could take your message to the gang leaders. But that guy was so terrified he couldn't give an accurate description of you. His portrayal was overly dramatic and completely wrong. The only thing he managed to get right is that you had pitch black skin and huge, scary eyes." Johnny's expression shifted back to serious. "But it's the regular soldiers who are afraid of you, not the gang leaders. After all, the leaders never come after you themselves. Instead, they send their subordinates to hunt you down. None of the leaders have ever encountered you, which is why they aren't afraid of you. But it's only a matter of time before you go after them as well, right? We think you first want to take care of all the soldiers to leave their leaders completely vulnerable." He then took a breath before stepping a little closer to Jake. "It's Los Demonios who are your true enemies, not you regular survivors who were captured and forced to work for them, right?" he asked, a hint of hope in his voice not escaping Jake's attention. "So you're really waging war on Los Demonios, aren't you? And you've been at it for quite some time, haven't you?" Jake wondered how Johnny had reached such a conclusion. After all, he had killed some regular survivors too. Moreover, for all Johnny knew, Jake could be fighting Los Demonios solely in self-defense, and that wasn't too far from reality. There were plenty of times when he had to engage them simply to defend himself. "So you're planning to save us all, right?" Johnny blurted out in the next second. If Jake had the ability to laugh, he would have done so. Johnny completely misunderstood the situation. Him, a hero saving lives? That was absurd. Just ask Helena or Isra how they felt about him. He then recalled the gruesome sight of several dead survivors who had been tortured to death by Los Demonios. It was after witnessing that scene that he decided to wage war against the gang. Until then, his confrontations with them had been purely acts of self-defense. However, that brutal scene ignited a fury within him that he rarely felt as a mutant. Still, Jake knew he was not some kind of superhero. His decision to put an end to Los Demonios' reign was primarily for his own sake. He relished the surge of anger that washed over him after witnessing that horrific scene because it reminded him that he could still feel compassion. He wanted to hold on to his human emotions to retain what little humanity he had left. So did that make him a hero? He didn't believe so, especially not after having taken the lives of many regular survivors himself. "It ain't just my conclusions," Johnny said, as if reading Jake's mind. "I heard a story about how you killed several members of the gang who were going to torture some regular survivors to death. That shows you're aiming to protect us from Los Demonios, right?" Johnny's words made Jake stop and think again. Maybe there was some truth in what he was saying after all. "Anyway, I was just slacking off here," Johnny said, his voice pulling Jake back from his musings. "They work us until we're about to collapse from fatigue, so we try to grab whatever rest we can. But I have to get back to work before one of the guards notices my absence." He took another step closer. Now he was so close to Jake that he could touch him if he extended his hand toward him. "I don't know why you're here," Johnny said. "No alarms are blaring, and there have been no sounds of fighting, so I guess you've sneaked into the base for intel, right? It's known that you can turn invisible, but you weren't when you darted into the tent. By the way you moved, I assume you suddenly ran out of mana and couldn't keep your disguise up anymore. Am I correct? I might be wrong, but there's a rumor that you need mana to survive and use your abilities. Survivors had definitely learned quite a bit about him by that point. Anyway, if I'm right, it means you're trapped here, right? Johnny asked. You either don't want to fight right now or you originally planned to sneak in and out unnoticed. But now, without your disguise, you can't leave without being seen. Johnny had been speaking hurriedly as if he were running out of time. He took a brief pause to catch his breath before continuing. What I'm trying to say is, I can help you, he said. I can get you out of the base without anyone noticing. Johnny paused, staring intently into Jake's eyes. He seemed to hesitate for a moment. But in return, you have to broken bar to do something for me. Okay? Jake waited for him to elaborate. Jake wasn't sure how Johnny was going to help him escape the base unnoticed. Those 360-degree scanners that the turrets were equipped with were incredibly sensitive, capable of detecting even the slightest movements. Other than completely deactivating the machine gun turrets, there was no way to slip past them undetected. While examining various data in the security control room, he had located a storage unit containing mana consumables. However, it was locked, and only guards had access to it. When watching the base from the high-rise roof, he had also learned that workers didn't have access to the storage unit with mana items. Therefore, whenever a worker needed a mana consumable for one of the machines, they had to call out for a guard to provide one. However, if Johnny tried to get a mana item from a guard and brought it into the tent, the guard who handed him the item would surely follow him inside to see what Johnny was up to, or the guard might ask first what Johnny even needed a mana consumable for. As for Jake, he himself hadn't attempted to access the storage unit containing mana consumables, because he knew he wouldn't be able to do so without being detected. It wasn't why he had infiltrated the base anyway. His goal was to steal the skeleton key and gather some intel in the process. You need to promise me something, Johnny said, taking yet another small step closer, wrenching Jake back from his musings. Jake remained still, his gaze fixed on Johnny, waiting for him to continue. Johnny inhaled deeply and, in a loud whisper that wavered with emotion, said, after I help you escape the base, I need you to save my girlfriend. Will you do this for me? You have to promise that you'll save her. Jake had no idea how he could promise something without knowing any details about it. However, Johnny clearly wasn't going to help him until Jake gave his assurance. The human was watching him with an intense expression on his face, his fear of Jake completely forgotten. So Jake nodded, and Johnny released a breath he seemingly didn't realize he was holding. The relief on his face was almost palpable, as if Jake's promise had already ensured his girlfriend's safety. Did Johnny truly view him as some sort of superhero capable of accomplishing anything? Johnny met his gaze and said thank you, even though Jake hadn't done anything to deserve it yet. Let me tell you what happened to her and where you can find her, Johnny said. He was about to continue when the sound of approaching footsteps made him pause. Jake heard it too, but thanks to his enhanced senses, he had been aware of them for a little while. His abilities also allowed him to predict outcomes in certain situations, so he could tell that the person outside wasn't going to enter the tent and that they were just passing by. Johnny, however, didn't know that. He grew tense, and for the next several seconds, he remained silent and motionless, craning his neck to peer around Jake's form at the entrance to the tent, which was covered by a flap. Someone's coming, he whispered, his voice filled with terror. Jake shook his head, trying to put him at ease. He even contemplated placing a comforting hand on Johnny's shoulder, but considering how tense Johnny was at the moment, he thought the gesture might freak him out, so he decided against it. The footsteps began to fade into the distance as the person moved away from their tent. Once he realized that no one was going to enter, Johnny relaxed and let out a sigh of relief. That was close, he muttered. No, it wasn't, Jake thought. Johnny glanced up at him again. I nearly lost my shit, he said with a lopsided grin. Pardon my French. Jake continued to stare at him through his emotionless unblinking eyes. Johnny's grin faded as he realized that his humor had gone unappreciated by the obsidian black mutant before him. Anyway, we don't have much time since I have to get back to work as soon as possible, So I'll be quick. He finally continued. My girlfriend's name is Samantha. We were captured together. Both of us refused to join the ranks of those bloodthirsty bandits when they offered us the chance. So we were forced to do labor for them at this base. Only Samantha wasn't happy about it. Johnny made a pause, as if gathering his thoughts. She always was the reckless one. She kept talking about escaping while I tried to convince her it was a bad idea. Eventually, she agreed with me. It's impossible for those of us designated as workers by the base's computers to flee. See, the turrets are programmed to open fire if we attempt to escape. We witnessed several escape attempts, all ending in tragedy as the turrets killed the fugitives. Sam was trying to find a way to bypass the turrets somehow, but eventually she had to reluctantly admit it was impossible to break out of this base alive. Johnny gave Jake a faint, sad smile. Do you think Sam was finished, though? Fair chance. Since she couldn't get us out of the base, she decided to mess with our captors as much as she could. She set about sabotaging various contraptions that produced ammo for the gang. She kept at it for a while, each time doing her best to make it look like a malfunction rather than the work of one of us. Sam allocated many skill points to intelligence and worked on improving her engineering and mechanics skills, so she became very good at it. She managed to sabotage the base's contraptions several times, always making them look like malfunctions. While one contraption was being repaired after her handiwork, she moved on to sabotage another one. Johnny couldn't help but smile at the memory. Sam is incredibly smart. At one point, she even considered breaking into HQ and hacking the computer to disable the turrets, giving us a chance to make a break for it. Unfortunately, she was never able to bring her plan to life. Johnny took a brief pause before continuing. The base leaders weren't stupid. They understood that the contraptions couldn't malfunction so often, especially right after being repaired. They suspected someone was behind the sabotage but couldn't identify the culprit. Sam was too smart to be caught in the act. Eventually, the leaders lined up all the workers and threatened to torture and kill us one by one until they discovered who was interfering with the base's equipment. Johnny shook his head. Of course, Sam couldn't let that happen. She couldn't stand by and watch someone suffer because of her actions. I tried to stop her, but she wouldn't listen. She gave herself away before those bastards could pick their first victim. He fell silent for a moment, as if the memory was too painful to revisit. I was terrified they were going to kill Sam, probably in the most brutal way to demonstrate that they weren't to be messed with. But they did something worse. They sent her away. He went silent for a second yet again. It was becoming increasingly difficult for him to speak about it. They took her to the main base. He finally finished his thought. Jake had no idea what it meant. What made being sent to the main base worse than facing a slow and agonizing death? Johnny stared at him for a moment, as if trying to figure out if Jake got the gist. He didn't. Since his monstrous face couldn't convey any emotions except for one that resembled pure, barbaric rage whenever Jake opened his mouth, Johnny had no way of knowing what he was thinking. So, he opted to clarify. I'm not sure if you know this, but those bastards carry out terrible things at their main base, Johnny said. Have you ever heard anything about it? Jake shook his head. Johnny glanced around Jake, as if to make sure that nobody stood behind him to listen in. Then he leaned in closer, speaking in a hushed but intense whisper. They make monsters out of us at their main base. Jake kept staring at Johnny, unimpressed. What the survivor had just told him seemed implausible. He couldn't help but wonder how Johnny and the other regular survivors knew what was happening inside the gang's main base. After all, none of the regular survivors nor even the gang's ordinary soldiers had any idea where Los Demonios' main base was even located. It's just a rumor, though, Johnny added, confirming Jake's suspicions. But it isn't something we just made up. One of the workers actually heard it from the guards' conversation. They were saying that survivors who really pissed off any of the gang's leaders were sent to the main base, where they were turned into hideous monsters. The worker who overheard the conversation said that the guards talked in whispers, trying to keep their voices down. But it was a heated discussion, and they inadvertently raised their voices enough for him to hear while he worked on a nearby machine. He told us that the guards weren't gloating but seemed genuinely scared. They feared that if they ever disappointed their leaders, they could also be sent to the main base to become monsters. Jake continued to stare at the human before him. Johnny fell silent for a moment, as if to let what he had just said sink in. And those guards must have gotten that information from somewhere too, right? He said in conclusion. Likely, someone overheard one of the leaders mention it, and that must be how they learned about these evil matters. Jake remained skeptical but considered that there might be some truth to the story. The question was, if it were true, to what end did the gang leaders transform survivors who angered them into monsters? Johnny seemed to realize what was going on in Jake's head, because he added, if you're wondering why the gang leaders turned survivors into monsters, we don't really know. However, we've speculated quite a bit and reached the conclusion that it's for XP. They turn people into monsters, kill them, earn XP, and level up. Perhaps they could even resurrect them somehow to kill again. That might explain why the leaders are so much higher leveled compared to the other survivors, right? Jake knew that Johnny had it all wrong. Based on the conversation he had overheard among the three sub-bosses in the security control room, he knew that the original members of the gang were brought back from stasis by the system somewhat earlier than the survivors in this city, and since they began their journey as survivors in this mutant-infested world before this city's inhabitants, they naturally had higher levels than the others now. The gang leaders also provided the regular members with special spells that increased their gained XP so they could level up faster. Where the gang leaders got the magic scrolls from, which were the rarest items in this world, was an altogether different question. So, Samantha has been taken to the main base, Johnny said, snapping Jake back to reality. I need you to save her. Will you promise me that? Now that he knew the details, Jake felt very skeptical. He wasn't sure how long it had been since Samantha was taken to the main base, but the chances of her still being alive or not having been transformed into a monster were slim to none. I know what you must be thinking, Johnny said, staring at him intently. You think Sam is beyond saving, but that's not the case. She's a fighter, always has been, and she won't give in without a fight. I believe she's still alive. Yeah, I just know it. Don't ask me how, I just feel it. It seemed clear that Johnny likely knew Samantha was likely dead by now. Still, he was clearly trying to suppress those thoughts. He needed to hold on to the belief that his girlfriend was still alive, even if it seemed unlikely. It felt as though he was more trying to convince himself rather than Jake that Samantha was still alive. Will you promise that you'll find her and help her? Jake nodded. He knew that saving Samantha was likely a lost cause, but what else could he do? Thank you, my friend, Johnny replied, his voice filled with genuine gratitude. Being called a friend was definitely a first in his life as a mutant. There was something in Johnny's eyes that made Jake feel uncomfortable. There was hope, yes, but there was something else lurking beneath the surface. Now that he had Jake's promise to find and rescue Samantha from Los Demonios' main base, Johnny seemed ready to do something reckless or stupid, even. It felt as if Johnny no longer cared about the consequences for himself. Jake didn't like the possible implications of that at all. I know you'll find Sam and get her out of that terrible place. I just know it. Johnny flashed a grin and added, maybe you two will even team up to wipe out what's left of this gang by then. She would love to help you bring an end to Los Demonios' reign. Jake kept staring at him. It was clear that Johnny needed something to hold onto, a glimmer of hope that his girlfriend was still alive and could be saved. Johnny looked at him with gratitude in his eyes. He then reached out and placed a hand on Jake's shoulder but quickly recoiled, grimacing as though he had touched a scalding pan. Geez, man. Your body's so cold. Are you okay? Jake just kept staring at him. All right then, Johnny said, regaining his composure. Let's focus on getting you out of here. The key is to stay under the radar, right? Jake nodded. Those turrets are capable of detecting almost anything, Johnny remarked, stating what Jake already knew. There's no way I can sneak you past them unnoticed. But your disguising ability was able to keep you off their radar, right? The only reason you can't use it now is that you're low on energy, correct? Jake nodded. Great, Johnny said. I can definitely help with that. Jake remained silent, waiting for the plan to unfold. Everything in the base runs on mana consumables, Johnny explained, once again stating what Jake already knew. There's a machine that produces ammo not too far from here. I'm going to grab a mana crystal from that machine and bring it to you, which should recharge your disguising ability. Simple, right? The best solutions are often the simplest. Jake didn't like it. The moment Johnny removed the mana crystal from the ammo-producing contraption, it would cease functioning. One of the guards would surely notice here, if not right away, then soon after. Even if Johnny wasn't caught in the act, the bandits would still know it was him who took the mana crystal from the machine. All they would need to do is check the recorded feed from the turrets, and they would want to know why he needed the mana crystal. Sure, Johnny could keep Jake out of it by simply claiming he had extracted the mana for himself, and there would be no way for the bandits to verify how much mana was inside his body before and after the act. However, if they chose to torture Johnny, Jake doubted that the man would be able to keep the secret for long. Jake needed the fact that he had infiltrated the bandit base to stay hidden for as long as possible. So far, his presence had gone undetected by both the guards and the turrets. He had also deleted all recorded feeds from the surveillance cameras inside HQ. As for the turrets, he had been spotted once when he approached the perimeter wall of the base. However, his cloak was active, and other than a slight disturbance in the air, the turret hadn't detected anything else. Jake knew this for sure, as he had checked the recorded feed from that turret while inside HQ. The turret had even dismissed the sighting as a non-threat. Later, when his cloak turned off, Jake dashed into this tent. Fortunately, he managed to enter just before he became visible, so no turrets caught sight of him. So, he had managed to avoid detection up to this point, and he really wanted to keep it that way. Don't worry, Johnny reassured him, as if he had once again tapped into Jake's thoughts. I won't get caught. You promised to save Sam, and I promise to do whatever it takes to keep it a secret that you were here. Once again, Jake noticed something unsettling in Johnny's eyes. Although Johnny seemed genuinely eager to assist Jake, he also appeared indifferent to his own fate and what might happen to him afterward. However, Jake had no other ideas for sneaking out of the base unnoticed, so he nodded. All right, Johnny instructed. Stand back from the entrance. We don't want anyone spotting you when I go outside. Jake stepped aside from the entrance of the tent, positioning himself out of sight from the outside. Don't worry, I'll be quick, Johnny assured him as he approached the flap that covered the tent's entrance. He pulled it back and swiftly stepped outside, vanishing from sight. The flap fell back into place, covering the entrance to the tent. Jake waited. He wasn't worried that Johnny might betray him and give him away to Los Demonios. Johnny seemed genuine. He couldn't have fabricated everything he told Jake on the spot and acted in accordance with his story, pretending to be worrying about his girlfriend, and all. Besides, one of the upgrades for enhanced intelligence allowed Jake to analyze the behaviors of various living beings to predict their next moves and to understand their intentions, motivations, and potential reactions in different situations. Thanks to this, Jake knew Johnny was sincere. So he waited. His enhanced hearing allowed him to easily pick up Johnny's footsteps outside the tent. He could hear them fade into the distance as Johnny moved away. Then they stopped. The ammo-producing machine must be really close to the tent, just like Johnny had said. A few seconds later, the footsteps resumed, this time moving toward the tent. Jake listened as they grew louder until the flap covering the entrance was pulled aside and Johnny entered. He immediately walked toward Jake, pulling a mana crystal from inside his jacket where he had hidden it. Johnny held it out to him, and Jake noticed it was significantly dimmer than the usual mana crystals, which emitted a vibrant blue light. The reason the mana crystal Johnny had brought was dimmer became apparent when Jake summoned the item's description. It contained less than 1000 MP, a stark contrast to the usual 5000 MP that mana crystals typically held. The reason for this was obvious. The mana crystal must have been used by the ammo-producing machine for quite a while, which gradually sucked the magical energy from the crystal to consume it. Sorry I couldn't bring you a crystal with more mana in it, Johnny said apologetically. The other machines are farther away and in more crowded areas of the base. I might have been noticed if I tried to get mana crystals from them. That's fine, Jake thought, nodding at Johnny. While the 900 mana points contained in the crystal weren't much, it was enough for now. He wasn't planning to engage in fights in the next several hours anyway. For simply activating Cloak and sneaking out of the base, the remaining amount of mana in the crystal would be more than sufficient. Jake squeezed the mana crystal in his hand just hard enough to create a few small cracks, from which the magical energy immediately began to seep out. It drifted through the air toward his skin to be absorbed by his body. Johnny watched the process with fascination, and when the mana crystal was empty, he said, "Can you hand it back? I'll stash it in my chest with my other stuff. If I get caught, I'll just say I stole the crystal for myself to keep you out of it. Right now, I have about 1,000 MP inside of me. There's no way to measure how much mana someone carries, so they wouldn't know if I'm lying. They'd never be able to tell how much I had before and after, unless they decide to torture you brutally," Jake thought. He passed the now empty mana crystal to Johnny, who crossed the room to store it in the chest he had been crouching behind when Jake entered the tent. There was no time to waste, so Jake immediately headed toward the exit. "Hold on," Johnny called as he rushed to catch up with him. Jake paused to allow him to catch up. "I'll pull the flap aside so you can slip out without being seen," Johnny suggested. Because Johnny hadn't pulled the flap all the way when he returned to the tent with the mana crystal, a small gap remained between the flap and the edge of the entrance, allowing Jake to slip through. However, Johnny's suggestion could prove to be a better option, so Jake decided to wait. Johnny stopped at the entrance and said, "I'll pull it aside when you turn on your disguising ability." Jake nodded and activated Cloak with a thought, almost immediately turning invisible. "Wow," Johnny whispered in amazement. "That's incredible." Jake slipped around him and stopped near the flap, waiting for Johnny to pull it aside. However, the man continued to gaze at the empty space where Jake had just stood. Johnny extended a hand, but all his fingers found was an empty spot. "You're not there anymore?" he muttered, puzzled. "I didn't even see you move. Where are you now?" Jake tapped him on the shoulder from behind, causing the man to jump in surprise. "Oh geez," he gasped. "You startled me." "Looks more like I scared the hell out of you," Jake thought. Chuckling nervously, Johnny turned around. "I can't see you at all." "Well, I'll pull the flap aside now. When you're through, tap me on the shoulder again to let me know, okay?" Johnny waited a moment as if for confirmation. When he realized he wouldn't be able to see Jake nod anyway, he stepped closer to the flap and discreetly pulled it aside, careful to make it look like he was doing it solely for himself. Jake quickly slipped through and immediately tapped Johnny on the shoulder. The man wasted no time in stepping out of the tent, letting go of the flap and allowing it to slide back into place. To Jake's eyes, it appeared completely natural, as if Johnny was simply going about his business without letting anyone through at all. "Good luck," Johnny said. Jake gave him one last look before turning away. He quickly gathered his bearings and began to stealthily make his way across the base. "Give them hell," Johnny muttered behind him. "I can't wait to hear the news about you and Sam ripping their main base to shreds." Jake moved as quickly as he could without causing distortions in the air that the turrets could detect. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the dormant ammo-producing machine, from which Johnny must have extracted the mana crystal. So far, none of the guards seemed aware that it was out of order. There were several bandits standing at the gates that had not yet been repaired, so Jake decided to scale one of the perimeter walls instead. When he reached it, he clung to the surface using adhesive secretion and began climbing up. In one of his hands, he still gripped the pieces of the broken weapon, but it didn't hinder him much. A few minutes later, he was finally on the other side of the wall, outside the base. He made his way across the street toward the high-rise building, the same one from which he had observed the base earlier. When he reached the building, he was finally out of the turret's range, so he allowed himself to pick up the pace. He kept his cloak engaged, though. After discarding the broken weapon, he scaled the high-rise, climbing floor after floor until he finally arrived at the rooftop. Standing upright, he took one last look at the base below. Things were quiet down there. Still, he knew that chaos would erupt the moment the massacre at HQ he had caused was discovered. He was about to move away when he noticed one guard speaking to the one next to him, pointing at the dormant ammo-producing machine. They both stared at it for a moment before beginning to cross the base toward the machine to investigate what was wrong with it. Jake decided to stay on the roof a bit longer to see how things would play out. The two guards approached the inactive ammo-producing machine. For a moment, they just stared at it, trying to understand why it had stopped working. It didn't take long for them to figure it out. When one of the guards checked the slot where the mana crystal should have been, he found it empty. A few other guards soon arrived to see what was happening. They gathered around the dormant contraption, conversing among themselves. Nearby workers who noticed the guards' activity visibly grew tense. Jake kept watching, having lowered himself into a crouching position at the edge of the roof. He gripped the edge with his hands, staring down at the base 10 stories below, remaining completely still. He wasn't worried that a sudden gust of wind might knock him off, because he knew adhesive secretion could be activated at a moment's notice, securely anchoring himself if needed. The sun was setting, casting an orange glow over the city, but the workers continued their tasks, showing no signs of wrapping up for the day. As Johnny had told him, they were forced to toil endlessly. Jake wondered when they would finally be allowed to call it a day. The guards gathered around the dormant ammo-producing machine spoke among themselves, some gesticulating animatedly. Their raised voices carried through the air, allowing Jake to catch some of their words with ease, despite the distance. It was clear that the guards were very angry, and not just because the machine had stopped producing ammo. Their frustration also stemmed from the fact that none of them had even noticed the mana crystal being taken from the machine. They all knew that Miller wouldn't be pleased about that. The prospect of facing their leader's fury when he learned what had happened in his absence filled them with primal fear. The guards knew they had to find out who had stolen the mana crystal before Miller returned. One of them called out to a nearby worker, waving him over. The worker clearly wasn't happy about having to approach the gathering of guards, who were in a foul mood. However, he had no choice but to obey, so he began trudging toward them. The guard who had called him over yelled for him to pick up the pace. The worker quickened his steps, visibly trembling as he reached the inactive machine. He was immediately flanked by two guards on either side. The worker shook his head vigorously when one of the guards posed a question, gesturing toward the dormant machine. Another guard spoke up, prompting the worker to glance at the machine again. He quickly replied, shaking his head again. The guards continued their interrogation, and each question was met with another negative reply. It was clear what kind of questions they were asking and what answers he was providing. Did you steal the mana crystal from this machine? No, I didn't. Have you seen who did it? No, I haven't. Out of frustration, one of the guards suddenly raised his weapon and struck the worker with the buttstock, causing the poor man to drop to his knees. The other one quickly followed suit, raising his assault rifle and bringing it down on the worker's head. The butt of the weapon connected with the back of the worker's skull, and the man collapsed to the ground. The two guards set about beating him with the butts of their weapons as the man tried to shield his head with his arms as best as he could. Jake averted his gaze from the brutal scene to scan the base for Johnny. He saw him on the other side of the base. He had been intently watching the guards gathered around the dormant ammo-producing machine. He was craning his neck, obviously unable to see all the details from where he stood. However, as soon as he realized one of the workers was being beaten, he burst into the run across the base toward the commotion. Some of the guards immediately pointed their weapons at him when they noticed him running toward them. Johnny skidded to a sudden stop, raising his hands high in the air. From his vantage point on the roof of the 10-story building, Jake suddenly noticed a vehicle appear on the stretch of road leading to the bandit base. He kept it in his peripheral vision as he focused on the scene unfolding within the compound's perimeter walls. Several guards yelled at Johnny, keeping their weapons pointed at him while he shouted back, "It was me! It was me!" The guards continued yelling at him, and in the cacophony of noises they created, it took them a couple of seconds to process what he was trying to convey. Once they realized it was him who had taken the mana crystal, the two guards finally stopped beating the worker and turned to face Johnny. One of them yelled for him to keep his hands raised as two of them approached. They began questioning him, and he quickly responded, but since they were no longer yelling, Jake couldn't hear any words anymore. It was pretty obvious that Johnny was claiming to be the one who had taken the mana crystal when no one was watching. At some point, he pointed at the large tent where he and Jake had been hiding not long ago. The two guards glanced at the tent and then looked at each other, exchanging a few phrases. One of them then headed for the tent while the other guard stayed with Johnny. Meanwhile, the remaining guards lingered near the dormant machine, ignoring the beaten worker who lay on the ground, writhing and cowering. No one among the guards offered him any help, having seemingly forgotten about his presence for the moment. In his peripheral vision, Jake could see that the vehicle was still driving down the road, gradually approaching the bandit base. It was clearly headed for the compound. However, it was still far away, so the occupants of the base weren't aware of it yet. It wasn't long before the guard emerged from the tent, holding the empty crystal in one hand, his rifle slung over one shoulder now. He returned to where Johnny and the other guard stood and asked a question, nodding at the crystal. Johnny glanced at it and nodded in response. The other guard briefly looked at the empty crystal and then shifted his gaze back to Johnny. Jake knew that the crystal had small cracks in it, which had formed when he gripped it in one hand to extract mana from it. However, he had applied just enough pressure to extract the mana without causing any visible damage to the crystal, so the resultant cracks were very small, almost unnoticeable, making the crystal appear intact. This was important because, as Jake knew from experience, mana consumables were nearly indestructible. While he could easily break them to extract mana, regular survivors couldn't so much as leave a scratch on them. Jake had made sure not to leave any easily noticeable damage on the crystal, and judging by the reaction of the two guards, they indeed failed to notice the small cracks marring the crystal's surface. The vehicle that was approaching the bandit base was now close enough for Jake to discern the details. It was a pickup truck, and he instantly recognized it as the one Miller had driven away in. So the leader of the base was finally returning. However, the truck was still far off from the base, and its occupants were unaware that their leader was on his way back. Jake returned his attention to the two guards questioning Johnny. One of them suddenly pulled what looked like a sidearm from inside his jacket and pointed it at Johnny. However, as it turned out, it was no weapon at all. When the guard pressed the trigger, bluish energy flowed from Johnny toward the guard who was using the device on him. Jake knew what was happening. The guard was extracting the mana stored inside Johnny and transferring the magical energy into his own body. Jake couldn't help but feel jealous. He wished he had a similar ability. His mana vision perk allowed him to detect mana consumables as well as various mana sources like mana clouds or mana stored within human beings. However, the perk didn't allow him to absorb mana clouds or extract mana from humans. He likely needed a special skill or perk for that, which he currently didn't have. Jake remembered Johnny telling him that he had about 1,000 mana points within him. If discovered, he was going to claim that this was the amount he had extracted from the stolen mana crystal. Since there was no way to gauge how much mana a person held in their body, Johnny had said the guards wouldn't be able to tell if he was lying or not. However, watching the guard siphon mana from him using a special device, Johnny appeared uneasy. He was attempting to maintain a section of calmness, but to Jake, it was obvious that Johnny was nervous and trying hard to conceal it. It was clear that Johnny was completely unaware there were devices that could siphon mana from within people. It must be some advanced technology available only for high-level survivors. Once the guard extracted and absorbed all the mana from Johnny, he stored the device away and pulled out his PDA. He glanced at the screen, probably checking how much mana he had just taken from Johnny. Then he looked up and asked Johnny a question. Johnny replied, trying to appear calm, even though Jake could see he was nervous. The guard checked his PDA again, then gave a nod to his partner. He put the device away and asked another question. For a moment, Johnny spoke, nodding toward the dormant machine a few times. Jake realized that while the device allowed the guard to extract mana from Johnny, it hadn't provided any information about how much was actually stored inside him. The guard had probably asked Johnny how much mana he had taken from the crystal, and upon Johnny stating that it was about 1,000, the guard checked his screen to verify that he had indeed received that amount. Right now, Johnny was likely explaining that the machine had been in use for a while, accounting for the fact that only 1,000 mana points were left in the crystal. The guards finally appeared to relax. They had identified who had taken the crystal from the ammo-producing machine, and everything Johnny had told them so far seemed to align with the facts. To them, he seemed truthful. Now, when the leader of the base showed up, they at least wouldn't look like complete idiots, who allowed their workers to steal mana consumables from the machines right under their noses. However, they still didn't know why Johnny had stolen the crystal in the first place. What was he planning to do with the mana he had siphoned from it? To what end did he risk everything to take the mana consumable? Also, did he seriously think he was going to get away with it? Did he really assume the guards were too Macron to notice that the machine had stopped producing ammo? Or did he think he could avoid getting caught altogether? The moment they started asking these kinds of questions, Johnny visibly tensed. It was clear he hadn't prepared for this line of questioning and had no possible explanation ready. Seeing that he was unable to provide a clear answer, the two guards grew angry again. One of them grabbed Johnny by the shoulder and shoved him in the direction of HQ. Reluctantly, he began to walk toward it. Jake knew they wouldn't leave him alone. While they believed Johnny had taken the mana crystal from the machine and absorbed the remaining mana, they didn't know why he had done it. Jake was sure they were likely going to torture him to learn everything there was to know and extract the whole truth from him. Miller's pickup truck continued driving toward the bandit base. It was very close to the compound now, but Jake kept his gaze on the two guards escorting Johnny to HQ for further questioning. He remembered seeing a strange expression in Johnny's eyes when he promised to save his girlfriend. At that moment, Jake had thought that now that Johnny had something to believe in, he might do something reckless and stupid. Watching Johnny's body language as he was sandwiched between the two guards leading him toward HQ, Jake realized this was the exact moment when Johnny was about to do something reckless. Jake watched Johnny being escorted toward HQ. The two guards were on either side of him to make sure he didn't make an attempt to flee. Johnny walked with an air of obedience, projecting calmness to show he meant no trouble. However, Jake knew that this outward compliance was a mask for something far more dangerous. Since he was compliant and wasn't resisting, the guards were lulled into a false sense of security and didn't restrain Johnny. They didn't even bother to hold him. It was surely going to cost them dearly. Either his obedience had them fooled or they believed all the workers, including Johnny, were frightened into complete submission, being too afraid to rebel. With his hands and legs free, Johnny had a golden opportunity to turn the tables and attack his captors. The only question was, when exactly was he going to make his move? Just wait until you're inside HQ, Jake thought. Upon entering HQ and discovering the massacre he had caused within, the two guards would undoubtedly be taken aback. For a moment, they might even forget about Johnny, giving him a perfect opportunity to act. There were two bodies of guards sprawled near the entrance door, with their weapons lying on the floor nearby. If Johnny acted quickly, he could break away from the guards, grab one of the guns, and use it to kill his captors. What to do next was another question. The door to the security control room on the second floor was left wide open, so if Johnny developed some hacking skills, he might try to hack into the computer and change the behavior of the turrets to direct them to kill all the guards within the base. While Johnny was being led to HQ, the gathering of guards near the inactive ammo-producing machine was being dispersed by two of the base's sub-bosses, Dominic and Patrick, who were loudly berating them to stop loafing around and get back to work. The guards, clearly reluctant, were beginning to scatter in different directions, dragging their feet as they returned to their duties. Min stood a short distance away, observing the scene unfold with a detached interest. He hadn't bothered to approach the dormant ammo-producing machine, likely because he was confident that Dominic and Patrick could manage the situation without his assistance. Stepping forward, Patrick retrieved a full mana crystal from his rucksack. With an expert flick of his wrist, he inserted the crystal into the designated slot and entered a sequence of commands into the control panel. Almost immediately, the machine whirred to life, humming and vibrating as it resumed its production cycle. The two guards escorting Johnny to HQ almost reached their destination, and that was when Johnny decided to finally make his move. Having no idea what awaited him inside HQ, he must have thought he had much better chances of breaking away from his captors outside than within HQ's walls. In a swift and powerful motion, he threw his body to the side, colliding with the guard on his left. The bandit staggered back, struggling to regain his balance, giving Johnny the opportunity to seize the sidearm strapped to the man's hip. Pulling the pistol from its holster, he gripped it tightly in both hands. With surprising agility, Johnny leapt aside when the other guard tried to grab him. Dodging the guard's reaching hands, he pointed the stolen handgun at the guard's legs and popped off a few hasty shots. Screaming in agony, the bandit toppled to the ground. Johnny wheeled to face the other guard and fired at him as well, hitting the bandit in the chest and sending him crashing to the ground. Both men were still alive, but Johnny didn't bother to finish them off. Instead, he spun and raced across the base. Unfortunately, he didn't get far. The gunshots echoing throughout the base alerted everyone. The guards quickly noticed Johnny sprinting across the compound and tracked him with the barrels of their weapons. While some hesitated to fire, concerned about hitting their own teammates in the process, those with a clear shot at Johnny took aim and pulled the triggers. The chattering of automatic fire reverberated through the air as rounds zipped past Johnny. Most of them missed him completely since he was running fast, presenting a very hard target to hit. However, he wasn't able to evade every shot. He stumbled when a bullet struck him, its impact knocking him off balance. Another one hit him in one shoulder, spinning him around and whipping him to the ground. Nearby shots kicked up sprays of dirt, each one creeping closer to where Johnny lay. Desperate to escape, he attempted to crawl for cover, but then more rounds drilled into his body. Dominic yelled at his men to stop firing because they needed him alive. However, the cacophony of multiple automatic weapons being fired at the same time drowned out his voice. It wasn't until several seconds later that the gunfire finally ceased. Johnny lay sprawled on his back, bleeding from numerous bullet wounds. Dominic shouted at his men to administer stims to the mortally wounded worker, but by the time they reached him, it was too late. Johnny was already dead. Jake felt an unpleasant sensation rising inside him. He had never experienced anything like it before in his life as a mutant, and for a moment, he struggled to understand what was wrong with him. Then it dawned on him he was feeling sadness. To his surprise, Johnny's death shook him, leaving him feeling mournful. He realized he had been rooting for Johnny, hoping he would escape, even though he knew the chances were literally non-existent. Now that Johnny was gone, a wave of frustration washed over him, which surprised him greatly. It was the first time he had felt sadness as a mutant. It came as a big surprise because he had previously thought such emotions were long gone due to his mutant nature. Then came the anger. Jake slowly rose to his feet, positioning himself at the very edge of the rooftop, glaring down at the bandit base 10 stories below. He understood anger. After all, it was the very first emotion he had ever experienced as a mutant and one he had occasionally felt ever since. Jake knew he couldn't have helped Johnny escape, but that realization brought little comfort. His anger quickly escalated into wrath. At that moment, all he wanted was to take one step forward, drop to the ground, and charge at the bandit base. He wanted to kill all the bandits within the perimeter walls one by one, ripping off limb after limb. That feeling of wrath threatened to consume him, and Jake had to summon every ounce of willpower to remain still. He knew that he wasn't in a condition to fight at the moment as his mana reserves were nearly depleted. He had just enough to maintain his cloak, but it was far from sufficient for a tough fight. He also had to remind himself that the turrets protecting the base were extremely powerful. Even one of them could do a number on him, and if all of them opened fire at the same time, he would be done for in no time flat. So Jake forced himself to stay at the edge of the roof instead of doing something he might regret. Resisting the urge to act impulsively, he kept staring at the base below and saw that the pickup truck drawing near had picked up speed. Its occupants must have heard the gunfire erupting from within the perimeter walls and were hurrying to see what the commotion was all about. The vehicle slowed as it reached the gap where the gates had once stood. After executing a turn, The pickup truck pulled into the base and almost immediately came to a halt. Miller and the two bandits he had taken with him jumped out of the vehicle and strode toward the guards who had gathered around Johnny's lifeless body. Jake remained standing at the edge of the roof, his gaze fixed on the unfolding scene below. He was eager to witness Miller's reaction upon discovering what had taken place inside HQ while he was away. The leader of the base approached the guards gathered around Johnny's lifeless body. Judging by Miller's body language alone, it was already clear he was furious. The bandits he passed by appeared to physically feel the dangerous energy radiating from him, shrinking back and visibly trembling in fear. Miller shoved aside two guards who weren't quick enough to get out of his way and stopped beside Johnny's dead body. He stared down at it for a moment before shifting his gaze to the gathering of bandits. All of them immediately averted their gazes, looking down, too afraid to meet his blazing glare. "What the fuck happened here?" he shouted, loud enough for Jake to hear him as if he were standing right next to him. None of the guards replied. Those who had been firing at Johnny kept their mouths shut. Everyone was too terrified of him to speak up. "Who am I talking to? Have you all gone deaf all of a sudden?" A few guards shot furtive glances at Dominic and Patrick, who stood nearby, clearly hoping to shift the responsibility of explaining the situation onto the leader's closest subordinates. Unsurprisingly, the two of them looked just as scared as the regular guards. Dominic cast a quick glance at Patrick, who responded with a barely visible shake of his head, trying to make himself as inconspicuous as possible by hunching his back and lowering his head. Dominic looked around but couldn't see Min, unaware he was standing far behind, watching the unfolding scene from a distance. Dominic let out a sigh, fully aware that the burden of explaining what had happened rested on him. He moved a bit closer to Miller, as if to demonstrate that, unlike the others, he wasn't intimidated by him. Then, he started to recount the events that had taken place at the base during the leader's absence. Speaking in a low voice, he occasionally pointed to the ammo-producing machine and then to the tent where Johnny had been hiding. At some point, as he neared the end of his recounting, Dominic nodded toward the two guards who had been escorting Johnny to HQ. The two wounded guards still lay on the ground, squirming and moaning in pain. Until now, nobody had paid them any attention, having seemingly forgotten about them the moment Miller returned to the base. "For fuck's sake, someone help them already!" he yelled angrily at the bunch of guards standing nearby. Nearly all of them immediately ran toward their wounded comrades to administer first aid. It was clear that the guards were afraid to move without permission, and now that they had an excuse to act, they seized the opportunity to create as much distance as possible from the furious leader. So Dominic and Patrick suddenly found themselves standing opposite Miller by themselves. Patrick was visibly trembling, unable to contain his fear. Dominic managed to hold himself together a bit better, but he was still scared, uncertain of how Miller would respond now that he was aware of the entire situation. The leader of the base stood motionlessly, watching the guards administer stims to their wounded comrades. They busied themselves around the two injured guards, as if they genuinely cared for them like brothers. To Jake, it was clear they only wanted to keep their distance from Miller. Two of the guards helped the wounded to their feet and guided them toward the tents. Wanting to distance themselves from Miller, the rest of the guards followed suit. Some even took hold of the injured comrades, trying to lift and carry them as if they were some sort of royalty. "For fuck's sake," Miller yelled at them. "They're not that badly hurt. Just one man helping one wounded is more than enough. Two of you go with them. As for the rest of you, get your lazy asses back here right now." The guards who weren't actually helping but only pretending to had no choice but to comply. Each of the two wounded guards now had only one companion assisting them as they walked to the tents. The rest of the guards returned to where the leader of the base stood, albeit reluctantly. Miller instructed Dominic and Patrick to remain where they were, then signaled for the two guards he had arrived with to follow him. With the two men at his side, he walked confidently toward HQ and vanished inside. Dominic and Patrick shared a few quiet words between them as they watched him go. Dominic then scanned the area and finally noticed Min far behind him. He called out for Min to come closer, but Min remained where he was. It seemed he had decided it was much safer to keep his distance from the furious leader of the base. He clearly wasn't pleased with Min's refusal to comply. He even started to walk toward him, but then remembered Miller's order to stay put and stopped immediately. Terrified of his boss, he was unwilling to disobey and chose to remain where he was. It wasn't long before Miller and his two men burst out of HQ. He took a few steps before coming to a halt, staring at Dominic and Patrick from a distance. They stared back at him. From Miller's behavior alone, they realized something was terribly wrong. He stared silently at them for a few seconds, and to those around him, his silence was more terrifying than his usual outbursts of rage. He said something to the group, but since he was no longer yelling, Jake couldn't make out the words. The guards appeared taken aback by whatever their leader had just said. Miller had to repeat the order before they finally complied, pointing their weapons at Dominic and Patrick, who instinctively raised their hands in the air. Dominic tried to speak to the leader, probably asking what was happening, but Miller ignored him. He walked over to where his power suit was and climbed in. The suit sealed around him, encasing Miller completely. While he wasn't yet sure who had killed all the guards inside HQ, it was obvious he suspected his sub-bosses, just as Jake had anticipated. Since Miller didn't know what might happen when he revealed what he saw in HQ, he clearly wanted the protection of the suit's armor in case a shootout erupted in the base. Even though he was high-leveled, he wasn't invincible. Even a single bullet to the head could easily end his life. He then walked toward the group of guards who were aiming their weapons at the two sub-bosses. He spoke to the guards, and this time, they obeyed without hesitation. Most of them continued to aim at Dominic and Patrick, while a few others positioned themselves behind the two men. The two of them were genuinely scared now. Although they didn't know what Miller had uncovered in HQ, they could tell something was seriously wrong, and Miller obviously believed they had something to do with it. Patrick broke down in tears, collapsing to his knees. Dominic attempted to speak, but Miller cut him off. The guard secured the sub-bosses' hands behind their backs, and at Miller's order, they began to escort them back to HQ. Miller then spotted Min watching the scene from a distance. He yelled at him to come over, but Min did something else instead. He wheeled around and sprinted across the base. Miller barked orders at his men to apprehend him, his voice amplified by the suit's loudspeakers. Some of the guards opened fire on the runner. "Don't fire, you idiots!" Miller immediately yelled at them. "I need him alive. Catch him." Unfortunately for them, Min was incredibly fast and agile. He made a beeline for the pickup truck Miller had arrived in. Luckily for Min, Miller had jumped out of the vehicle as soon as he pulled into the base, leaving the engine running and the doors wide open. So Min slid behind the wheel and immediately backed out of the base through the opening where the gates once stood. He whipped the car around and hit the gas, quickly moving away from the base. Miller yelled at his men to give chase, but by the time they got into another vehicle and drove out, Min was already nowhere to be seen. It was great. Just like Dominic and Patrick, Min had no idea what Miller had witnessed in HQ. However, upon noticing Miller's changed demeanor and the capture of the other two sub-bosses, Min's instinct for survival kicked in. Whatever was happening, it was clearly bad, so he decided to make a quick escape. Unlike the workers, the guards were allowed to leave the base, which was why the turrets hadn't opened fire on him while he escaped. Wherever he was now, it was clear he wasn't returning anytime soon. By making his escape, Min inadvertently painted himself as the prime suspect in the massacre that had unfolded at HQ. Sure, Miller would eventually start to wonder why Min hadn't fled right after killing the guards and stealing the skeleton key, only opting to escape after Miller discovered the aftermath. However, at first glance, it certainly seemed like Min was behind the horrific events. The guards had already escorted the restrained Dominic and Patrick into HQ. Yet Miller stayed outside for a few moments longer. He instructed the remaining guards to resume their duties, and after they complied, he popped open his power suit and stepped out. He walked toward HQ and disappeared inside a few moments later, likely to interrogate Dominic and Patrick. Whatever was in store for them was bound to be anything but pleasant. Before moving away, Jake cast one last glance at Johnny's lifeless body, still lying in the same spot. A wave of sadness washed over him, mingling with the anger that bubbled up inside. Johnny had seen Jake as some sort of hero, the one destined to take down Los Demonios and protect the ordinary survivors. But Jake was no hero, that was for damn sure. Yet it was a good thing because it meant he would have no reservations. No moral constraints would hold him back. Nothing would stop him from completely eradicating Los Demonios, leaving behind nothing but a damp stain where the gang once was. However, before launching a full-blown war against Los Demonios, he needed to evolve into the next stage. Before doing it, though, he wanted to spend the night searching for mana, as he was running low on it. So he wheeled around and dashed across the rooftop. When he was sure he couldn't be seen from the base below, he deactivated Cloak, knowing there was no reason to waste mana unnecessarily. Reaching the edge of the roof, he leapt toward another building. Jake spent the rest of the evening looking for mana consumables, doing his best to avoid confrontations with both humans and mutants. There weren't many mana items to be found, but he knew that it would change when the system performed its usual world refresh at nightfall. He just needed to wait a couple more hours. After the regular world refresh, the mutants killed during the day would be revived, and various loot, including mana items, would materialize throughout the city. However, contrary to Jake's expectations, something surprising occurred when night finally fell. At midnight, a system message appeared in his mind. Your current area is set to be upgraded. Jake immediately remembered the conversation he had overheard in the control security room between the three sub-bosses. Men had told Dominic and Patrick that the system would very soon upgrade their city. Jake had thought this would happen in a few days, but as it turned out, the area upgrade was much closer than he anticipated. For the next hour or so, the system was in the process of upgrading the city. In Jake's mind lingered the progress bar, indicating how much time was left before completion. During this period, no mutants materialized in the city. The night was eerily quiet. When the progress bar reached 100%, another system message appeared in his mind. The area upgrade is complete. The strength of all the mutants has been increased, and new mutant types have been introduced. Good luck, survivor. Jake was sure this message was also sent to all the survivors on their PDAs. Most of them were currently asleep and unaware of what had just happened. However, in the morning, when they woke up and checked their PDAs, an unpleasant surprise would await them. Unlike survivors, he received system notifications directly in his mind since his enhanced intelligence skill had many capabilities similar to those of a survivor's PDA. Jake couldn't help but notice that the system had referred to him as a survivor. It still seemed confused about him, unsure whether to classify him as a survivor or a mutant. At times, it labeled him simply as a mutant, especially when it assigned missions to survivors to kill him for some impressive rewards. Yet there were moments, like now, when the system treated him as a typical survivor. It was clear that it was grappling with how to categorize him. During the next hour or so, mutants began materializing in the city. Despite the system's claim that new mutant types had been introduced, most of the appearing mutants were walkers. However, when Jake tried to fight one, an unpleasant surprise awaited him. The walker turned out to be much more agile and powerful than its counterparts before the city upgrade. Sure, it was to be expected, but Jake hadn't anticipated that regular walkers would become so much stronger. The strength of a single walker was now comparable to that of a chaser, which was the most dangerous ex-human from before the city upgrade, or perhaps even greater. Previously, dealing with chasers hadn't taken Jake much effort at his current level, but those mutants rarely attacked in groups larger than 2 or 3. Walkers, however, had always been considered the weakest type of mutant, and as such, they tended to attack in large groups, swarming their prey from all directions. Jake realized that dealing with groups of walkers would be much harder for him now than before, at least until he leveled up several more times. After finally killing the beefed-up walker, he decided to avoid any further fights for the time being, as he still needed to increase his mana reserves. Killing the upgraded walker, though, had given him a hefty chunk of XP, bringing him some joy. At least, He would be able to level up faster now. He was really excited about that. Mutants continued to respawn for the next hour or so until the process finally stopped. Jake couldn't help but notice that the system had spawned significantly more mutants during the night than it usually did before. A bunch of walkers lurked around every corner now, and they were much more active to boot. Instead of just standing around or aimlessly moving from spot to spot, they prowled the night streets, tirelessly searching for prey. The city had definitely become a much more dangerous place here. Jake noticed this within minutes of the area upgrade and the completion of the respawning process. There was also more loot available. While most of it was meant for survivors, he was pleased to see that mana consumables were now found more often as well. Since Jake was unwilling to engage in fights for now, he scaled one of the high-rise buildings and continued to traverse the city by leaping from rooftop to rooftop, searching for mana items, using mana vision to locate them. He focused primarily on gathering larger items like crystals and shards, completely ignoring the smaller ones like beads and marbles. At some point, the sounds of gunfire reached his ears. Initially, he didn't think much of it. After all, while most survivors rested at night, he sometimes came across groups still active. Los Demonios, in particular, relished the opportunity to ambush regular survivors, locating their hideouts and launching surprise attacks on the unsuspecting. However, after some time, Jake recognized that the level of activity was far beyond what he usually encountered at night. His sharp hearing detected multiple gunshots coming from different parts of the city. Occasionally, he also caught the sounds of human screams and panicked voices. He wondered what it could mean. He remembered that before the city upgrade, mutants had never materialized in buildings where survivors took refuge for the night. Had that changed now, or perhaps, with many more ex-humans respawning at night and being much more active here, seemingly always looking for prey, they were now venturing into buildings where survivors had set up their hideouts? Whatever the reason, it was obvious that survivors were no longer safe at night. By the time dawn arrived, Jake had gathered a significant amount of mana. Before evolving to Stage 3, though, he wanted to explore the city further, curious about what had changed since its upgrade. As the sun climbed above the rooftops, casting a gentle glow over the streets, he resumed his rooftop leaps, eager to make new discoveries. He noticed that the number of anomalies had certainly increased. Much like the mutants, these anomalies were more dangerous now as well. The good news was that anomalies that had challenges linked to them were now appearing more often. Prior to the city upgrade, he had rarely come across them. However, he decided not to take on any challenges for now. Before the city upgrade, when challenges were a rare occurrence, he immediately attempted one upon encountering it. But now that challenges were more commonplace, there was no immediate need to take one after finding it. So he chose to continue focusing on exploring the city for the time being. Besides, it made sense to evolve to the next stage and level up a few times before tackling any challenges, as most of them required him to kill mutants, and he needed to become stronger before engaging in tough fights. He continued to explore the city, which was now fully awake. Gunfire erupted all around him in the streets below. Jake watched from above as regular survivors tried to fend off beefed-up mutants that charged at them the moment they emerged from their hideouts. Survivors were now having a really hard time fighting off ex-humans, as even the weakest types, like walkers, were now as strong as the chasers had been before the city upgrade. Watching the events unfold in the streets below, he could feel the palpable panic emanating from the survivors below. Most of them seemed totally unprepared for the drastic changes that had occurred. They were completely unaware that mutants would soon become significantly more powerful because the system hadn't even bothered to give them any warning about the impending threat. Jake watched as survivors attempted to fend off groups of walkers, only to be eventually swarmed by them. Some others jumped into their vehicles, desperate to escape, but crashed when a shambler or another powerful mutant suddenly popped up and rammed into them. Those who sought refuge in buildings found themselves chased by mutants inside, and the terrified screams of the human survivors being killed echoed out. Over the next few hours, Jake witnessed several different groups being slaughtered by the beefed-up ex-humans. A grim realization dawned on him. Had he still been human, it most likely wouldn't have taken long for him to face the same deadly fate following the city upgrade. While regular survivors struggled to defend themselves against ex-humans, nothing much had seemingly changed for Los Demonios. They continued to roam the overgrown streets in their vehicles, killing ex-humans with their powerful weapons almost as easily as before. Having anticipated the city upgrade, the bandits had worked diligently to prepare, building fortified bases, acquiring powerful weapons, and leveling up as much as possible. For them, the upgrade was expected, and therefore, they were now fully equipped for the new challenges. Regular survivors, on the other hand, were now trapped between the ruthless Los Demonios and the beefed-up ex-humans, with their fate looking increasingly dire. Jake recalled what Min had told his two sub-bosses in the security control room about the gang's home city. It had seemingly been overrun by mutants after the upgrade. This was why the gang had worked tirelessly to build bases and prepare for the upcoming changes in this city. If nothing changed and the regular survivors didn't find a way to become stronger, it wouldn't be long before Los Demonios became the last group standing in the city. Right now, Jake saw no path for the regular survivors to turn the tide. They were not only incapable of defeating the beefed-up mutants, but they also couldn't even properly defend themselves. Without help, they would all be wiped out very soon. Jake had spent so much time exploring the upgraded city that he didn't notice the day slipping away, having completely lost track of time. It was only when darkness began to settle over the skyline that he recalled his intention to evolve. However, with the second night following the city upgrade fast approaching, he decided to dedicate one more night to gathering mana. The streets below became somewhat quieter as night fell. However, terrified screams and the sounds of gunfire still erupted sporadically from various sections of the city whenever a group of roaming mutants breached into the buildings where survivors had taken refuge for the night. A couple of hours later, Jake realized he could no longer store any more mana in his body. When he crushed a recently found crystal in his hand, mana seeped from the newly formed cracks, but the magical energy didn't flow toward him as it had before. Instead, it drifted in various directions, gradually dissipating as if dissolving into the air. When Jake checked his current mana count, he saw that he had 170,000 MP. He recalled wondering some time ago if there was a limit to how much mana his body could hold at once. It seemed there was indeed a limit, and 170,000 MP appeared to be that threshold for now, at least. He figured this limit would probably increase as he leveled up or improved his attributes. In the dead of night, Jake stood atop a high-rise building. He opened his fist, letting the empty crystal he had just crushed fall onto the rooftop. Gazing up at the night sky, he decided it was finally time to initiate the process of evolving into the next stage. Closing his eyes, Jake summoned the evolution menu. Instantly, the requirements for evolving to the next stage appeared in his mind. However, he didn't bother rereading them. He knew he needed to reach a specific level, and his attributes along with some skills had to be increased to particular levels and ranks, respectively. He had accomplished all of that a long time ago. Being aware he had already met all the requirements, he skipped the details and focused on the last line, which asked if he wanted to initiate the evolution process. He mentally replied affirmatively and prepared to evolve into the next form. However, contrary to what he had anticipated, something surprising happened. Instead of his body beginning to undergo the evolution process, a system message suddenly appeared in his mind. To start the evolution process, you must choose one of the 3 forms or subclasses to evolve into. This choice is final and cannot be undone. Each subclass offers a unique set of skills and abilities. Make your decision wisely. Once the selection is made, there will be no way to reverse your choice. Proceed to the subclass selection menu. This was definitely different from his last evolution. This time, instead of automatically evolving into a predetermined form, he needed to make a manual selection. It made him feel uneasy. He wanted to remain at the top of the food chain in this world, maintaining his status as the apex predator. How could he know which of the 3 subclasses would be best suited for achieving this goal? However, there was no point in fretting about it before even looking at the choices, so he simply thought, Yes. Immediately, the piece of text in his mind was replaced by 3 new options. Ravager, agile and fierce predator, adept at quick, deadly attacks and swift evasion maneuvers, capable of outsmarting any opponent. Select Ravager. Y.N. Corruptor, inventive and transformative form, possesses the power to alter environments and create various traps and hellish entities, shaping them at will. Select Corruptor. Y.N. Devastator, master of destruction, an unstoppable force on the battlefield, capable of withstanding immense damage while delivering overwhelming strikes. Select Devastator. And Jake read the descriptions and took a moment to think. Unfortunately, the descriptions didn't reveal much. From the previous text, he had learned that each of the 3 forms had its own unique set of skills, which differed significantly from one another. He really wished he could take a peek at each of the subclasses to help him decide which one resonated with him the most. He focused on the first subclass, Ravager, trying to glean some additional information about it or learn what skills and abilities it had. Instead of providing him with additional information, something else happened. A vision of sorts flooded his mind. He saw himself from the side, jumping from rooftop to rooftop. Since the action wasn't taking place from his own eyes, it felt like watching a movie. The obsidian black figure jumping between buildings was strikingly different from his current Stage 2 form. It was obvious that the protagonist of the vision was the subclass of Stage 3, known as Ravager. Jake continued to watch the Ravager leap from roof to roof. It moved so quickly he had difficulty making out any details about this form. However, he could already see how vastly different the Ravager was from his current form. While his present body retained the general shape of a human, there was almost nothing human left in the genetics of the form called Ravager. Eventually, the Ravager in the vision came to a stop on the rooftop of a high-rise building, pausing for a moment and finally granting Jake the opportunity to take a closer look at it. It was definitely larger than his current form. The Ravager's hunched physique was supported by powerful legs ending in curved claws. Its strong arms featured menacing talons that looked far more dangerous than his own. The creature had a long tail, and its snout was elongated, filled with rows of jagged teeth. While its body was just as black and textured as his, it was also adorned with hardened, shimmering scales, likely serving as an additional layer of protection. Overall, the mutant appeared to be a blend of human characteristics and features reminiscent of a 2-legged predatory dinosaur, similar to a raptor. The Ravager tilted its head slightly in one direction, and Jake finally saw what had caught its attention. A couple of sleek helicopters were approaching the rooftop where the mutant stood. They were flying far above the building, but as it turned out, that was no problem for the Ravager. The mutant hunched its back, lifting its scorpion-like, serrated tail over its body and pointing it at one of the choppers. The thick end of the tail suddenly blossomed open like a flower. In the next instant, what appeared to be a laser beam shot out, hitting the chopper with surprising accuracy. The engine sputtered, and the steady whir of the rotor blades faltered. The damaged helicopter spun out of control, quickly losing altitude and disappearing from sight beneath the rooftops. As the second helicopter approached the rooftop, the mutant aimed the tip of his tail at it, and instead of the laser beam, some kind of projectile shot out. It struck the side of the chopper and splattered against it. The acidic substance quickly started to eat away at the metal fuselage. The Ravager suddenly burst into a sprint. Reaching the edge of the roof, it leapt with much more power than Jake could ever muster. The Ravager easily reached the chopper hovering high above the building, slamming into its side. The mutant clung to it by thrusting the talons of one hand through the fuselage. With its other clawed hand, the Ravager tore a piece of metal from the chopper's side as easily as if it were a piece of paper. The mutant then drove the tip of its tail into the jagged opening it had made, unleashing a powerful stream of acid into the chopper's interior. The helicopter spiraled out of control, rapidly losing altitude and plummeting toward the ground. The Ravager released its grip and dropped into the open space below. However, the mutant didn't fall all the way to the streets. Instead, in a matter of 2 seconds, it sprouted 2 long bat-like wings and soared through the air like a massive prehistoric winged reptile. Down below, A technical was racing down the street. The person in the bed of the pickup truck caught sight of the Ravager overhead and swung the barrel of the mounted machine gun toward it. High-powered bullets impacted against the Ravager's scaled body, dealing little to no damage. The winged creature suddenly morphed its wings back into its body and rocketed down like a missile. With astonishing precision, it struck the pickup truck with tremendous force, turning it into a pile of broken and twisted metal and plastic. The Ravager climbed out of the wreckage and surveyed its surroundings. Not a scratch marred its scaled body. Menacing-looking ex-humans that Jake had never encountered before burst from around every corner. Drawn to the sound of the crash, they sprinted toward the Ravager from all directions. However, before any could reach the mutant, it emitted a bone-chilling roar that instilled fear in its foes. Suddenly, they lost interest in the Ravager and turned on one another. The Ravager didn't wait for them to kill each other. Instead, it executed a powerful vertical leap, effortlessly reaching the height of several stories. At the peak of its jump, it sprouted its wings once more and flapped them vigorously, pivoting in the air and flying away from the destruction and turmoil it had created in the street below. That was where the vision concluded. That was freaking awesome, Jake thought to himself. It was obvious that the vision had given him a glimpse of the kind of creature he could become if he chose the Ravager subclass. Of course, he wouldn't instantly become as powerful as the Ravager from the vision. Instead, he would gradually level up and unlock new skills and abilities, ultimately transforming into the mutant he had just witnessed. Now that the vision had ended, a new piece of information appeared in his mind. Do you wish to choose Ravager? Warning, selecting the Ravager subclass will render the following skills and abilities unavailable. Morph Disguise. Jake remembered acquiring this ability a while back. It was an epic ability that would become available after he evolved into Evolution Stage 3, Apex Manifestation. However, it appeared that this particular ability was not compatible with the Ravager Evolution subclass. It was disappointing. If he chose to evolve into the Ravager form, he wouldn't be able to use this ability altogether. He had another epic ability called Ground Strike, which would become available for learning after evolving into the next stage and unlocking the third section of the genetic development interface. The system hadn't indicated any issues with it, suggesting that, unlike Morph Disguise, Ground Strike was indeed compatible with the Ravager subclass. In any case, before deciding whether to select the Ravager form or not, he wanted to learn more about the other two options. They should be very different from Ravager, and he was excited to watch the visions related to them to learn what those two subclasses were all about. So he thought no in response to the question, which brought him back to the subclass selection menu, where there were two additional options to check out: Corruptor and Devastator. Following the order in which the three evolution forms were listed, Jake shifted his gaze to the next one after Ravager. It was called Corruptor, and when he focused on it, a new vision filled his mind. Just like before, he perceived the events from an outside perspective, almost as if he were watching a movie. At first, Jake thought he was looking at his current form, but he quickly dismissed that thought. The mutant in the vision undoubtedly had to be Corruptor, and the momentary confusion he had just experienced came from the fact that the Corruptor in the vision didn't look any different from Jake's current form at all. While Jake couldn't help but wonder why this evolution subclass looked no different from his current appearance, he chose not to dwell on it because he was sure he would find out soon enough. Jake kept watching as the Corruptor dashed through the overgrown streets. Eventually, the mutant entered a high-rise and ventured deeper into the building. Suddenly, he found himself in a strange environment. The walls of the corridor he moved along seemed to be covered in some pitch-black substance. However, the Corruptor wasn't affected by it. In fact, he felt right at home. Jake realized that it was the Corruptor's lair, created by the mutant himself. As the mutant continued to move into the deeper parts of the building, which he had reshaped into his lair, Jake examined his surroundings. The obsidian black, textured substance covering the walls was strikingly similar to both his and the Corruptor's bodies, clearly made from the same material. The alien corridor was shrouded in almost total darkness, but the Corruptor was unfazed. After all, he didn't need much light since his night vision was nearly perfect. Finally, he reached what had to be the main cavern of his lair. It was hard to determine what purpose the large room had served before its transformation. Whatever the room had been before, it looked very different now. The walls, ceiling, and floor were all coated in the same obsidian-like material as the corridor the corruptor had just emerged from. However, it was brighter in the cavern. The vast space was faintly illuminated by a bluish glow. Jake immediately spotted the source of the light: a bulbous, shapeless masses clinging here and there to the walls. Those strange glowing bubbles varied in size, the smallest roughly the size of a cat and the largest comparable to a human being. They reminded Jake of replication pods, but the creatures being developed within those bubbles were greatly different from ex-humans. Their exterior walls were translucent, allowing Jake to peer inside, so he could see all kinds of nightmarish creatures being developed within. The corruptor moved from one bubble to another, inspecting its contents and occasionally making some adjustments. Jake somehow instinctively understood what the corruptor was doing. The mutant manipulated the genetic traits of its creations still in the process of development, causing them to morph into different shapes, sprouting various natural weapons like claws, pincers, and teeth, as well as equipping them with various unique abilities. The corruptor was experimenting with the genetic code of its creations, striving to develop various types of creatures intended to serve different roles for its master. However, not all of the corruptor's creations were successful. When the mutant did not achieve the desired outcome, he destroyed the failed experiments and began the process anew. Some of his creations never even reached the final stages of development, upon realizing that the creatures forming in the bubbles did not meet his expectations, the corruptor obliterated the undeveloped specimens, not even pausing to let them fully grow. It was a slow and meticulous process, but the creatures that reached the final stages of development and were released from their bubbles turned out to be truly exceptional. Those who would face them would describe them as nightmarish, both in appearance and in their dangerous abilities. However, to the corruptor, they were remarkably beautiful, and their formidable powers made them invaluable allies. The genetic code of the species that successfully completed the development process and pleased their creator was memorized, allowing the corruptor to initiate mass production of these successful creations. The vision suddenly fast-forwarded and then returned to normal speed. Jake saw that the corruptor was back on the streets, surrounded by a large group of various armored vehicles and armed survivors, attacking him from every angle. He swiftly maneuvered among them, presenting an extremely difficult target to hit. Simultaneously, his mind worked in overdrive, telepathically summoning his creations from different parts of the city. Jake realized that the lair the corruptor had recently visited was just one of many he possessed. Obeying his telepathic call, his creations rushed toward his location as quickly as possible, and in under a minute, they reached their master. The corruptor issued a mental command for them to attack the humans surrounding him, and they instantly obeyed. Now swarmed by the corruptor's creations, the survivors seemed to forget about him, their attention shifting to the various creatures attacking them. There were all kinds of creatures, differing in size and abilities. Some moved on four legs while others walked on two. Winged beings soared above, and some leapt toward their victims with deadly agility. Some creatures were equipped with claws and teeth, while others bore different ranged weapons. The humans stood no chance against them, being slaughtered in droves. As for the corruptor, he didn't take part in the massacre, at least, not personally. He hid in a nearby alley, crouching low to the ground and remaining completely motionless. While his body stayed inactive, his mind was anything but. The corruptor had seized mental control of one of his creations, a creature resembling a hellish dog. He controlled the beast, seeing through its eyes, attacking survivors, tearing pieces of flesh out of their bodies with its razor-sharp teeth. When the survivors were all killed, the corruptor severed the mental link to the dog-like creature, once again regaining control of his own body. He then issued a mental command for his creations to retreat to their lairs, and they immediately obeyed. Though some of the creatures had perished in battle, Jake somehow knew the corruptor would eventually replenish their numbers. The corruptor then issued another mental command. Soon, the ground trembled, and a terrifying creature that resembled an enormous centipede appeared. having emerged from another lair. It was the width of a sedan and the length of about a dozen of them. The corruptor stepped out of the alley and approached the massive insect-like creature. He climbed atop its head, and for a moment, it seemed like he was going to ride it like a mount. However, something else happened. The corruptor lay down on top of the creature's massive head, and then his flesh seemingly merged with its body. The huge insect-like creature raced across the streets, but now that it was one with its creator, it was actually the corruptor who controlled it. He surged through the ravaged streets, moving incredibly fast on its numerous segmented legs. At times, it crawled up the walls of buildings, clinging to them with surprising ease. At the sight of the monstrosity, survivors scattered in panic. Some opened fire, but the bullets impacting the creature's hardened body caused minimal damage. There was another fast-forward moment. When it was over, Jake saw that the scenery had changed once more. The colossal centipede now scurried across the parched, cracked earth that stretched endlessly in every direction beyond the city's boundaries. At some point, the corruptor reached a massive crevice at least several meters wide and crawled into it. He continued to move deeper and deeper underground until he finally found himself inside another of his hidden lairs. Just like the previous lair the corruptor had visited, the walls were abundantly covered in the obsidian-like substance. Unlike the previous lair, however, this one was significantly larger. It was truly enormous but mostly empty. Jake wondered why the corruptor needed so much vacant space. He discovered the answer almost immediately. The corruptor detached from the centipede-like creature's head and jumped to the ground. He moved across the enormous cavern, where an extremely massive bubble was attached to one wall. The corruptor stood before it, peering inside and admiring some kind of kaiju creature being developed within the massive bubble. That's where the vision concluded. Wow, Jake thought. That was incredible. Then a system message appeared in his mind. Do you wish to choose corruptor, Y-N? Jake couldn't help but notice that there was no warning this time. The Ravager subclass was incompatible with the Morph disguise ability, but it appeared that the same did not hold true for the corruptor subclass. Jake also now understood why the corruptor's appearance didn't differ from his current form. Rather than changing outwardly and acquiring a range of new abilities linked to a new appearance, the corruptor had the power to create different creatures. He could issue telepathic commands to them, take direct control over their bodies, and even merge with some of the larger ones. It was definitely an intriguing subclass. However, before making a final decision on which path to take, he still needed to check out the final evolution form called Devastator. Jake returned to the evolution subclass selection menu and focused on Devastator, the last, but not the least, form he hadn't examined yet. As he concentrated on the subclass, a new vision filled his mind. He saw himself standing on the parched, cracked earth beyond the city boundaries. Some distance behind him, the towering buildings of the city loomed. The wasteland was marred by cracks of various sizes running in all directions, some as thin as a pencil line while others being a few meters wide. At first glance, it might seem that the scene was unfolding in the exact same place where the corruptor had appeared in the final moments of the previous vision. However, it was difficult to tell for certain, as the wasteland extending endlessly beyond the city's boundaries looked the same in every direction. The Devastator remained still, his eyes fixed on the line of the horizon. He seemed to be staring at something specific, but at first, Jake struggled to understand what his counterpart was focused on. He decided to use this moment of inactivity to examine the appearance of this evolution form. The corruptor from the previous vision looked exactly like Jake, either slightly hunched back, a face resembling a snout, and arms that were somewhat longer than those of a human. The Ravager from the first vision appeared as a mutated, two-legged prehistoric reptile. In contrast, the Devastator looked distinctly different from the previous two forms. As Jake examined the motionless mutant, he couldn't shake the feeling that the Devastator's figure starkly resembled that of an ordinary human. The mutant was tall, well over 6 feet, and his body appeared ripped. While his skin was pitch black and textured, the overall shape of his body resembled that of a heavyweight athlete. The Devastator's face was anything but human, though. While it wasn't elongated like Jake's, it resembled a human's in general shape. However, the mouth was too large and filled with jagged, triangular teeth, just like his. His eyes were also large and of a solid greenish-blue color akin to his current forms. The Devastator continued to stand still, staring at the same spot above the horizon line. Jake finally discerned what his counterpart was so intently focused on: as several black dots against the sky, which was obscured by great clouds. As they drew closer, the dots grew in size, and eventually, Jake could see that they were helicopters. As they approached the city, with the Devastator standing before the post-apocalyptic megapolis like a guardian protecting it, more details sprang into view. He noticed that while the approaching aircraft possessed a futuristic design, they starkly contrasted with the helicopters used by Los Demonios. These were clearly military-grade, equipped with various weapon systems in their arsenal. Behind the combat helicopters, a few more dots appeared on the horizon. As they drew closer, Jake saw that they were tanks. Much like the helicopters, they looked as if they were straight out of a sci-fi movie. They lacked traditional tracks and instead hovered about 2 feet above the wasteland, gliding effortlessly over the desolate landscape. The hover tanks trailed behind, moving significantly slower than the combat helicopters. Still, they were surprisingly fast for such heavy vehicles. It wasn't long before one of the combat helicopters reached the Devastator, slowing to a controlled hover with all its weapons trained at the mutant. However, the Devastator seemed completely unperturbed. For a moment, the pilot and the pitch-black mutant locked eyes. Then, without warning, the combat helicopter unleashed a torrent of gunfire. The Devastator sprang into action, the transition from standing still to a full sprint almost instantaneous. The mutant barreled across the wasteland so quickly that his feet seemed to barely touch the parched earth. High-powered rounds rained down around him, the helicopter struggling to track him with its front autocannon. Suddenly, the Devastator propelled himself into a surprisingly forceful leap. Defying gravity, he soared toward the combat helicopter hovering high above. Jake initially assumed the mutant's plan was to latch onto the chopper, break the cockpit with a punch, and drag the pilot out to send him plummeting to the ground. Yet, it quickly became apparent that the Devastator had something entirely different in mind. The Devastator streaked through the air, approaching the combat helicopter with such speed that he blurred. This was why Jake didn't immediately notice the change taking place mid-flight. Only when the transformation was nearly complete did he realize the Devastator had morphed himself into some kind of streamlined object, which resembled a missile. He shot through the combat helicopter's fuselage, entering from one side and bursting from the other, mangling the rotor blades in the process. He must have struck something critical because, almost immediately, the futuristic chopper erupted into an explosion, an orange fireball expanding in every direction. As the Devastator fell back to the ground, he reverted to his usual human-like form. He landed hard, going down to one knee as the burning debris rained down all around him. For a moment, he remained in that position, staring at the other combat helicopters, seemingly calculating the best strategy to take them out. After witnessing the chaos he had just unleashed, Jake doubted the combat helicopters stood a chance against him, despite their superiority in numbers. The Devastator changed his tactic. While he could have replicated the successful maneuver he used to take down the previous chopper, picking off the combat helicopters one by one, he chose instead to unleash some of his more dangerous abilities to make his assault more efficient. Jake watched as his counterpart began to transform once more, additional layers of armored flesh rapidly forming around him. The process took just a few seconds, and when it was complete, the Devastator looked entirely different. He now resembled a stone golem, his massive body supported by arms and legs as thick as logs. He had significantly increased in size, adding numerous layers of additional protection to his already formidable form. The combat helicopters closed in on him from all sides. Remaining on one knee, the Devastator cast a quick glance at his attackers before wrapping his arms tightly around his body. In an instant, stone-like layers erupted around him, encasing him from every direction. Within just 2 seconds, the transformation was complete, reshaping the mutant into a formless mass of pitch-black rock. The combat helicopters bombarded him all at once, unleashing a barrage of missiles. Explosions erupted upon impact, chipping away at the stone-like armor surrounding him. Yet, despite the ferocity of the assault, they were unable to cause enough damage to breach the layers and reach the mutant concealed within. Jake suspected that it took an immense amount of mana to forge such a powerful protective barrier in such a short amount of time. The devastating onslaught lasted several seconds until the combat helicopters exhausted their missile supply. The moment it happened, the Devastator launched his counterattack. He burst from the protective shell, shattering it from within. Remaining in his Golem form, the mutant clenched his massive fists and started to pummel the ground beneath him. Each of his powerful strikes sent shockwaves rippling outward, warping the air around them. The combat helicopters found themselves well within the range of the mutant's ability. The choppers scrambled to escape, but they were too slow. The shockwaves generated by the mutant's ground punches interfered with the helicopter's electronics, causing them to act up. One by one, pilots lost control of their aircraft, sending them spiraling to the ground. The failing helicopters dropped from the sky, crashing into the hard earth, smashing their rotor blades, wrecking their engines, and twisting their fuselages beyond recognition. It wasn't long before not a single chopper remained in the sky. As the Devastator rose to his feet, an energy bolt slammed into his chest, creating a large hole in his body. The hover tanks had finally advanced close enough to unleash their firepower on him. The mutant wasted no time charging at the tanks. He executed a powerful, long leap and landed heavily on one tank, slamming it into the ground and leaving deep dents in its surface. Almost immediately, he jumped to another tank, attacking it with powerful fists that crushed the armor as effortlessly as if it were mirrored in. Jake watched as the Devastator dashed from one tank to another, punching them and tearing off pieces of armor. Once a tank was damaged beyond functionality, he quickly turned his attention to the next. They fired energy bolts at him, but each shot missed, as he moved too quickly for them to get a clear aim. Before long, every tank was taken down, much like the helicopters. But the battle was far from over. A new threat suddenly appeared. As if summoned by the sounds of combat, insect-like creatures started to emerge from one of the larger fissures in the ground, even the smallest of which were the size of large dogs. They looked suspiciously similar to the creatures created by the Corruptor from Jake's previous vision. It was hard to tell if they were the same creatures, but the resemblance was undeniable. Once again, Jake thought the scenery of this battle scene looked very similar to the final moments of his earlier vision, where the Corruptor, controlling an enormous centipede, scuttled across the parched earth toward a massive crack that led to one of his lairs. The fissure from which the insect-like creatures were now emerging seemed almost identical to that earlier one. Jake couldn't shake the thought that the crack in this vision might actually lead to the Corruptor's lair. If that were the case, what did it all mean? Until now, he had regarded these visions as mere movie trailers, hinting at what to anticipate from each of the three evolution forms in their final progression stages. But what if these glimpses held a more profound meaning? Could they be glimpses of actual future events yet to unfold? He knew that his transformation into a Morphus was an extremely rare occurrence. Yet since it had happened to him, there remained a possibility that another survivor could undergo the same transformation. What if, in the future, he crossed paths with another Morphus? And what if that mutant followed a different evolution path? Would they become friend or foes? However, Jake decided to ponder the possible implications of that later. For now, he wanted to concentrate on the action unfolding in the vision. He saw the Devastator suddenly sprint toward the creatures emerging from the massive fissure in the ground. As he ran, the mutant activated another of his abilities, transforming himself into a massive boulder rolling toward the swarm of monsters. He smashed into the middle of them, scattering some of them like bowling pins and flattening the others. In the next second, the Devastator transformed once again, reverting to his original human-like form. However, even in this shape, he was incredibly powerful. He morphed his hands into claws and tore apart one monster after another. Once all of them were dealt with, he jumped into the crack from which the insect-like creatures had been emerging and disappeared from sight. That was where the vision concluded. A message appeared, asking if he wanted to select this subclass. There was no warning about the incompatibility of this subclass with Morph Disguise, which meant that, unlike the Ravager form, Devastator was indeed compatible with the ability. Since only Ravager, which looked nothing like a humaner, was incompatible, it meant that this ability only worked with forms that resembled normal humans. Anyway, now that he had familiarized himself with all three subclasses and learned what each had to offer, it was time to choose which evolutionary path to take. Jake didn't immediately make his choice. In fact, he wasn't quite sure which of the three subclasses to pick. It seemed to be a very important decision, which was why he didn't want to be hasty about it. The next evolution stage was called Apex Manifestation. Its name alone suggested it might be the final stage of evolution. The fact that he had to choose an evolutionary path further underscored its importance. Since the system never informed him how many evolution stages there were in total, Jake didn't know for sure whether Stage 3, Apex Manifestation, was the final one. Nevertheless, since there wouldn't be a chance to revert his choice, he decided to consider each of the three subclasses carefully and weigh their pros and cons to help him decide which one to choose. The first subclass he had checked out was Ravager. In appearance, it looked like a mix of a human being and a two-legged prehistoric reptile. However, its serrated tail resembled that of a scorpion. It didn't have a stinger, though. Instead, the tip of the tail was thicker than the rest, appearing slightly swollen. The reason for this was that the tip of Ravager's tail could blossom open like a flower to shoot various projectiles. Having a ranged weapon was one of this subclass's advantages. Another benefit was that the Ravager form could apparently shoot different kinds of projectiles from its tail. In the vision, Jake first saw the Ravager fire what looked like a laser beam to bring down one of the two helicopters. Then the mutant fired some kind of acidic missile, which was similar to Jake's acidic spit but definitely much more powerful in terms of traveling distance, velocity, and the speed with which it eroded the chopper's metal fuselage. Next, the Ravager in the vision sprayed the interior of the chopper with acid, which was a different kind of ability from the previous one. The acid shot he had first fired was a single fast-moving projectile, while this third ability of the spray of acid, or whatever it was called, released acid in a continuous stream, much like a hose. So the Ravager form could utilize a range of various ranged abilities, firing different types of shots from its tail. The laser beams were effective for taking down distant targets, the acidic shots were suitable for medium range, and the spray of acid worked well in close quarters situations. Jake was confident there were likely several additional abilities that would allow the Ravager to shoot other types of projectiles from its tail. Additionally, the Ravager form could sprout wings in no time at all. The ability to fly was undeniably invaluable. Besides being able to get anywhere quickly, it also offered major tactical advantages during combat situations. Jake couldn't help but notice that the Ravager could make sounds, unlike his current form. In his previous form, he hadn't even had a mouth. The other two subclasses, Corruptor and Devastator, also seemed to be the silent types. Only the Ravager form could produce sounds, although Jake doubted it could speak. The ability to unleash screams was undeniably an additional perk of this subclass, designed not primarily to intimidate foes but rather to inflict specific status effects on its targets. In the vision, the Ravager's scream prompted the horde of ex-humans to turn on one another. Jake was sure the Ravager could emit other types of crowd-controlling screams to inflict various status effects on its enemies. Perhaps it could even learn specific kinds of screams that affected survivors as well. Right off the top of his head, Jake couldn't figure out what downsides this class might have. Except, of course, that it was incompatible with the morph disguise ability, which was unfortunate. It seemed that this ability only worked with forms that resembled ordinary human beings, and Ravager definitely looked nothing like an ordinary human. The next subclass was Corruptor. From the vision, Jake had learned that if he chose Corruptor, he would be able to create lairs in which he could develop various creatures. They would obey his telepathic commands, and he would be able to communicate with them over great distances, summoning them from their lairs if the need arose. The Corruptor could create creatures of different sizes and take control of them, either remotely or by merging with them. It was definitely a very intriguing subclass, and Jake was tempted to choose this one. However, the obvious downside of this subclass was that it seemingly couldn't possess any abilities of its own. If Jake selected it, he would retain all the skills and abilities he had acquired earlier, but he might not be able to learn any new ones. The Corruptor subclass appeared to focus entirely on creating new forms of life. At least, that was what it looked like in the vision he had seen, where the Corruptor relied exclusively on the creatures he had summoned, never employing any unique abilities of his own during a confrontation with a group of survivors. The third subclass was Devastator. It was an extremely powerful form, with truly impressive defensive and offensive capabilities. This class seemed capable of taking on and dealing with an entire army of well-armed survivors single-handedly. If Jake chose this subclass, annihilating Los Demonios bases wouldn't pose much of a problem, that was for damn sure. However, it was clearly a completely melee-focused subclass. Unlike the Ravager form, it lacked any ranged weapons. On the other hand, did it actually need them? From what Jake had seen in the vision, the Devastator was perfectly fine without them. While Ravager was cool, with the ability to fly and shoot various projectiles from its tail, Corruptor and Devastator were definitely Jake's favorites. Besides, unlike Ravager, both Corruptor and Devastator were compatible with Morph Disguise since they were human-like forms. But which one to choose? Jake really liked both of them and hated the fact that he could only select one. He thought it over and then thought some more, but he still couldn't determine which subclass resonated with him the most. In the end, he decided to hold off on making a choice for a day or so. It was a very important decision, and one additional day wouldn't make a difference. So he decided to contemplate the matter for one more day to make sure he made the right decision. There was no immediate urgency to evolve. He remembered that there was a time when some of his skills advanced to a specific level, but he couldn't upgrade them to the next rank, because he needed to evolve first. However, that wasn't the case right now. Currently, none of his skills and abilities had reached 100%. So there was no pressing need to evolve into the next form. He also remembered that after evolving into the second stage and unlocking the second section of the genetic development interface, he couldn't immediately afford any of the new skills because they had steep requirements and were quite expensive. The same situation would likely apply when he evolved into the third stage. He would probably need to level up several more times and upgrade his attributes before he could buy any of the skills from the third section of the genetic development interface. So yeah, there was no rush, and he definitely had some time to think about the matter. For now, he decided to visit the sewers. The system had recently upgraded the area, making all the mutants in the city significantly more powerful. As a result, the dungeon hidden in the underground tunnels was likely to have seen an increase in danger level as well. It was time to check it out. After descending into the sewers, Jake opted to spend some time exploring them instead of heading straight to the dungeon door. Following the city upgrade, all the monsters had grown more powerful, including those residing in the sewers. He wanted to gauge how much stronger they had become and whether new types of monsters could now be found in the dank depths. Over the next few hours, Jake roamed the underground tunnels, slaying their unsettling inhabitants. It turned out that the system's area upgrade hadn't introduced any new monsters in the sewers, but the two existing types of monsters, imitated rats and devourers, had become significantly stronger. Still, Jake was much better prepared for the area upgrade than the regular survivors were, so while battling the sewer monsters was undeniably more challenging than before, they still didn't pose much of a threat to him. For a while, Jake wandered through the sewers, taking down all the monsters in his path. The mutated rats, a bizarre blend of rats and kangaroos and as large as the latter, charged in numerous groups. In contrast, the devourers, resembling alligators but with the size and physique of grizzly bears, were solitary creatures. Jake employed a range of abilities in the fights against the mutants, mostly relying on claws, smash fists, and bladed tentacles. Since he had the skeleton key stashed in his mouth, he refrained from using acidic spit to avoid melting the key. At some point, he discovered that spikes were extremely useful when dealing with packs of mutated rats. Upon activation, numerous long spikes erupted from his body. His legs, arms, and even his head became adorned with them, jutting out far from his form. These spikes were not only long but also remarkably durable, proving to be impressively hard to break. Jake liked to sprout the spikes from his body when a group of mutated rats surrounded him from every direction. Another trick he enjoyed was running into the middle of a horde of monsters, activating the ability, and impaling the unsuspecting creatures. Since the spikes sprouted from his body at a moment's notice, the mutants had no time to react. Those lucky enough to evade being impaled scattered in every direction, keeping their distance from him afterward, hesitant to get too close. In these situations, Jake also made use of an upgrade that allowed him to launch the spikes like missiles, sending them flying in all directions. Although they didn't travel far, they struck the mutants with enough force to kill them. It was definitely a useful and fun ability, but since each use consumed a hefty chunk of his mana, Jake refrained from using it too often. He traversed the underground tunnels for a while, following his usual routine of slaying its inhabitants. At some point, he gained a level. You have gained enough XP to level up. Your level has gone up from 78 to 79. You have gained 5 SP. Jake took a moment to consider where to allocate his skill points. With none of his skills or abilities having reached 100% yet and all available upgrades already purchased, the only option left was to improve his attributes. He thought for a second and then assigned his skill points. Body, 70 Ace 72. Mind, 70. Magic, 70 Ace 73. He continued to wander through the underground tunnels, killing monsters and gaining XP until finally, there were no more enemies left. It was time to head to the dungeon door, but before doing so, he took a moment to review his stats. Name, Jake Turner. Race, Human Morphus. Evolution Stage 2, Savage Ascent. Level, 79. HP, 98%. XP, 4, 755 10,000ths. SP, 0. MP, 164,986. Body, 72. Mind, 70. Magic, 73. Claws, Rank 3, 44%. Upgrades, 4 of 4. Uncommon. Swords, Rank 3, 37%. Upgrades, 4 of 4. Uncommon. Bladed Tentacles, Rank 3, 38%. Upgrades, 4 of 4. Uncommon. Mind Reader, Rank 3, 10%. Upgrades, 4 of 4. Uncommon. Smash Fists, Rank 3, 29%. Upgrades, 4 of 4. Uncommon. Gravity Leap, Rank 2, 45%. Upgrades, 4 of 4. Uncommon. Cloak, Rank 2, 51%. Upgrades, 4 of 4. Uncommon. Acidic Spit, Rank 2, 12%. Upgrades, 4 of 4. Uncommon. Spikes, Rank I, 11%. Upgrades, 4 of 4. Uncommon. Serpentine Form, Rank I, 16%. Upgrades, 4 of 4. Uncommon. Enhanced Senses, Rank 3, 40%. Upgrades, 4 of 4. Uncommon. Enhanced Agility, Rank 3, 42%. Upgrades, 4 of 4. Uncommon. Enhanced Intelligence, Rank 3, 51%. Upgrades, 4 of 4. Uncommon. Enhanced Reflexes, Rank 3, 38%. Upgrades, 4 of 4. Uncommon. Enhanced Strength, Rank 3, 33%. Upgrades, 4 of 4. Uncommon. Enhanced Regeneration, Rank 3, 31%. Upgrades, 4 of 4. Uncommon. Feral Instincts, Rank 3, 24%. Upgrades, 4 of 4. Uncommon. Enhanced Durability, Rank 3, 29%. Upgrades, 4 of 4. Uncommon. Adhesive Secretion, Rank 3, 15%. Upgrades, 4 of 4. Uncommon. Toxic Resistance, Rank I, 15%. Upgrades, 4 of 4. Uncommon. Adaptive Armor, Rank I, 8%. Upgrades, 4 of 4. Uncommon. Finally, he reached the massive, ornamented door that led into the dungeon. It didn't look any different from before. The towering double-leaf metal door was adorned with intricate patterns, and a rune was etched in each of the 4 corners. A relief sculpture depicting the skull of some kind of demonic creature, complete with sharp fangs and long horns, protruded from the center. The door didn't have a handle, only a large keyhole. Jake opened his jaws and tilted his head forward, allowing the skeleton key to fall from his mouth. He extended his hand, catching the key neatly in his palm. The top of the key was crafted in the shape of a demon's head, strikingly similar to the demonic sculpture that jutted from the center of the dungeon door. First of all, he issued a mental command to appraise the door, prompting a piece of text to materialize in his mind. Name: The Maze of Torment. Floors: 5. Recommended level: 80-100. The recommended levels for the dungeon were 80 to 100, a significant increase from the previous range of 15 to 20. The number of floors remained the same, 5. Jake couldn't help but notice that, at level 79, he was one level below the minimum recommended level for this dungeon. Would it become a problem? Would the dungeon prove too dangerous for him? Probably not. However, it was too early to think about that anyway. Being a mutant, not a regular survivor, he might not even be allowed to enter the dungeon. One point in favor of that theory was that he had never managed to find a skeleton key by himself and had resorted to stealing one from Los Demonios. So, it was time to find out if the system would allow him access to the dungeon. He inserted the key into the lock and turned it. A loud click reverberated as the lock disengaged. Instantly, the runes at each corner of the door began to glow with an eerie red light. The eyes of the demon skulls at both the center of the door and the tip of the skeleton key also flared to light, glowing crimson. Jake sensed a faint hum emanating from the door and felt the air crackle with electricity, the telltale signs that magic was at play. He waited a moment, staring at the massive glowing door before him, but nothing else of note happened. He pressed his palms against both leaves of the door and pushed. At first, the door seemed to resist, but then it began to yield to his pressure. Drawing on his inhuman strength, he exerted a mighty shove, and the dungeon door swung inward, wide open. Jake remained at the same spot for a moment, gazing into the impenetrable black void beyond the open door. The darkness was so deep that even his nearly perfect night vision failed to reveal what awaited him inside. Jake couldn't help but wonder why the dungeon was given that particular name. Was it named so because it was extremely dangerous and hard to complete? Or was it simply a thematic choice, featuring medieval-style corridors, torture chambers, and all the classic elements one would expect from a classic dungeon? In any case, the path to the Maze of Torment now lay open before him. He crossed the threshold and stepped into the darkness of the dungeon. Jake walked down the dark tunnel. There was no light to speak of far. It was total darkness. Normally, it wouldn't pose much of a problem for him, as he had nearly perfect night vision. However, the darkness in the tunnel seemed to possess a supernatural quality, hindering his ability to see deeply into it. Because of that, he moved slowly, staring intently into the void ahead, unable to see anything more than a few feet in front of him. He continued to walk down the corridor until he reached the end. There, he saw an opening with steps leading deeper down. He began to descend them, moving in a slow and careful manner. His vision was limited to a few feet, so he had no idea where the stairs were leading. It was a surprisingly long descent, likely taking him a full minute to reach the bottom of the steps, where he found himself in yet another dark tunnel. With no alternative routes, he pressed onward through the corridor, wondering where this path would ultimately lead him. Contrary to his expectations, this tunnel was much shorter than the previous one, and he soon reached its end. He slowed down as he approached the end of the corridor. The tunnel terminated at a wall, leaving him with no way to move further. Confusion washed over him. What was he supposed to do next? His mental question was quickly answered as a magical portal materialized at the end of the corridor. It was human-sized and oval in shape, emitting a bluish light that illuminated the first half of the tunnel. However, the portal didn't reveal where it was leading, appearing as a solid blue glow. As Jake took a step closer to the portal, lines of text began to materialize in his mind. Analyzing player broken bar. Name, Jake Turner. Class, Human Morphus. Evolution Stage 2. Level, 79. Preparing rewards for the player. Please hold on. It may take a few moments. A broken bar. 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 Rewards have been generated. You may enter the Maze of Torment now. Good luck. Dismiss. View details. Jake couldn't help but feel a wave of excitement wash over him. Even though the skeleton key had unlocked the dungeon door, he had been uncertain about whether he would be permitted to enter the actual dungeon. Even if access was granted, there was a possibility that he might not receive any rewards, as they could have been intended for regular survivors. However, those doubts had just been dissipated. He had just received confirmation that he not only could enter the dungeon but would also be eligible for rewards designed specifically for him. It was really great news. Eager to learn more about what to expect, he requested to see additional details. Immediately, new lines of text began to appear before him. The Maze of Torment. Floors. 5. Goal: complete each floor and defeat the final boss. Rules: navigate through each floor to locate the gateway that leads to the next one. Each floor is maze-like and filled with different types of enemies. You are not required to defeat every enemy. Instead, your main objective is simply to find your way to the next floor. Once you gain access to the next floor, you'll receive a reward specific to your class. After receiving a reward, you will have the option to either continue to the next floor or leave the dungeon. Each subsequent floor is more difficult than the last. You can't leave the dungeon once you enter it, but after finishing a floor, you can choose to be teleported back to the outside world. Therefore, the only ways to exit the dungeon are by completely finishing it or by choosing to leave after completing a floor. Should you decide to leave the dungeon after completing a specific floor, you will be teleported back to the outside world but will never be able to re-enter the dungeon. However, all the rewards you will have earned by that point will remain and be yours to keep. The dungeon is designed to be completed only once. If you manage to finish it, you will not be able to enter this particular dungeon ever again. Additionally, once you enter the portal leading into the dungeon, it will disappear, making the dungeon unavailable to anyone else. If you complete the dungeon owner whether fully or partially and get teleported back to the outside world, the portal will not reappear for you or anyone else, even though the dungeon door will remain open. Every dungeon allows a player just a single attempt to complete it. While dungeons exist outside the rest of the world, death in a dungeon is just as permanent. There are 5 floors in this dungeon, with the first 4 being maze-like levels and the final one being an open arena where you will have to defeat the final boss. As an ex-Human Morphus, you will be able to gain new abilities for completing each of the floors of the dungeon, an epic ability for each of the first 4 floors and a legendary ability for defeating the final boss on the 5th floor. The reward abilities are specific to the dungeon, reflecting its unique theme. You cannot obtain these abilities anywhere else. This dungeon has no time limit. Each of the first 4 floors can be completed in about 60 minutes. However, as the difficulty increases with each floor, it may take progressively longer to finish a new floor compared to the one before it. The abilities earned during the dungeon crawl can be used throughout the remainder of your time in the dungeon. To enter the dungeon, you simply need to step into the portal. That's it. Good luck. Jake carefully read the information and then thought it over for a moment. A couple of details caught his attention more than the rest. First, the rewards for completing each floor of the dungeon were abilities of 4 epic ones and 1 legendary one. New abilities, especially ones of such rarity, were always a good thing. Additionally, the abilities he could earn were themed specifically to this dungeon and couldn't be obtained anywhere else. He was genuinely intrigued about what kind of abilities he could acquire in the Maze of Torment. Second, once he entered the dungeon, exiting wouldn't be easy. He could only leave the dungeon after finishing his current floor or by completely clearing it. The fact that he would have the option to exit after completing each floor likely indicated that the dungeon was quite difficult and dangerous, with difficulty ramping up on every subsequent level. At least, the dungeon wasn't time sensitive, so he would have as long as he needed to finish a floor. He couldn't help but wonder how much mana it would take to complete the dungeon and if there would be mana consumables available to replenish his reserves. Based on his past experiences, he knew that he could burn through his mana extremely quickly in tough and prolonged battles. He currently had over 164,000 MP at his disposal, which was nearly the maximum amount of mana he could hold at once. He certainly hoped it would be enough to finish the dungeon, or that there would be mana consumables he could use to restore his mana. He definitely didn't want to leave the dungeon without fully clearing it and earning all the rewards it had to offer. If he chose to leave the dungeon after completing a floor, he wouldn't be able to return to finish the remaining levels. Additionally, once he had entered the dungeon, no one else would ever be able to gain access because, as it turned out, all dungeons created by the system were one use only. So he now understood why Miller, one of Los Demonios' leaders, had been so keen on obtaining a skeleton key and keeping it secure afterward. Miller had been aware that he could earn incredible rewards in the dungeon that wouldn't be obtainable otherwise. Jake assumed that survivors were granted useful, rare resources in dungeons along with powerful weapons. This was likely why Miller didn't want regular survivors to get their hands on them and potentially use them against the gang. Survivors could earn skeleton keys to open dungeons by completing extremely difficult missions, and Miller had made sure that he obtained a skeleton key before the area upgrade took place when all the mutants were relatively weak. Had he initiated the mission after the upgrade, it would have been much harder for him and his team to secure skeleton key. However, even though Miller had obtained the skeleton key before the area upgrade, he planned to use it to open the dungeon door only after the upgrade to secure higher level rewards for its completion. But his meticulously crafted plan fell apart when Jake seized the hard-earned skeleton key from the very heart of his base. Jake pushed the system text from his mind and gave the magical portal before him one more look. He steeled himself for whatever might be waiting inside, then stepped through the portal, which promptly flickered out of existence behind him. The resonating sounds of footsteps echoing from the staircase steadily grew closer. It was just a matter of time before her pursuers emerged from the door to the roof where she awaited them. Catalina had no escape routes left, but she wasn't going to surrender, no matter what. She would keep fighting until the very end, no matter the cost. She knew she couldn't win this fight, but she aimed to take as many of those bastards with her as possible. Los Demonios had been chasing her group for days. Ever since she had turned down their offer to join, they had been on her tail, pursuing her and her friends throughout the city. Her group bravely fought back, but they were greatly outnumbered, and her teammates were killed one by one until she was the last one standing. It all started a few days ago when her group was ambushed by Los Demonios, led by a man known as Skullface. A single look at his tattoo-covered face made it clear why he bore that name. A skull tattoo covered his entire visage, creating an intimidating effect. Skullface told her they had been watching her group for a few days and were quite impressed by Catalina's combat skills. They wanted her to join them. However, joining wasn't simple. To become a full-fledged member, she had to demonstrate her loyalty to the gang. To do that, she had to kill one of her teammates, and quite brutally at that. Catalina didn't think for a second about the offer. Why would she betray her friends in favor of Los Demonios? That wasn't who she was. Her teammates were family, some of them by her side since the collapse. She knew Los Demonios was a very powerful gang, and it wasn't wise to go against them. However, she refused to take the life of someone she had fought alongside. So she told Skullface to go fuck himself. Since that fateful day, her team had been relentlessly hunted down until every last one of her friends was dead. She was all alone now. For an entire day, Los Demonios had pursued her. Despite successfully taking out a few of them, she was acutely aware her luck couldn't hold forever. Soon enough, it didn't. Los Demonios had cornered her, trapping her on the rooftop of a 10-story building with no escape route in sight. All she could do was stay and wait for the remaining members of the group that was after her to emerge from the staircase onto the roof. She had no ammo left, so she couldn't fight back anymore. However, she wasn't going to surrender. Even if she was down to her fists and teeth, she would fight on. But she thought it might not come to that because she had an ace up her sleeve or something she kept hidden, planning to use only when push came to shove. It looked like this moment had arrived. She just needed to wait for the gangsters to emerge onto the roof, and if everything went as planned, she might just get out of this fix after all. The sound of rushing footsteps steadily grew louder until, at last, The bandits chasing her burst through the door. They froze at the sight of her standing alone at the center of the roof. Guns were raised, but they hesitated to fire, perhaps mistaking her stillness for submission, or maybe they noticed what she was holding in one of her raised hands. Skullface loomed in front of his men, locking eyes with her. He opened his mouth, as if to speak, but halted when he caught sight of the enchanted grenade she was gripping in one raised hand. Nobody spoke for a moment, and the whistle of the wind was the only audible sound. Catalina stood firm, 15 yards separating her from Skullface and his men. The acrid scent of sweat and tension thickened the air. She clenched her fist around the grenade, mysterious symbols covering its surface glowing orange and green. The enchantments coursing through it heightened its potency, amplifying the explosion to levels far beyond those of a conventional grenade. Infused with magical energy, the grenade had the potential to create a massive explosion, unleashing shockwaves and elemental blasts capable of completely obliterating a small structure. "Stay back," Catalina warned, her voice steady despite the tension. Skullface stared at her in silence for a moment, as if weighing her words. Then a sly grin spread across his tattooed face, revealing a glint of amusement. "What?" he challenged. "The grenade in my hand is packed with so much magical energy it can obliterate this entire roof. So you all better stay the hell away from me." The bandits shifted nervously at her threat. Unlike his men, Skullface appeared unfazed by her words. His grin widened. "Once more, I ask, what? If you blow that thing up, you're going to die too." "You think I don't know that? I'm gonna die anyway because you assholes ain't gonna leave me be. So if I'm to die, I'm gonna do it on my own terms, taking the lives of all of you as well." His men shifted uncomfortably, disturbed by her words. She sounded convincing because she was dead serious. They knew she wasn't lying. However, unlike her, they weren't ready to die. Still, Skullface remained unimpressed. "Then what are you waiting for? Why won't you use the grenade? Go ahead and throw it at us." "Boss, she means it," one of his men urged, attempting to reason with Skullface. "Shut up," he snapped back at the speaker, not taking his eyes off Catalina. "Nobody moves. Hold your ground. She ain't gonna do it." His smile returned, taunting her. "It's all just a facade. Deep down, she's scared shitless." Catalina didn't want to die. However, she had been prepared to face the bitter end if necessary. Now that Skullface was calling her bluff, she knew she needed to act. She had no other choice. The only consolation was that Skullface and his men would share her fate, and the deaths of her teammates would be avenged. With a swift motion, she hurled the grenade. It sailed through the air like a comet, leaving a glowing trail in its wake as it spiraled toward its target. Skullface's men froze in terror, their eyes wide. But Skullface himself was different. His grin widened even more, as if Catalina had done exactly what he had wanted her to. "Not today, Catalina," Skullface proclaimed, his grin contorting his tattooed face into an even more terrifying mask. The grenade suddenly hung suspended in the air, as if caught in an invisible web, half the distance traveled and halfway to annihilation. Catalina's heart raced as the reality of the moment set in. The silence nestled heavily between them, a silence steeped in the knowledge that everything could change in an instant. Their gazes locked as an intense silence hung in the air. Then, in the flicker of a heartbeat, Skullface cast another spell, crafting a micro black hole just inches from the grenade. Catalina's pulse quickened, memories of the spell flooding her mind of the harsh reality of what it could unleash. She had already witnessed such a spell in action, so she knew the dire consequences. The black hole would consume everything within its grasp for a few seconds, distorting reality with its sharp cosmic edges. As she prepared for terrible things to happen, time itself seemed to slow down. Catalina's senses sharpened, allowing her to dissect the impending chaos. She saw the grenade's magical symbols glowing brighter, the tempest contained within the metal sphere about to be set free. And then, right before detonation, the black hole lashed out, its inky darkness expanding toward the grenade with an insatiable hunger. For a brief moment, she thought of the devastation it could wreak, the shattering of bones, the destruction of her enemies, the turmoil left in its wake. But Skullface had timed it perfectly. placing the black hole in a way that would siphon off the overwhelming force of the explosion. As the grenade detonated, an eruption of brilliant light erupted in a spectacular display, a cross between fireworks and an ethereal storm. Energy erupted outward, but rather than causing destruction, it spiraled toward the black hole, disappearing into its depths, lost in a ravenous void that was drawn to the blast. It voraciously consumed immense amounts of energy, devouring the very essence of the powerful explosion. The ambient pressure shifted, a violent rush of energy folding into the micro-singularity, yet Skullface and his men stood unscathed, ensnared in an echo of the explosion that never fully formed. The black hole struggled against the onslaught, its core collapsing under an overwhelming influx of energy. It seemed as though reality itself was bending as the spiraling energy was swallowed whole, with nothing left to escape. Catalina's heart raced with a mixture of fear and awe. She realized that the black hole was overwhelmed, saturated to a breaking point with raw explosive energy. This could create a cosmic paradox, something that could threaten them all and bring the entire high-rise building crashing down. But oddly enough, it seemed the black hole was trapped in a gluttonous cycle, unable to expand or draw in anything beyond that kinetic force. Then, in a spectacular finale, the black hole could take no more. With a sudden implosion, it folded in on itself, the energy it had feasted upon dissipating like a candle snuffed in the wind. The void collapsed, and a shock wave vibrated through the air, a ripple devoid of destructiveness yet reverberating in intensity. Silence returned as if the world was holding its breath, leaving behind a haunting stillness. Skullface continued to gaze at Catalina, his grin unwavering, while his men recoiled in fear as shards of magic crackled in the air, echoes of the fierce battle between powerful magical forces that had just unfolded. The dangerous dance had concluded, and for a fleeting moment, Catalina felt the tension dissipate. "Nice try, but it seems we're still standing," Skullface said, a smirk spreading across his face. "Or you got any more nades?" Catalina's resolve hardened. Her plan had failed, but she wouldn't back down. "Not now." "Not ever." "Figured as much." Skullface laughed, but his amusement vanished in an instant. "Now go get her," he commanded his men, who promptly advanced toward her. A few raised their weapons, but he quickly shouted, "No, don't shoot her. I need her alive, you damn idiots." It made sense. They had been chasing her all day long, and she had managed to kill some of his men. So of course, Skullface wanted her to pay dearly for that. He had no intention of giving her a quick death, but she wasn't about to let the bastards catch her. Unsheathing the knife from her belt, she charged at the bandits. She was incredibly fast and agile. Slashing one bandit across the arm, she quickly jumped aside to avoid being grabbed by another. She kept attacking, slashing and stabbing at her assailants, injuring one after another while deftly evading their attempts to capture her. However, she was greatly outnumbered, and her luck couldn't last forever. Eventually, one of them managed to land a heavy hit on her. She noticed it in time and dodged, so instead of striking her head, he hit her shoulder. The impact was still brutal, causing her legs to buckle and throwing her off balance. Before she could regain her footing, she felt someone wrench the knife from her grip. With a sudden force, two bandits seized her from either side, dragging her to the ground. Snarling like a cornered beast, she thrashed and kicked her attackers. She fought so fiercely that even several bandits struggled to keep her pinned down. Suddenly, a shadow fell over her, and for a brief moment, she paused her struggle to look up. She saw Skullface towering above her, his menacing tattooed face grinning down at her. "Gotcha," he said, lifting one boot to hover ominously over her face. In the next moment, the heavy boot crashed down, connecting with her head. Bright sparks erupted before her eyes, and the world round her went dark. Jake found himself standing at a four-way tunnel intersection. He glanced behind him and saw that the portal he had just stepped through was nowhere to be seen. Looking around, he noticed that wherever he had been teleported to, the interior had a medieval style. The walls were composed of sturdy bricks, and the floor was laid with cobblestones. As he had already noted, he stood at the center of the juncture where four tunnels branched off in various directions. Small alcoves, spaced at regular intervals along the walls of each tunnel, housed flaming torches that illuminated the area with a warm orange glow. so he had 4 options to choose from. Which direction should he pick? Each looked identical, and an unsettling silence enveloped him, with not a single sound breaking the stillness. Jake peered into each of the 4 tunnels, stretching out in different directions. Only a few torches were lit in each tunnel, while the others remained extinguished for some unknown reason. As a result, each passageway was illuminated only a dozen meters in, with the remainder cloaked in darkness that even Jake's keen eyesight couldn't penetrate. He had no choice but to choose a direction at random. He picked a tunnel that looked identical to the other 3 and began to sneak along the corridor, his form slightly hunched and his senses alert for any sign of trouble. The tunnel was wide, several meters across, with a very high ceiling. As he approached the last wall-mounted torches that were lit, he instinctively slowed down. The glow from the torches pushed back the darkness a couple of meters in front of him, beyond which there were only shadows. He slowed down even more, nearing the point of stopping altogether. His vision allowed him to see just a few meters into the darkness, where the tunnel seemed to stretch endlessly, and he had no idea where it might lead. Jake couldn't shake off the sense of unease that washed over him. Usually, darkness posed no challenge for him, as his exceptional night vision allowed him to navigate even the darkest of environments with ease. However, the darkness here felt different, possessing a supernatural quality that rendered his perfect sight ineffective. He continued to sneak along the corridor, moving silently and gracefully like a predator stalking its prey. He knew he was a force to be reckoned with, but that didn't mean he had to be reckless. So he proceeded slowly and carefully, every instinct on high alert, prepared to spring into action at the first hint of danger. So far, he hadn't heard the slightest sound, but he was certain there had to be plenty of enemies to deal with. What kind of monsters could be lurking in a place like this was anyone's guess. He passed the last flickering torches and ventured deeper into the unlit section of the tunnel. The further he moved away from the flames, the darker his surroundings became, the shadows thickening around him. With each step, he realized he would soon find himself enveloped in total darkness. He contemplated what he would do then but had no clear answer. He figured he would just keep moving forward, yet he couldn't shake the nagging thought that if an enemy ambushed him in this pitch-black abyss, fighting it would be anything but easy. And then he heard a sound, faint and not easily recognizable. It echoed from deeper parts of the tunnel, which were shrouded in total darkness. Jake paused, straining to hear, anticipating an enemy to burst from the engulfing blackness that lay just ahead. However, that moment never came. To his surprise, as he took another step forward, the 2 wall-mounted torches positioned just ahead and directly across from each other suddenly flared to life, casting a warm glow over the walls and illuminating the next several meters of the corridor. Jake froze. Something made him glance over his shoulder and take a look at the section of the corridor he had already traveled. Something didn't add up, but for a second he couldn't put his finger on what it was. Then it struck him. He should have been able to see the 4-way intersection, but it was obscured. The 2 torches at the tunnel's entrance, the ones now farthest away from him, must have extinguished the moment the torches nearest to him flared to life. Jake pressed onward through the corridor. Each time he neared a new pair of torches, they flared to life, while the last set on the opposite side behind him snuffed out. So as long as the torches he approached kept igniting to illuminate his path, he wouldn't find himself in total darkness. That was a relief. He certainly didn't want to confront enemies in pitch-black conditions. He pressed forward through the tunnel, watching as the torches ahead continued to light up before him. He quickened his pace, every sense heightened and ready for any sign of trouble. Suddenly, the sound he'd heard before returned, louder and nearer. Jake peered into the darkness but still couldn't identify the source of the sound. He waited for a moment in the heavy silence, but the sound did not return, so he ultimately decided to push onward. For the next several minutes, he moved down the tunnel. From time to time, the sounds repeated, growing louder as Jake got closer. Eventually, he identified them, the flapping of wings. Winged creatures occasionally flew from one spot to another, yet he still couldn't see them. He pressed on through the corridor, peering into the darkness ahead. Whatever those creatures were, they hadn't noticed him yet. As he stealthily moved down the tunnel, Jake morphed his right hand into a smash fist and his left into claws. He made no sound as he crept down the corridor, but the winged creatures suddenly became aware of his presence. A flurry of sounds erupted as numerous wings beat fiercely in the air. The noise grew louder, and Jake halted, staring ahead and waiting for the unknown enemy to reveal itself. A moment later, several winged creatures burst from the darkness of the tunnel. They resembled monstrous bats, each the size of a domestic cat, with large leathery wings and huge mouths filled with pointed teeth. Their sinister red eyes locked onto him as they swooped through the air. All of the creatures looked identical, and Jake summoned the stats of one. He discovered they were simply called bats, each at level 65. They lacked any special abilities, and their teeth appeared to be their only weapon. The first bat to reach Jake lunged at him with surprising speed, its teeth aimed at his face. He jumped aside, but the bat still managed to clamp its teeth onto his shoulder. Fortunately, it failed to penetrate his hardened body and inflict any damage. Jake grabbed the bat with his right hand and tore it away from his body. The creature hissed in protest, flapping its wings furiously, yet it remained firmly trapped in his grip. Jake squeezed the bat tightly in his fist, then opened his hand to let its shattered body with broken bones tumble onto the cobbled floor. Enemy killed. Plus 200 XP, gaining 200 experience points from a creature that presented little threat and could be killed in a second wasn't bad at all. The remaining creatures swooped in, flapping chaotically above him, just out of reach. Whenever one dove at him, he would either seize it with his right hand or slash with the claws of his left. On one occasion, he even sprouted bladed tentacles from his back and lashed out, slaying several bats. Given how easy these oversized bats were to kill, Jake opted not to use advanced abilities like acidic spit, choosing to conserve his mana instead. It didn't take him long to deal with all the bats. Multiple enemies killed. Plus 2,600 XP. Jake glanced at his experience bar and saw that he needed a little over 3,000 XP to hit level 80. It seemed he would be able to level up many times while exploring the dungeon. Having dealt with the first batch of enemies the dungeon had to offer, he continued down the tunnel. He was certain that the difficulty would only increase as he ventured deeper. Although the oversized bats hadn't given him much trouble, he figured they could have posed a significant challenge to ordinary survivors. They flew quickly and erratically, suddenly swooping down and then just as suddenly darting away. He imagined it would be difficult for survivors to track their unpredictable movements with their guns while trying to shoot them. For him, however, those bats posed no threat at all. For the next several minutes, he continued down the tunnel. Each pair of the torches he approached magically flared up, casting light that stretched several meters ahead. He pressed on, feeling more confident with each step. Now that he knew what to expect, he picked up his pace. There were no more oversized bats to attack him, and the silence enveloped him, with no sound of flapping wings echoing through the darkness. Jake pressed onward until, at last, he spotted the tunnel's end in the distance. Eager to discover what lay beyond, he quickened his pace even more. Jake reached the end of the tunnel and paused in the opening, taking in the vast area that lay beyond. The room into which the tunnel opened was enormous, filled with several rows of columns spaced at regular intervals. Flaming torches were mounted on each of the columns, providing enough light to illuminate the entire area. The ceiling was so high that Jake couldn't even see it, as the light from the torches didn't reach that high. For a moment, he stared into the darkness above, half expecting bat-like monsters to emerge from the deep shadows and swoop down on him. However, nothing happened. He started across the vast room, looking around. Soon, he became aware of a foul odor that hung in the air. It didn't take long for him to identify the source. Decomposing human bodies scattered across the floor. The tattered, ragged garments they wore resembled those from medieval times. Among the decaying bodies, Jake spotted several human skeletons scattered across the floor. Some were adorned with fragments of armor, metal helmets, chainmail shirts, and cuirasses. Beside them rested an array of medieval weapons, swords, battle axes, maces, crossbows, and various other arms. When Jake arrived at the room's center, he paused to survey his surroundings more carefully. Multiple openings branched off in various directions, each leading to a long corridor that disappeared into the depths of the dungeon. He peered into each opening, trying to decide which way to go, but all the tunnels looked identical. Once again, he would have to choose a direction entirely at random. He decided to proceed across the room toward the entrance on the opposite side from where he had entered. Just as Jake began to move, he heard a sound. It was a hum, faint but distinct, coming from the tunnel to his right. He turned his head, directing his gaze toward the source of the noise. Jake peered into the darkness of the tunnel. The steady hum continued to emanate from within, but all he could see were deep shadows. Whatever was producing the faint noise remained concealed in the tunnel's darkness. Then he felt a tingling sensation across his skin as the air became slightly electrified. He immediately recognized what it meant. Some kind of magic was at play. The humming and tingling are the telltale signs of magic keep intensifying ever so slightly. While most humans might not have noticed them, Jake was acutely aware of both sensations. The real questions were, what was the source of this magic, and what purpose did it serve? He quickly received the answer to the second question when he suddenly found himself surrounded by the rustling of tattered clothes and the scuffing and scraping sounds of dead bodies rising from the floor. Not that Jake hadn't expected something like this to occur. Some kind of magic spell had awakened the dead, but before he could unravel the mystery of its source, he had to deal with the undead first. As they returned to life, rising to their feet all around him, he quickly summoned their stats. Each of the reanimated corpses displayed identical info: festering zombie A level 75. As for the skeletons, there were several variations depending on their armaments, yet they all bore the same level, 80. Awakened dead A skeleton soldier A level 80. Skeleton soldiers wore no armor at all, and each of them was armed with a single one-handed weapon. The additional variations consisted of archers equipped with either longbows or crossbows, warriors clad in pieces of armor for protection, and warlocks carrying magical staves adorned with what seemed to be transparent, spherical crystals. All the undead creatures immediately began to walk toward him after rising from the floor. Each skeleton had orbs of light glowing red in their empty eye sockets, and the eyes of the festering zombies glowed with the same hue. Jake recalled that the skeletons hadn't possessed those glowing lights in their eye sockets, and the zombies' eyes hadn't glowed either before the magic had awakened them all. They were obviously under some ominous spell that animated them. He turned toward the first skeleton that was almost upon him. The skeletons moved quickly, while the zombies were sluggish and clumsy, lagging behind. He couldn't help but notice the offensive scent emanating from the zombies. It was nearly overwhelming his senses. The closer they got, the stronger the smell became. If he could hardly stand the stench, he figured it would have been unbearable for normal survivors, making it hard for them to concentrate on fighting. The skeleton that reached him first swung the mace it was wielding. Jake easily dodged the blow and delivered a powerful punch to the skeleton, effortlessly ripping through the chainmail shirt it wore and shattering its ribcage. The skeleton collapsed to the floor in a clatter of broken bones, and the two glowing orbs in its hollow eye sockets went out. Enemy killed. Plus 300 XP. Several more skeletons armed with various melee weapons surrounded him. He ducked as one of them swung its flail at him, the spiked ball zipping through the air next to his head. He countered with a strike to the skeleton's skull. The close helmet it wore failed to protect the skeleton, and Jake's blow tore it free from the spinal column, sending it flying across the room. Another skeleton lunged at him, its broadsword swinging with unexpected speed and strength. Jake managed to jump to the side just in time to avoid the strike. Before the skeleton could swing its large sword again, Jake smashed its breastplate with his smash fist, easily breaking through the metal and shattering its ribs. To his surprise, the undead creature remained on its feet, prompting Jake to quickly follow up with a decisive blow to its skull, shattering it to pieces. His feral instincts suddenly alerted him to a projectile zipping toward him from behind. He jumped aside, and a bolt whizzed past his shoulder. Another archer let loose an arrow at him. Jake swung the claws of his other hand, slicing through the shaft midair. Several other archers fired their longbows and crossbows simultaneously. It was impossible to dodge every single projectile, and he felt one dig into his shoulder from the front. However, it failed to penetrate his hardened body, as adaptive armor immediately grew an additional plate at the point of impact, causing the arrow to bounce off harmlessly. One of the zombies lunged at him, its arms outstretched in an attempt to grab him, but Jake easily sidestepped the groping hands. The foul odor radiating from the creature was almost unbearable, even for him. He swung both of his smash fists to the sides of the zombie's head, causing it to burst apart like an overripe melon in an explosion of rotting flesh, bone, and brain matter. He earned 250 XP for defeating it, which was 50 XP less than the experience gained from killing skeletons. The undead creatures kept coming at him from several directions, swinging their swords and maces. Jake dodged and ducked, successfully avoiding most of the hits. However, occasionally the skeletons did manage to land a blow. They failed to inflict any damage, though, thanks to his skills such as adaptive armor and enhanced durability, which shielded his body remarkably well. Regular monsters like those undead creatures didn't stand a chance of defeating him, even though they greatly outnumbered him. Their numbers didn't help much. In fact, their sheer quantity became a disadvantage, as arrows and bolts launched by the skeleton archers frequently hit their own allies. The warlocks armed with magical staves fired lightning bolts from the tops of their staves, often hitting some of the zombies or other skeletons surrounding him. Those lightning bolts seemed to be pretty powerful, causing skeletons to blow apart in an explosion of bones flying every which way. When a zombie was struck, half of its body got burned to a crisp, resulting in an almost instantaneous death. While a single hit from a lightning bolt was enough to kill a skeleton or a zombie, when Jake was hit by one, he only felt stunned for a second and didn't suffer any additional damage. Most of the time, he successfully avoided being hit by them, though. Jake kept fighting the undead, killing one after another until they were all dead again. Their eyes no longer glowed, and their broken bodies lay motionlessly on the floor. Multiple enemies killed. Plus 10,900 XP. You have gained enough XP to level up. Your level went up from 79 to 80. You have gained 5 SP. He had received a significant amount of XP for defeating those undead creatures, despite the fact that the fight had been relatively easy for him. He took a moment to consider where to allocate the 5 skill points and then distributed them to his attributes. Body, 72. Mind, 70A 73. Magic, 73A 75. He invested 3 skill points in mind, hoping that the foul odor of the decaying zombies would be easier to endure now. He was about to continue exploring the dungeon when the humming sound returned, and the air crackled with electricity once more. The eyes of the zombies lit up again, and glowing lights appeared in the empty eye sockets of the skeleton skulls once more. Their shattered bones reassembled themselves, and the damaged bodies quickly began to reconstruct. Within a minute, fully recovered undead creatures started to rise from the floor once again. Jake pondered for a moment and decided to defeat the undead monsters again to see if he would receive XP for slaying them for a second time. As it turned out, he did not. He killed one undead creature after another, but no extra XP came his way. It became clear that he was only rewarded XP the first time he defeated an undead creature. He continued to battle the group of undead until he had defeated them all once again. Almost instantly, the humming resumed, and the fallen undead began to rise again. This time, Jake didn't wait for them to fully revive. Instead, he headed toward the entrance that led to the corridor from which the humming sound emanated. It was time to find out what was causing the undead to resurrect. Jake moved through the tunnel, which looked identical to the previous one. Wall-mounted torches lit up as he approached, casting light several yards ahead. The humming sound increased in volume as he got closer to its source. He could already tell that whatever was causing the magic was extremely powerful. However, like the previous tunnel, this one was long, so he still couldn't see where it led. Since no bat-like monsters attacked him this time, there were no delays, and he reached the end of the corridor pretty quickly. He paused at the opening to take in the sight before him. The tunnel opened into a spacious 4-way junction. It looked exactly like the previous one, except for one notable detail. From the center of the intersection rose some kind of monument. It stood over 9 feet high, resembling an obelisk in shape. The structure was tall, slender, and sharply pointed at the top, creating a pyramidal apex. It definitely resembled an ancient Egyptian obelisk, but it was made of some pitch-black material. It was four-sided, with mysterious symbols etched into each side, which extended from the base to the very top. The symbols glowed with an evil crimson light, illuminating the entire four-way juncture. Through the soles of his feet, Jake could feel vibrations emanating from the elongated structure. Up close, the humming sound was much louder, and the air around the obelisk felt so electrified that the prickling sensation across his skin was almost painful. There was no doubt that the structure was filled with a tremendous amount of magical energy. Jake slowly walked around the tall structure, studying it from every angle. It appeared identical from every side. After completing a full circle, Jake stopped and, with a thought, summoned its description. Black Obelisk A level 300. No additional information surfaced. Jake attempted to use his enemy appraisal perk on the Black Obelisk, but it provided no further details. He was still uncertain about the structure's exact purpose. While he understood that it could revive the undead, he was unaware of its other potential abilities. The obelisk was covered in various mysterious symbols. While some were clearly related to its ability to resurrect the undead, the meanings of the others remained an enigma. He gave the Black Obelisk another look over. Was it possible to destroy it? He wasn't sure, and he hesitated to try. After all, its level was 300, which was quite a lot. His own level was currently only 80. As for the obelisk, it might have some defensive spells protecting it from harm. Who knew what could happen if he tried to destroy it? The intense powerful humming and electrical waves surrounding it suggested that their obelisk possessed immense power, much more so than any magical anomalies he had ever encountered. For a brief moment, he considered whether he should attempt to destroy it or not. The Black Obelisk clearly had the ability to revive the undead, and it could do so over great distances. The room he had exited just a few minutes earlier was far from the obelisk, yet the magical structure had no trouble extending its power all the way there to bring the undead back to life. Unless it was destroyed, it would continually resurrect the undead, which could become a significant problem later on. As if to confirm his suspicions, he suddenly became aware of a repulsive stench and the rustling of clothes coming from behind. He glanced over his shoulder into the tunnel from which he had emerged just moments before. At first, he could see nothing because only the torches closest to him remained lit, while the rest had been extinguished, plunging the deeper parts of the tunnel into darkness. However, by the smell and sounds alone, he could already tell that the festering zombies and animated skeletons were advancing down the tunnel toward the four-way junction where he stood next to the Black Obelisk. Sure enough, a few seconds later, they emerged from the darkness into the illuminated section of the tunnel. Jake saw several skeleton warriors and archers advancing toward him, followed by a few festering zombies lagging behind. He couldn't help but notice that the torches had remained unlit when the undead marched through the dark stretch of the tunnel. So it appeared that the dungeon was designed so that the torches only responded to individuals regarded as players, like him, as they made their way through. Jake continued to watch the undead draw closer. He didn't like the fact that they had decided to follow him after being revived for the third time. It meant they wouldn't leave him alone, always trying to pursue him even after being defeated. This gave him even more reason to destroy the Black Obelisk. But first, he needed to deal with the undead that had trailed him to the obelisk. Fortunately, Jake could see that not all the undead he had fought in the previous room had chosen to follow him, only a few had. Thanks to that, it shouldn't take him long to deal with them. Again, the skeletons moved at a brisk pace and soon emerged from the tunnel to the intersection. Those armed with longbows and crossbows let loose with their weapons. Jake jumped aside, avoiding one of the arrows while slicing through another with his left-clawed hand. Another arrow struck him in the shoulder but was harmlessly deflected off his body as adaptive armor immediately grew an additional armor plate at the point of impact. Before any of the archers could knock another arrow, Jake lunged at the group of undead. With a powerful swing of his right smash fist, he crushed the ribcage of one skeleton. Using the claws on his left hand, he sliced the skull off another. To speed up the elimination of the undead, he unleashed bladed tentacles from his back and lashed out, taking down 3 more undead creatures at the same time. The festering zombies, being slow and clumsy, posed even less challenge for Jake, allowing him to deal with them even more quickly. He took them all out in under a minute, even though he was already aware he wouldn't receive XP for killing the undead that had been defeated before. It was still disappointing to receive no additional XP. Just as Jake turned his attention back to the black obelisk, he saw some of the symbols engraved on its sides suddenly glow brighter. The humming sounds as well as the tingling sensation he felt across his skin suddenly intensified. In the next moment, the eyes of the undead he had just defeated lit up, and their damaged bodies began to reconstruct themselves once more. "You gotta be freaking kidding me," Jake thought, feeling a surge of frustration. It was incredibly frustrating that the black obelisk brought the undead back to life the moment they were defeated. He decided not to wait for the black obelisk to fully revive the undead. Instead, he ran up to the structure, raising his smash fist, ready to strike one of its sides. The magical symbols responsible for reviving the undead glowed brightly, casting a reddish light over him, making it almost painful to look at the glowing side of the obelisk. Upon reaching the magical structure, he delivered a powerful punch with his smash fist, putting all his strength behind it. As he learned in the next instant, striking the black obelisk wasn't such a good idea after all. The moment his right smash fist struck the surface of the obelisk, some of the engraved symbols flared brighter. Jake felt a tremendous force slam into his chest, propelling him at least a dozen yards backward before he crashed into the wall behind him. He couldn't remember the last time he had been hit with such a force, or if there had even been such a time. One thing was certain: he had never encountered an opponent who outleveled him by so many levels. Before getting up from the floor where he had landed after crashing into the wall, he assessed his sensations. Surprisingly, his body felt mostly intact, with no injuries he could perceive. Or so it seemed. With a thought, he checked his HP. As it turned out, he had lost 5% of his health, which meant he hadn't come through entirely unscathed after all. Fortunately, any damage he had taken was already beginning to quickly heal. However, the black obelisk wasn't finished with him. Just as Jake jumped to his feet, it unleashed a bolt of lightning from the pointed tip at the top toward him. He barely managed to leap aside to avoid being struck. But the obelisk was just getting started. It unleashed long lightning bolts one after another that streaked across the area. Most of them were aimed at him, forcing Jake to duck and dodge as quickly as he could. Despite his enhanced agility and reflexes, evading every single one of those lightning bolts proved nearly impossible, and eventually, one of them hit him. He felt it strike him on his left shoulder, knocking him off his feet and sending him several yards backward. This time, he sensed that the damage was far more serious than before. Even without looking at his shoulder, he could tell that his hardened body was cracked open, with mana seeping from the wound. He didn't have time to examine his injury, though. The black obelisk continued to unleash lightning bolts from its pointed end. Jake successfully dodged several more before he noticed a shift in the obelisk's behavior. While it continued to fire lightning bolts, they were now much shorter than before. Additionally, instead of striking across the entire area, they seemed to focus on the immediate vicinity around it. Jake stood at a safe distance from the black obelisk, watching as it continued to launch lightning bolts. Instead of firing one at a time, the structure now unleashed dozens of them all at the same time. They struck the ground within just a few yards of the obelisk. While he was no longer in immediate danger, he couldn't move closer, as he would be instantly hit by several of the shorter lightning bolts at once. Not that he wanted to get any closer to the black obelisk. His powerful smash fist had struck it without leaving so much as a dent or a crack on its surface. Even if the black obelisk hadn't had the protective measure to retaliate against anyone who dared to attack it, there would have been no point in continuing to hit it. Brute force wouldn't cut it. If the black obelisk could be destroyed, it probably had to be done in a way that involved more than just raw power. As the electric storm raged on, the air crackled with electricity, sending prickling sensations across his skin. The black obelisk kept unleashing dozens of lightning bolts, striking an area within just a few yards of its base. Jake remained safely outside the effective range of the obelisk. Since he wasn't in any immediate danger at the moment, He decided to take a second to examine the wound in his shoulder where a lightning bolt had struck a few seconds earlier. Enhanced regeneration was already working to close the injury, and Mana no longer oozed from it. He had lost about 10% of his HP from the hit, but the number was steadily increasing as the healing skill repaired his damaged body. While the black obelisk unleashed lightning bolts in every direction, it simultaneously revived the undead he had defeated a couple of minutes earlier. He could see two different sets of symbols etched into the structure's surface glowing a bright red. He had already learned which symbols were responsible for reviving the undead and which ones triggered the lightning bolts. He had also memorized which symbols had flared with a brighter light just before he was struck by the invisible force that propelled him across the area. Whether there was a practical use for the knowledge he had gained, he didn't yet know. Perhaps he would be able to put it to good use later, but for the time being, he had no idea how he could use the information about which symbols were responsible for which powers to his advantage. Several of the skeletons finally fully recovered and rose to their feet. They immediately turned and began walking toward him, moving dangerously close to the raging black obelisk, paying no mind to the lightning bolts streaking through the air and striking the immediate area around the structure. One of the skeletons strayed too close to the effective range of the black obelisk and was instantly struck by a lightning bolt. The undead creature blew apart in a powerful explosion of scorched and shattered bones flying every which way. The other skeletons continued advancing toward him, showing no regard for what had just happened to one of their own. Jake remained routed in place, unwilling to approach the advancing skeletons for fear of stepping into the effective range of the furious black obelisk. Instead, he chose to wait until they drew closer before engaging. There were only a few skeletons, so he figured it would take mere seconds to deal with them again. However, before they could close the distance, something unexpected occurred. From the corner of his eye, Jake noticed that a different set of the obelisk's magical symbols, which had maintained a steady glow until that moment, suddenly intensified in brightness. The structure had clearly activated another of its magical powers. Jake watched as a beam shot from the pointed end of the obelisk, enveloping one of the skeletons in a vibrant orange glow. The skeleton rose 2 feet above the floor, hovering motionlessly in the air. The beam continued to shine at it, engulfing the undead creature in an orange glow. Jake watched as the skeleton transformed into something more dangerous. It grew in size, and its bone structure changed. The transformation lasted only a few seconds, then the altered skeleton was lowered back to the ground, and the beam ceased shining on it. The skeleton looked much more dangerous now. It towered over 7 feet in height, and its physique combined elements of both a human being and some kind of formidable 2-legged beast. The bones were much sturdier and resilient now, looking capable of withstanding a powerful strike from a sledgehammer with ease. Additionally, the beefed-up skeleton seemed to be imbued with potent magic. In one hand, it wielded a 2-bladed axe that flickered with flames, and its eyes blazed brightly, sending tongues of fire upward. Its skull had elongated, taking on an animal-like snout, with flames pouring from its gaping jaws. In his peripheral vision, Jake noticed that several more beams shot from the pointed tip of the black obelisk, enveloping other undead creatures in their glow. However, his attention remained locked on the already altered skeleton. With a thought, he summoned its description. Awakened Dead A Flame Skeleton Soldier A Level 80, Elite. His suspicions were confirmed. Although the skeleton's level stayed the same, its classification had changed from ordinary to elite, a concerning development. Elite monsters were far more dangerous than their regular counterparts. The skeleton in front of him had not only become stronger but had also gained some fire abilities to boot. The worst part was that the other undead creatures were also being transformed into more dangerous versions of themselves. The flame skeleton soldier suddenly burst into a sprint toward Jake, interrupting his train of thought. As he watched it advance with impressive speed and power, he couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that the fight was going to be anything but easy. The elite flame skeleton charged at Jake, brandishing a colossal double-bladed battle axe. Its skeletal structure now belonged to some kind of hellish 2-legged beast. The undead creature was clearly much more powerful than before, but Jake was more concerned about the magical abilities it might possess now. Its eyes glowed with an intense orange light, and long flames licked out from its gaping jaws. He didn't have time to summon a detailed description of the skeleton, as it was already upon him. The undead soldier loomed over Jake, wielding the two-bladed axe flickering with flames in one hand. Just as the skeleton lunged toward him, Jake darted aside, simultaneously smashing his right smash fist into the side of the undead's ribcage. Such a powerful blow would have easily crushed the ribs of a regular skeleton, but the elite undead before him barely reacted to the strike. The elite skeleton soldier swung its flaming axe at him in a horizontal arc so swiftly that Jake barely managed to leap back in time. Undeterred, the undead swiped its weapon at him again, this time from above. Jake jumped to the side and immediately delivered a powerful blow to his opponent's skull. His right smash fist connected with the side of the skeleton's head, causing it to tremble. The skeleton took a step backward, stunned. Well, at least the elite undead wasn't completely invulnerable after all. His claws were perfect for tearing and rupturing flesh, but Jake doubted they would be of any use against the elite skeleton, so he morphed his left hand into a smash fist as well. However, his opponent recovered from the last blow faster than Jake had hoped it would, and before he could follow up his successful first strike with another, the skeleton launched another attack. It lunged at him, swinging its flaming axe in a downward diagonal arc. The undead was surprisingly fast, and Jake barely managed to dart aside. He fully expected his opponent to immediately throw another strike and prepared to dart out of the way again. However, the skeleton suddenly halted its offensive and did something else instead. It leaned in, opening its jaws wide, and in the next instant, a torrent of liquid fire erupted from its mouth. Jake quickly darted aside to avoid being burned. Even with his speed and quick reflexes, he wasn't able to fully evade the torrent of fire. A wave of intense heat washed over him, prompting him to instinctively lift his left hand to shield his head. Because of this, it was his large left smash fist that bore the brunt of the flames. Jake didn't experience any pain, but the unpleasant sensation in his left hand made it clear that it had sustained significant damage. He could feel his flesh melt and disintegrate with alarming speed. "You have been wounded for 14% by fire damage." The torrent of fire ceased just as suddenly as it had begun. When Jake looked at his left hand, he realized there was little left, merely a stump. He knew his hand would eventually regenerate, but it would take time. What concerned him more was that deflecting enemy attacks and attacking with only one hand would put him at a significant disadvantage. The elite skeleton lunged forward, swinging its flaming axe with astonishing speed. Jake barely had time to jump back and avoid the blow. Before he could counter, the skeleton swept its axe at him again and again. Jake used all his agility to dodge each strike, steadily retreating as the skeleton pressed its attack. Jake was sure the elite skeleton had just used a flurry of swings, or a similar ability. From his experience battling elite ex-humans with similar abilities, he knew there was little he could do at the moment other than dodge the skeleton's attacks and bide his time until its ability ran out of juice. At one moment, the axe buried itself with a dull thud into his right shoulder. He was fortunate enough to leap to the side, which kept the blade from embedding too deeply in his flesh. Had he not jumped aside, that vicious blade could have easily severed his arm. The cut was still deep, and Jake could sense mana leaking from the wound. The skeleton continued its relentless assault, swinging the battle axe wildly, showing no indication of when its ability might wear off. Jake realized he needed to do something because simply dodging wouldn't be enough. Eventually, the skeleton would land another blow, and the next hit could cost him an arm or worse, his head. As Jake dodged and leapt aside, he sprouted three-bladed tentacles from his back, lashing out at the skeleton. One tentacle was instantly severed, caught by the swing of the battle axe. The other two struck the skeleton's bones and skull, but they only glanced off the surprisingly hard surface, dealing no noticeable damage to the undead creature. Realizing the bladed tentacles were useless against the elite skeleton, Jake opened his jaws and fired an acidic glob toward the creature. He aimed at its skull but missed, and the projectile sailed past the skeleton's shoulder. Determined, he attempted the attack again but missed yet again. Hitting his target wasn't all that easy while constantly dodging the relentless swings of the skeleton. His next shot found its mark, splattering acid across the side of the skeleton's skull. Smoke curled upward as the acid ate through the bone, but the corrosive effect quickly ceased, having done little harm to his foe. It was incredibly frustrating. None of his abilities had the power to inflict significant damage on the elite skeleton. Suddenly, the undead creature ceased its relentless attack. Jake wasted no time in delivering a powerful strike to its head, creating a crack that spread across the center of its face where he had hit it. Using one of his two remaining tentacles, he swept the legs out from under the skeleton, sending the undead creature crashing to the ground. Just as it started to rise, Jake delivered a powerful kick to its head. He hoped such a powerful kick would tear the head right off, but it didn't happen. Instead, a new crack formed along the skeleton's skull, leaving the undead opponent otherwise unscathed. Jake could see several beams of light emanating from the sharp tip of the black obelisk, bathing the other undead creatures in an eerie glow. A few were close to completing their transformation. He urgently needed to find a way to eliminate the elite skeleton soldier before the rest of the undead joined the battle. Then an idea struck him. As the skeleton started to rise once more, he executed a gravity leap, soaring close to the high ceiling. At the peak of his jump, he activated an upgrade that let him plummet down with great speed. He descended like a missile, and just before the elite skeleton soldier could regain its footing, Jake delivered an incredibly powerful blow to its head with his right smash fist. This time, the skeleton's skull blew apart in an explosion of thousands of tiny shards. The elite skeleton soldier was finally dead, but Jake received no XP for defeating it. Even though the skeleton had been upgraded to elite, the dungeon still didn't bother to reward him, because he had already defeated it before. It was truly frustrating. However, Jake didn't have time to fuss about that, as his feral instincts suddenly alerted him to a danger. He dodged, and in the next heartbeat, an arrow whizzed past his shoulder, trailing millions of sparkling particles behind it. Jake turned toward the black obelisk and saw another skeleton that had just finished undergoing the transformation to elite. He appraised it with a mental command. Awakened Dead Frost Skeleton Archer A level 80, elite. Unlike the previous skeleton, this one was infused with frost magic. Various other undead creatures floated above the ground, surrounded by glowing auras of different colors. Some radiated orange, signaling they would harness fire magic, while others shimmered with a bluish hue, indicating they were being infused with frost magic like the skeleton archer before him. A few were shrouded in a greenish glow, which hinted they would likely gain poisonous or acidic magical powers. Jake knew that if he allowed them to fully transform into elites, he would have a really hard time dealing with all of them at once. But before he could think of a way to interrupt the transformation, he first needed to deal with the frost skeleton archer. The undead being was already knocking another arrow, and Jake didn't want to find out what would happen if an arrow imbued with frost magic hit him. With a sudden idea in mind, he lunged toward the undead creature. Directly behind the skeleton archer loomed the black obelisk, still in the frenzy, firing dozens of lightning bolts every second that struck the surrounding area. Jake sprinted toward the skeleton archer at full speed. Just as the archer lifted the crossbow it was armed with, Jake rammed into the skeleton, sending it flying backward. The undead creature lost its balance and sprawled on the floor right in front of the black obelisk. Before the skeleton could get up, it was struck by several lightning bolts. At the same time, one of its arms disintegrated in an instant. Its ribcage got shattered. Half its skull blew up. The lightning bolts continued to relentlessly attack the skeleton, finishing it off in less than 2 seconds. Now that the elite skeleton archer was defeated, Jake turned his attention to the other undead creatures undergoing transformation into elite versions of themselves. He needed to find a way to disrupt the process, but the idea of stepping into the glowing beams surrounding the skeletons didn't seem wise. Who knew what could happen to him? However, he saw no other way to disrupt the process than trying to physically draw the skeletons away from the beams shining at them. However, before Jake could decide whether to take the risk, the black obelisk suddenly ceased launching lightning bolts, drawing his attention to the magical structure. He immediately noticed something intriguing. Most of the symbols etched into its sides had lost their glow, leaving only those related to the skeleton transformations pulsating with light. Jake realized that after employing so many of its magical abilities one after another, the black obelisk was finally low on energy. It could now focus merely on transforming the skeletons. Now that the black obelisk was defenseless, Jake realized it might be his chance to destroy the structure. Wasting no time, he jumped toward it and immediately struck it with his only smash fist. Just as he had expected, he wasn't counterattacked like the last time. Encouraged by this, he continued to strike the black obelisk, putting tremendous power behind each blow. Initially, nothing occurred, leading Jake to question his ability to destroy the obelisk. Then, as he struck one side again, a spider web of cracks radiated from the point of impact. Motivated by this progress, Jake pressed on with his attack. Each blow he delivered resulted in more and more cracks spreading across the obelisk's surface. Then the magical structure suddenly began to tremble, the intensity increasing with each passing moment. All the cracks elongated and widened, covering every inch of its surface. Brilliant light burst forth from each crack, quickly growing brighter and brighter. Sensing impending danger, Jake stepped back from the quaking, radiant structure. In an instant, it exploded, scattering black fragments of the shattered structure everywhere. The force of the blast knocked Jake off his feet and sent the skeletons, which had been trapped in the beams just moments earlier, flying in all directions. Black obelisk destroyed. Plus 10,000 XP. Jake remained on his back, gazing at the vacant spot where the black obelisk had once stood. He did it. He really did it. At one time, he had questioned his decision to try to destroy the obelisk, pondering whether it was even possible. Now, he was relieved to have been proven wrong, elated to have succeeded, and pleased to receive a substantial amount of XP as a reward for his effort. As he began to rise to his feet, a magical rift gate suddenly tore open in the very spot where the black obelisk had just stood. You have just been granted access to the Void Temple. For a moment, Jake gazed at the shimmering portal that radiated a bluish glow. A thought crossed his mind that perhaps the black obelisk was never meant to be destroyed, given its incredible power and resilience. By actually managing to obliterate it, he seemed to have found a hidden secret. Intrigued, he stepped into the portal,